Hey friends, hope you're all doing well. We're doing okay too, just really tired since we've been working non-stop. We wanted to answer a question many of you ask: how does our publishing process work? Most of our audiobooks are first posted on Patreon as paid content. They stay behind a paywall for a few months. After that, they become free to access on Patreon forever. Then, a few weeks later, we upload them to other platforms like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, our community hasn't been growing much, and we could really use your help. Please share our site in your Facebook groups, Discord servers, Reddit threads, Twitter, X, or with any friends who might be interested. Every little bit helps and we really appreciate it. Thanks a lot for being with us and supporting what we do. Chapter 1, Thriller Bark, Luke C. Circle Calendar, Year 1515. The first half of the Grand Line. The Florian Triangle is shrouded in fog all year round and never sees the sun. A giant ship sails across here, full of eerie atmosphere. Bastard. Now, inside a European-style castle. Gecko Moria, who was tall and bloated, nearly 7 meters tall, clutched his abdomen in pain while a thin stream of cold sweat broke out on his head. Feeling excruciating pain and extremely weak, he glared angrily at the thin, mummy-like figure in front of him. Full of anger and unwillingness, he reveals a murderous intent. Who on earth are you? Hey, Moria, don't you remember me? The mummy, covered in bandages, was smiling sinisterly. He slowly untied the bandages around his body, revealing his somewhat thin figure. You are. Staring at the other person, Moria's pupil shrank sharply. Life return, release. But in the blink of an eye, the seemingly thin figure clenched his fists and let out a low shout. Crack. Crack. All the bones in the person in front of him rang in unison, and his whole body kept rising, expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye. He transformed into a black-haired boy about 3 meters tall with an unbelievably strong physique and a handsome face. With a slightly immature face, he looked only 16 or 17 years old. Seems high-spirited and full of energy. Luke? Moria's eyes were spitting fire, and he gritted his teeth. You bastard. How could he not know this young man? Because just a few days ago, he took away the shadow of the other party. What is even more shocking is this guy's identity. Black Prison, Obask Luke. He's as famous as Rob Lucci and is known as the strongest genius in CP9S in the past 800 years. For some unknown reason, half a month ago, he suddenly killed his boss and defected. The outraged world government directly offered a bounty of 200 million belly. Unfortunately, he strayed into the Florian Triangle and was targeted by him. He relied on the power of the shadow fruit to defeat him, take away his shadow, and create the strongest zombie, Demonors. What really impressed Moria was this. A lackey brainwashed and trained by the world government actually possesses the rare conqueror hockey. He thought he valued the other party enough. In order to prevent this guy from causing trouble, all his limbs were handcuffed, and he was locked in a prison at the bottom of the castle. Unexpectedly, Luke escaped from prison in just a few days. He also disguised himself as a zombie and poisoned him. Doppelman. Suddenly, just as Moria was about to use his ability, his expression changed drastically. His shadow fruit ability was actually unable to be activated. At first, he only felt weak, which was due to the poisoning. Is this sea stone? He woke up. Looking at the fruit platters scattered on the floor. He looked at the other party angrily, and his heart sank to the bottom. You guy. Actually put sea stone in the food? I have to say that being too big does have risks. Luke looked directly at Moria, who was as weakly lying on the ground, and said sarcastically, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself. It's because you're too conceited. You really think that by handcuffing my limbs, you can control my life? I am a killing machine trained by the world government, a senior agent specializing in assassination missions. What if I let you use my shadow to create the strongest zombie? I don't have to fight with that guy to the end to get my shadow back. He is full of playfulness. Gecko Moria was poisoned through the food he had specially prepared for him. His strength cannot be used at all. And, in the fruit platter, he deliberately hid a sea stone inside. It was embedded in the ring he carried with him and was specially used to deal with devil fruit users. He picked it up and put it on the fruit platter. Moria, who is more than 7 meters tall and looks like a little giant, can be said to be swallowing everything in a hurry without paying much attention at all. If he had been more vigilant, his plan might not have succeeded so easily. But Gecko Moria has been living a comfortable life for too long. There was no sense of vigilance at all. He didn't notice it at all. By the way, I forgot to tell you. Luke twisted his neck and said with a sneer, 3 of your subordinates have been subdued by me. He knew everything about Moria's 3 subordinates. Of course, it is impossible to be unprepared. For Ghost Princess, Perona. She had been knocked unconscious by the drug. and Absalom was knocked unconscious by him. Then, he handcuffed them with a sea stone, disguised them as a zombie, and locked them in the cellar. As for the genius surgeon Dr. Hogback, he has the lowest combat power, and he is not a devil fruit user, so he is not a threat. It wasn't until he was about to take action against Gecko Moria that he caught him and knocked him unconscious. He was tied up and locked up in his bedroom. "Come here." Moria looked livid and shouted loudly. He felt numb all over his body and had abdominal cramps. Just as he was about to rush towards Luke, he stumbled and fell to one knee. Then he vomited blood and appeared more pale. "Stop screaming, it's useless." Luke looked at the other party and said with some contempt, "All the zombies in this castle were tricked by me into going to the church in Absalom's name. I announce that he is going to hold a wedding with a beautiful woman he just captured, and all the zombies must be present to watch the ceremony." Changing voice, disguise, lurking. For him, as an elite agent of CP9, it couldn't be easier. Deceive these zombies who have no IQ. It can be said that it is a piece of cake. One of the 3 zombie generals under Gecko Moria, Absalom, who has the ability of clear fruit, is an out-and-out lustful person. However, he has an ugly appearance, and through Dr. Hogback's surgery, he transforms himself into an inhuman being. No woman can even look at him. So, for this guy, after he steals a beauty, he can't wait to hold a wedding. The zombies had no suspicion. "Ors, come back here." Moria struggled and screamed. "It's too late. And I won't give you such a chance. I was afraid that the damage would be too big on this giant ship, so I arranged for it to be on the other side of the ship." After Luke said this, he no longer dragged the situation. His eyes showed murderous intent, and he rushed out decisively. The next moment, a ruthless offensive was launched. Finger gun. The index finger of his right hand stretched out as fast as lightning. Whoosh, whoosh. He kept stabbing out like bullets, tearing Gecko Moria's body apart. Chapter 2, Shadow Fruit. How? What happened? The shadow inside my body. Damn it, the shadow is leaving. No. Moria-sama. On the thriller bark. Not far from the castle. In a gorgeous but eerie church, countless zombies of strange shapes gathered here. They were originally going to attend Absalom's wedding, one of the 3 zombie generals, but instead of waiting for the bride and groom to arrive, they were met with a nightmare of despair. They all screamed and struggled in pain, full of fear and anxiety. But they still opened his mouth involuntarily, and dark shadows rose into the sky and flew in all directions. And on the other side of the thriller bark. Bang. Bang. Damn. What happened? The earth shook. A cloud of smoke and dust rises up. A huge, exaggerated figure that covered the sky also roared unwillingly. It sounds like a loud bell, and the terrifying sound numbs people's scalp. Damn it. No matter how unwilling and hard he struggles, he still opens his mouth uncontrollably. Brush. A black shadow separated from its body and rushed towards the direction of the castle. An unbelievably huge body that was tens of meters tall. It seemed that all of a sudden, it lost its source of strength. It collapsed there with a bang. Boom. For a while, the whole giant ship seemed to tremble violently. Rocks flew, and smoke rose everywhere. Astonishing wind pressure was raging, and the waves were surging on the sea. It makes one break into a cold sweat. This is Shadow. My shadow. My shadow is back. Great. We can leave. Thank God. Whoa. And deep in the forest, faintly, there were bursts of screams. A pirate and businessman who passed through this devilish sea in the past but was snatched away by Gecko Moria and was forced to be trapped on a terrifying ship, unable to escape or see the sun. Everyone was ecstatic and cried with joy. And at this moment, inside the gorgeous castle, looking at the tall figure covered in blood lying on the ground with wide open eyes, Obask Luke, who didn't care about the outside world at all, looked calm. He took the hand towel next to him and wiped the blood on his hands slowly. Are you back? Looking at the shadow at his feet, he chuckled. He was an orphan born on an island in the Grand Line. Born with the awakened observation hockey, he can easily cover the entire island, senses the target's breath and emotions, and even directly determine whether the other party has hidden malice. Adopted by an orphanage funded by the world government. Due to his astonishing food intake and his body, which is far beyond that of ordinary people, CP agents noticed him. He was then taken to the CP training base for brainwashing and training. With his amazing talent, he stood out and became another shining star who has attracted as much attention as Rob Lucci. When he was 8 years old, he accidentally injured his head during a training session. After waking up, he began to remember his previous life memory and finally understood what kind of world he had entered. From that moment on, he was unwilling to be mediocre and be the lackey of the world government, so he began to secretly hide his strength. and exercise harder than usual. He grits his teeth and puts 100 times more effort than others, practicing day and night. Even when others thought he was asleep, he still stayed awake and meditated to comprehend life's return. With his own talent and hard work, at the age of 12, he had mastered all 6 styles, and at the age of 15, he had mastered the life return. Today, Luke, who just turned 17 not long ago, has already exceeded the 5,000 power level. Not only was he born with observation hockey, but he also honed it to perfection. And he has already mastered armament hockey. He has become the truly strongest person in CP9 for the past 800 years. But being cautious by nature, he has always kept a low profile and hid his true strength. Externally, he only shows talent and strength that is almost the same as Rob Lucci but slightly surpasses him without seeming too exaggerated. Until half a month ago, he received orders from Spandam, the chief commander of CP9. He was asked to follow Rob Lucci and others to the Galley Law Company in the Water 7 as an undercover agent or as a boatman. He didn't want to waste precious time like Rob Lucci and his team in the original trajectory, and he didn't want the world government to easily get the Pluton blueprints. So, he refuses decisively and wants to shirk the responsibility. Originally, Spandam had already agreed. As a result, he bumped into the former CP9 chief commander, who happened to be coming from the Holy Land to visit his son. Seeing that his son, the dignified chief of CP9, actually gave in because of the opinions of a CP9 member, Spandam was extremely dissatisfied and overbearingly vetoed Luke's opinions and tried to use his power to force him to go. The irritated Luke first pretended to be helpless and agreed. After Rob Lucci and others set out first, he turned around without hesitation and killed Spandam and Spandam, the father and son who he had long been displeasing with. He even snatched 2 devil fruits that had just been escorted to an ice lobby and were about to be sent to the Holy Land Marriages through the giant vortex current connecting the 3 major agencies of the world government. Then, he defected directly and magnificently. Unfortunately, he encountered a huge storm. He strayed into the Florian Triangle and broke into the Thriller Bark. He was even targeted by Gecko Moria, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. After a fierce battle, he was finally crushed by Moria, who had greatly increased his strength after absorbing hundreds of shadows. After waking up, he found that he had not only lost his shadow, but he was imprisoned by Moria at the bottom of the castle. Therefore, Luke, unwilling to be slaughtered by others, began his own revenge plan. Relying on the already extremely skilled life return, the broken and dislocated bones were put back into place. After he recovered a lot from his serious injuries, he directly used life return to greatly reduce his size and escape. With the life return, he changed his body shape, disguised himself as a zombie, and waited for opportunities to act. He also saw his own zombie, the Daemonors. It is definitely different from the original Max version, and not only is it proficient in the 6, but it may also be the kind that has mastered hockey. However, as an elite CP9 trained by the world government, how could Luke be stupid enough to confront someone head-on? The results apparently went well. Being suppressed by Kaido and completely losing his spirit, coupled with the excessively comfortable life for many years, the former West Blue hero completely let down his guard. What should I do next? After Luke just turned around, he accidentally caught a glimpse of the plate of fruits next to him. Then his pupils couldn't help but shrink, and he stood there blankly. That is, I don't know when it started. A round fruit wrapped in large leaves, with strange patterns has quietly appeared on it. Permsha, shadow fruit? Luke steps forward subconsciously. After picking up the fruit, Luke was in a daze. Having seen the devil fruit encyclopedia before, he naturally recognized this fruit. This is clearly the shadow fruit that belongs to Moria. It seems that after the other person's death, the demon escaped from his body and was reborn directly. But he didn't expect that it would appear in front of him like this. Allah, does this mean you chose me? Luke stared at the shadow fruit and smiled lightly. Although it's not that he doesn't have other options, he doesn't necessarily have to choose it. But he had to admit that he was a little moved. After all, no matter how the version changes, the ability of shadow fruit is one of the very buggy abilities. Gecko Moria, the guy who was tortured by Kaido and lost his spirit and became a fat nerd, didn't fully unleash its power. Chapter 3, The Birth of the Lord of Shadow TSK. It's so disgusting. After a while inside the castle, without hesitation for long, Luke made up his mind. Resisting the indescribable feeling of nausea, he swallowed the whole fruit. His face turned purple and blue, and it took him a long time to recover. What an interesting ability. Closing his eyes and feeling the changes in his body, he tried to use the ability he had just obtained. The dark shadow under his feet seemed to have self-awareness. It circled on the ground like a shark. Swish. Soon, it split like a branch. It turned into one black tentacle after another and moved in the air. Kai. In an instant, the extremely thick wall was pierced directly by those sharp shadow tentacles as if it were tofu. It made people's scalps numb. Next, it's time to deal with those guys. After a moment of practice, with his strong talent, Luke quickly adapted to his new abilities and was able to use them skillfully. Then he looked out the gloomy window with a burning gaze while showing a playful smile. He was not a good guy. If he let go of the pirates and merchants trapped here, then where would he find tools and materials for experimenting with the shadow fruit? Moreover, even if he did not obtain the shadow fruit, he was not prepared to let these guys go. Because he had made up his mind from the beginning to use the thriller bark as his base camp. How could he risk having his information leaked out? As a member of CP9, he would not underestimate the intelligence capabilities of the world government at all. CP's spies are omnipresent. It's not just talk. Hee. Are you all here? In the forest outside the castle. There's a large number of skinny and scary figures. They hid in the forest in groups of 3 or 5 but did not rush out. There were no less than 200 or 300 people. These were pirates, merchants, and travelers who had mistakenly entered this sea area or passed through the nearby sea area and were lured here by Gecko Moria, and were unfortunately trapped on the island. They had not seen the sun for a long time and were malnourished. Many people looked like evil spirits and zombies, which was a bit scary. Obviously, seeing the shadow suddenly return, they wanted to confirm what happened. See if they had a chance to escape from here next. It's too troublesome to deal with them one by one. Luke looked calm. He jumped directly onto the huge window and looked out. Buzz, the next moment. Luke's eyes suddenly shone. An unparalleled momentum spread out from him. With the castle as the center, it swept in all directions. Plop, plop. Invisible mental shock. These pirates and merchants did not have much strength. One by one, their eyes rolled back, they foamed at their mouth, and fainted. Conqueror's hockey. When Luke recovers his memory from his previous life, because his entire brain was strongly stimulated, he awakened his conqueror hockey. But he has always hidden it and has never revealed it to others. He has only continued to explore and try in secret. After years of hard work, he's finally able to control it freely and accurately. Sure enough, Conqueror's hockey is closely related to spirit. Luke opened his arms. At this moment, he looked high-spirited. Since I made up my mind to break away from the world government, even Conqueror's hockey, which has been making little progress, has begun to improve a lot. He can feel it. Ever since, he really made up his mind to abandon his identity as CP9. Even if we have to face the endless pursuit of the behemoth world government in the future, he must live his own wonderful life on this sea without being dominated or instigated by anyone. From that moment on, it was as if he had broken free from some invisible shackles and restraints. His conqueror hockey, which had been making little progress, seemed to have reached a higher level. His whole spirit began to grow. Shadow clone. All of a sudden, the shadow under his feet suddenly left the ground. It expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye and turned into a pitch-black human form. Although it was pitch black and its face could not be seen clearly, his appearance was exactly the same as Luke himself. I'll leave it to you, bring them all back. In the blink of an eye, the dark shadow, as if he had self-awareness, turned into a large number of bats. And with an alarming speed, it rushed out the window. Clang. Bang. Bang. In Moria's bedroom, Luke began to rummage through the boxes and searched carefully. A warlord can't possibly only have this little treasure, right? He had already sneaked in and searched the treasure house above this castle. In addition to a large amount of cash, there were quite a few gold, silver, and jewelry. But in total, it is only 200 to 300 million belly. For ordinary little pirates, this is already an astronomical sum of money. But for Gecko Moria, a warlord, it is obviously not in line with his identity. Of course, this guy was beaten to a pulp by Kaido and became a ruined house. Over the years, he has been hiding in the Florian Triangle's foggy sea. It's not like other warlords who attack everywhere, or directly use the identity of warlord to run various illegal profit-making businesses to become bigger and stronger. He simply plundered passing ships on nearby routes, so he accumulated less treasure. That's normal. But it's a little strange. This guy is obsessed with robbing tombs, digging up the corpses of strong men, and creating powerful zombies. As a senior tomb robber, logically speaking, there shouldn't be only this little treasure. Sure enough, just as I said. Luke smiled as he looked at the 4 treasure maps found in a secret compartment. 3 of them are full of traces of time. There is also a faint smell of earth. Apparently, they are unearthed cultural relics. While the last one, it looks relatively new. Most likely Moria's own treasure map. Captain John's treasure map? Looking at one of the old treasure maps that looked like ghost drawings, Luke couldn't help but narrow his eyes. If he remembered correctly, Moria had indeed robbed Captain John's tomb. And he turned Captain John's body into a zombie. The key is that a burial armband inlaid with gems fell into Moria's hands. It seems that thing has something to do with Captain John's treasure. If this treasure map is true, maybe that armband is the key to unlocking this treasure map. I can't thank you enough, Moria. Luke smiled. Looking down at Moria's wide-eyed, lifeless body, he said with a bit of sarcasm, these treasures can save me a lot of trouble. Next, just keep your eyes open and watch carefully. Who is truly the most suitable person for the shadow fruit? Chapter 4, Hogback and Perona. After a long time, Dr. Hogback, Absalom, and Perona slowly regained their consciousness one after another and woke up from the coma. Woo. They found themselves locked in sea-stone handcuffs, unable to move or even open their gagged mouth. Their expressions changed drastically, and they couldn't help but struggle while full of fear and uneasiness. And what makes them scared is, next to them, there was a tall, bloody figure lying. Surprisingly, it is their captain, Gecko Moria. They couldn't believe their eyes. Moria's miserable death made them even more frightened and feel chill. It's really unimaginable. As a famous pirate with a bounty that was as high as 320 million belly more than 10 years ago, their master, Gecko Moria, was actually killed like this. Allah, are you all awake? The door opens. Luke's tall figure walked in. The three zombie generals, Hogback, Absalom, and Perona's eyes could not help but widen and look at each other in disbelief. They obviously recognized Luke. They heard that this boy had joined CP9 at the age of 12. Half a month ago, he had the audacity to kill his boss and was wanted by the world government. But they were impressed by his incredible strength. If it weren't for the ability of the shadow fruit, Gecko Moria might not even be able to defeat him. But didn't Moria take away his shadow and use it to create the strongest zombie? Sorry, your respected Moria-sama is dead. Looking at the three people full of shock and fear, Luke pulled up a chair and sat there with his legs crossed while smiling strangely. From now on, I am the boss of this ship. This is also fate's arrangement. Ha ha ha. Bastard, Moria-sama. You. Looking at Moria's bloody and miserable corpse. Absalom, Perona, and Hogback were locked in sea-stone handcuffs and tied up. At the same time, they all stared at Luke fiercely. They never thought of it. Due to their carelessness, they were caught so easily by the other party. Even Moria-sama, whom they considered invincible, was killed. Oh. Moria-sama. Perona was horrified, and she couldn't help but cry. Tears were streaming down her face, and she looked extremely sad. Because she was adopted by the other party when she was very young. To her, Moria is like her adoptive father. It was inevitable to be very sad to see the other person being killed like this. Haha. And Luke chuckled, not in a hurry to do anything. He just sat there with his legs crossed. That is. At this time, in the shocked eyes of the three zombie generals, a black shadow flew in from the window. It was holding a black box that was somewhat dirty and covered in mud. Is it finally here? Luke smiled and took the treasure box from the shadow clone. This was something he snatched from the world government's escort ship before he defected. While being pursued by Marine, he accidentally encountered a storm and broke into the sea area covered by thick fog. When he saw this terrifying ship, he already realized that something was wrong. He knew that he was probably being targeted by Gecko Moria. Without hesitation, he hid it on the coast of the thriller bark in advance. It was only now that he asked the shadow clone to take it out. Wait a minute, you. For a moment, it was like seeing a ghost. The voices of Dr. Hogback and Absalom were trembling. Their eyes couldn't help but widen as they looked at Luke in front of them in shock. How come you have Moria-sama's abilities? What? They were originally sad because of Moria's death. Perona, who was a bit confused, came to her senses and was shocked. Is this the ability of the shadow fruit? She stared blankly at the black figure standing upright, similar to Luke's figure. Looking at Luke in horror, she couldn't believe it and cried out hysterically, "You actually got Moria-sama's ability?" The three of them couldn't help but be filled with fear and felt chills all over their bodies. After the person with the devil fruit dies, won't the devil fruit ability be reborn randomly? Why does the other party have the ability to use the shadow fruit? Ha 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 ha, it's incredible, right? I'm also shocked. Luke had no intention of being secretive. He bared his teeth and said, I can only say that it chose me. I never thought about becoming a shadow fruit user, but it just happened to appear in front of me. It's not like he has no other options. At first, he was really not prepared to take the power of the shadow fruit because he knew that there was little hope. Moreover, whether it is a devil fruit that he accidentally obtained and intercepted privately while performing a mission in CP9 or the two devil fruit that he snatched from the world government half a month ago, it's also a very good ability. However, Luke, who has a relatively high vision, has no intention of becoming a devil fruit user immediately just because he has one. He didn't make up his mind and just hid them. After killing Moria, this Paramsha devil fruit was miraculously reborn in front of him. Only then did Luke make up his mind. Chose it. What? Hearing his words, the three were all shocked. They looked at Luke in disbelief. After Moria died, his shadow fruit was reborn directly in front of the other party? How can this be? I have to say. Luke raised his right hand slightly and clenched it into a fist. Luke said with high spirits, "Destiny is so wonderful. Then, it's time for you three to make a choice." Looking down at the three people with horrified expressions, he bared his teeth and smiled sinisterly. "Submit to me, or follow Moria to death?" "Wait, I am willing to surrender and be loyal to you, Obaskuk-sama," Dr. Hogback said hurriedly. Of course he knew the other party's name, because there had been relevant reports in the newspapers a few days ago. Black Prison, Obaskuk, was once an agent affiliated with CP9. Due to unknown reasons, he suddenly defected, killed his boss and was wanted by the world government and have a bounty of 200 million belly. A few days ago, they witnessed the fierce battle between the other party and Moria with their own eyes. It's simply unbelievably earth-shattering. If it weren't for the ability of the shadow fruit, Moria can't take this guy down at all. And now, after Moria's death, Obaskuk inexplicably obtained his devil fruit ability. In no time, Luke's strength will surely surpass that of Moria. In this case, any fool knows how to choose. He had no intention of being buried with Moria. Dr. Hogback. Absalom's expression changed, and he glared at the other party angrily. "Are you going to betray Moria-sama? Moria-sama is his benefactor. But he was killed by the person in front of him. How could he give in so easily and serve the other party? Fart. What kind of betrayal? Moria-sama and I," Dr. Hogback said excitedly. "No, Moria. We just have a cooperative relationship, not to mention he is dead now. Don't forget, the premise that I was willing to cooperate with that guy at the beginning was because he could use the power of the shadow fruit to resurrect Sindri. As a result, in the battle with Luke-sama a few days ago, that bastard Moria not only absorbed Sindri's shadow, but her body was destroyed beyond repair, making me have to cremate my beloved Sindri. Speaking of which, Hogback couldn't help but grit his teeth. He almost fell out with Gecko Moria because Sindri's body was destroyed. For this reason, he was still sad after 3 days and 3 nights. "Oh?" Luke's eyebrows raised. "Is there such a thing?" A few days ago, when he first broke into the Thriller Bark, faced with Moria, who has set his sights on him, he defeated many zombies along the way until he reached the castle. Originally, he wanted to talk to Gecko Moria, but he was too conceited and directly rejected his proposal to cooperate. After a brief confrontation, it turned out that he was still unable to defeat himself. He was also afraid that he would directly destroy the castle in the battle, so he had to swallow a large number of shadows, greatly increasing his own strength and crushing Luke with his overwhelming power. Unexpectedly, Morian accidentally destroyed Sindri's body during the battle. For that poor woman, though, this is actually the best ending. Of course, these are not your fault, Luke-sama. Dr. Hogback smiled sarcastically. He took a deep breath and said to Absalom, "The most important thing is that the shadow fruit chose Luke-sama. Isn't this saying that Luke-sama is the man who can become the Pirate King?" Although Hogback wants to flatter Luke, it is indeed true that devil fruit will randomly regenerate after the death of the user. This is common knowledge in Grand Line. It stands to reason that under normal circumstances, the regenerated shadow fruit should appear in an unknown corner of the sea. How could it be such a coincidence that it was reborn directly in front of Luke? He had to believe it. This might really be fate. Wise choice. Luke snapped his fingers. He looked at Dr. Hogback with admiration. "I just like to deal with smart people. Although the other party is a complete villain. But at least that medical skill is real and has enough value to it. As long as he is obedient, he doesn't mind keeping the other party. After all, even he can't guarantee that he won't get hurt or sick. It will be bad if there isn't a good doctor on the ship." Chapter 5, 3 Devil Fruits? Repair fruit. So, inside the room, Luke sat while smiling. His fingers gently lifted Perona's chin. "What's your choice?" He looked down at this little ghost princess with a pear-shaped face and felt pity for her. With a height of 1.6 meters, she looks a little petite, with a pretty and charming appearance. If he remembers correctly, this girl must have just turned 18. She is completely illegal. Lie. "Do not kill me." The handsome face in front of her, in Perona's eyes, already looked like a demon. Her pale face was stained with tears, and her whole body was trembling due to fear. Without hesitation, she said loudly, "I am also willing to work for you." Although she hated the other party for killing Moria, Perona didn't want to die in vain. Moreover, What Dr. Hogback said makes sense. Moria-sama was killed by the opponent, but the power of the shadow fruit appeared in front of this man. Wasn't it the shadow fruit that chose him? She also wants to know how far the other party can go in the future. I'm so sorry, Moria-sama, please forgive my cowardice. I'm still so young and don't want to die so early. I will pay homage to you on time every year. Woo, very good. Luke smiled and let go of Perona. Looking to the side, Absalom was looking at him with fear. Wait, I am also willing to serve you, Luke-sama. Absalom said hurriedly with a cold sweat on his head. But in those panicked eyes, there was a hint of resentment that could not be concealed, and there was a deep malice in his heart. But what replies to him is Luke's sneer. Yeah? Without warning, he kicked out violently. He kicked directly towards the ugly face with the lion's mouth sewn together. Boom. Ah! Blood splattered. Absalom screamed with a bloody head. The expressions of Perona and Hogback changed drastically, and they were a little frightened. Are you thinking about how to kill me? Luke's face was expressionless. His right foot, wearing shiny black leather shoes, stepped on Absalom's face unceremoniously and crushed it hard. I'll teach you a lesson for free. When you lie in your next life, remember to hide the malice in your eyes. Ah! Absalom screamed, and then he fainted due to pain. Faintly, there was a slight cracking sound from his skull. Both Hogback and Perona couldn't help but feel numbness in their scalps. Bang! Under Luke's control, the dark shadow seemed to have an entity and directly turned into a black tentacle that directly penetrated into the keyhole, unlocking the sea-stone handcuffs on Dr. Hogback and Perona's hand. For him, a user with the ability of the shadow fruit. As long as the main body does not directly touch the sea-stone, the shadow he controls can touch the sea-stone. It's just that the zombies created by plundering other people's shadows will be restrained by seawater and salt. Ho! After gaining freedom, the two people who survived the disaster could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Looking at Absalom, who was covered in blood and fell unconscious after being tortured. They were a little frightened, but at the same time, they were very happy. Click. Luke ignored the two of them and opened the box in his hand. The object inside made Perona and Hogback's eyes widen. They saw 3 weird-shaped fruits quietly placed there. There is also a name on it. Repair fruit, cat fruit, model, leopard, zone type, rat fruit, model, side weasel, mythical zone type, hiss, 3 devil fruit? Both Hogback and Perona's eyes widened as they gasped. They never expected that the other party actually had so many devil fruits. Moreover, there is also a legendary mythical zone. They had heard that Moria-sama says it is rarer than Logia. Hogback, you must not be a devil fruit user, right? Glancing at Dr. Hogback, then looking back at the 3 devil fruits, Luke thought for a moment. He picked up the Parimsha, repair fruit and threw it directly to the other party. This devil fruit is given to you. Honestly, even Luke didn't expect it at first. The world government can give him such a big surprise before leaving. When he defected, he snatched the cat fruit, model, leopard and rat fruit, model, side weasel, directly from the world government escort ship that had just arrived at Enai's lobby. This is why Luke's bounty is so high. As for the repair fruit, when he joined the CP9 2 years ago, he accidentally obtained it when he was sent to a kingdom in South Blue to perform an assassination mission. He intercepted it privately and did not turn it over to the world government. Not to mention the ability of the cat fruit, model, leopard, it is just an ordinary zone. Regardless of whether it is repair fruit, or rat fruit, model, scythe weasel, generally speaking, they are quite good. But it still failed to meet Luke's psychological expectations. So, he has been hesitant and has not made up his mind to eat any of it. In the end, he chose the Parimsha shadow fruit that appeared in front of him. Gulu. This is the repair fruit? Hogback subconsciously caught the fruit thrown by Luke. Dr. Hogback swallowed his saliva and couldn't help being overjoyed. Luke-sama, do you really want to give it to me? Even Perona, on the side, could not help but be filled with astonishment. She couldn't believe it. They were just forced to join, right? Is the other party so generous? Aren't you afraid of their betrayal? For you, a doctor, I think you should be very clear about the value of this fruit, right? Luke asked with a smile. Repair fruit, according to the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia. Its ability is very simple, it can repair the targets. Whether it is a living body or a non-living body, it is truly a buggy ability. For the profession of doctor, the desire for it is definitely second only to op fruit. Certainly. Dr. Hogback nodded repeatedly. He had seen the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia when he was young, and of course, he knew the value of this devil fruit. For doctors, it is simply priceless. After putting away the other devil fruit, Luke patted him on the shoulder. full of confidence, and said with a chuckle, I am different from Moria, who was completely beaten by Kaido and lost his spirit and was unable to recover. Follow me, your future will never stop here. Although his observation haki cannot listen to other people's voices. However, it can accurately sense the target's emotions and even determine whether the other party is malicious. If the two of them want to fool him, it couldn't be hidden from his perception at all. Don't let me down, Dr. Hogback. Just the ability of a repair fruit. For him, it was worth it to train an excellent ship doctor. However, Dr. Hogback is still very weak. But it doesn't matter, just strengthen it slowly next time. Anyway, he didn't expect the other party to become a cadre at the level of 3 disasters. Just has a certain ability to protect himself and doesn't hold him back. Thank you so much, Luke-sama. Dr. Hogback was a little overjoyed and full of excitement. I will work hard for you, and I will do my best without any hesitation. After saying that, he couldn't wait to grab the fruit and take a bite. Ugh! His face turned purple all of a sudden, and he covered his mouth. It tastes just like the rumors. Hee hee, idiot, who told you to be so impatient? Feeling Luke wasn't just about taking advantage of them. But he really intends to take the two of them as his subordinates. He even gave a precious devil fruit to Dr. Hogback. Perona, who had relaxed a little, felt a little gloating when she saw the other party was in trouble. Stop blabbering. Perona, you. Dr. Hogback bared his teeth. This is one of the devil fruit that countless doctors dream of, in addition to the legendary op fruit. Seeing someone as powerful as Moria being killed so easily. Having just faced the threat of a strong man like Luke and witnessed Absalom's tragic situation with his own eyes, he realized how weak he was, and of course, he longed for greater power. Although it is impossible to compete with those ridiculously powerful monsters, at least it can give him some sense of security. Especially repair fruit for a doctor like him. It is simply a dream ability. Remember to take care of Moria's body and freeze it first. Then Luke uses Moria's clothes to wipe the blood on his leather shoes. Glancing at the cold body and the unconscious Absalom, Luke ordered, as for this guy, lock him up first, and don't let him escape. Although this guy is very weak. But as the clear fruit user, maybe he can come in handy in the future. Yes, Luke-sama. Dr. Hogback nodded hurriedly. He is now 100% confident. There is a much better future for following this master than following Moria. That kind of courage alone is not comparable to that of the dead Moria. In addition, I have asked the shadow clones to arrest the other people on this island. Luke pointed outside. Glancing at Dr. Hogback, who was inexplicably excited, he continued to give instructions. You go and lock them all up, they still have some residual value. Yes, Dr. Hogback nodded repeatedly. Still a little immersed in the joy of obtaining the repair fruit. He's full of ecstasy and unable to extricate himself. Then I'll leave it to you. Next, you can get familiar with your newly acquired abilities. After explaining, Luke stretched his back. He stood up and walked outside. Perona, come with me. His please walk slowly. After watching Luke leave with Perona, Dr. Hogback looked at Moria's little giant-like body. He couldn't help but grin and laugh strangely. Moria-sama, I'm sorry. Now that he has made up his mind to follow Luke, then of course he have to do what the other party tells him and show his loyalty as much as possible. Chapter 6, Perona, I'm very angry now ta. In the long corridor, the clear sound of footsteps kept echoing. Looking at the back of the unguarded figure walking straight ahead. The expression on Perona's face, who was following behind, was changing, with entanglement and hesitation in her eyes. She really wants to use her devil fruit ability and rely on the negative hollow to make the opponent lose the power to resist. To avenge her respected Moria-sama. But in the end, she didn't dare to take action. Well, Luke-sama. Feeling a little uneasy, she asked cautiously, do you need me to do anything? Woo, Moria-sama, it's not that I don't want to avenge you, it's just that this guy is too scary. I thought you would use the power of your devil fruit to sneak attack. Luke paused, then he turned around and looked at her with a smile. His sharp gaze seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. It looks like you're not that stupid after all. Perona's heart skipped a beat. She was a little panicked and covered in cold sweat. Then she subconsciously dodged Luke's falcon-like gaze and dared not to look directly at him as she hurriedly waved her hands. How could it be? Her back was soaked with cold sweat. The other party is indeed an agent from the CP9, and he is clearly aware of her devil fruit abilities. Fortunately, she didn't take action. So, Luke gently pinched Perona's chin. His dark eyes looked directly into her eyes, which were subconsciously dodging because of her guilty conscience, and he asked with a smile, tell me, what were you thinking just now? Even if he can't read Perona's mind directly. But how could the other party's emotional changes be hidden from him? At one time, she showed malice, and at another time, it was suppressed by reason. Apparently, she had repeatedly debated whether to take action against him. What? Hearing this, Perona's face turned pale, and she sweated profusely. She looked at the ridiculously young figure in front of her with horror. Can this guy directly read people's minds? This is the final warning. Luke gently stroked her smooth cheeks with a smile on his face while speaking calmly. It's just this once, it won't happen next time. He could naturally guess what Perona was thinking. As an elite CP9 agent, he is not just a master of force. He is a master of psychology, and combined with his innate observation of hockey, he can easily guess the other person's heart. But what is needed is this fear of the unknown. Yes, I definitely don't dare anymore, Luke-sama. Perona was sweating coldly while full of panic and uneasiness as she begged for mercy. Patting her breasts, which were beginning to take shape, she promised with her heart. Although the death penalty can be avoided, living crime cannot be avoided. Stroking her smooth face and looking at her big round eyes, Luke said playfully, "You have made a mistake, and you should be punished." Ah. After hearing Luke say this, Perona, who thought everything was okay and had just breathed a sigh of relief, couldn't help but feel her heart jump again. Suddenly, she became a little nervous. Click. A door was opened. Perona's eyes widened. Isn't his her room? Although she was confused, she could only bite the bullet and follow Luke in. The door closed with a bang. Luke boldly and pretentiously sat on the sofa while looking at Perona, standing there anxiously as she waited for her fate. He neatly threw over a sea-stone handcuff and said expressionlessly, "Perona, I'm very angry now. You have betrayed my trust. In view of your behavior and dangerous abilities, you will wear sea-stone handcuffs until you pass my test again." Sea-stone? Perona was in a daze. Why is the other party still carrying a pair of sea-stone handcuffs? Is it used specifically to deal with herself? She was full of remorse and begged with a bitter face, "Luke-sama, I know I was wrong, and I will never dare to do it again. Can I not wear this?" Luke's eyes suddenly narrowed, and his voice rose. I'll wear it, I'll wear it." Perona pursed her lips and almost cried while putting on the sea-stone handcuffs. The next moment, she became powerless again, and her devil fruit abilities could no longer be used. Then Luke-sama. Looking at the figure in front of her, who is younger than herself but looks like a devil, Perona couldn't help but swallow her saliva and asked nervously, "I know I was wrong. How can I pass your test and regain your trust?" Now, her intestines are full of regret. She wishes she could slap her past self in the face and think about something else. If she stays by the other party's side obediently, won't you be able to continue to be a cadre on the Thriller Bark as before? Besides, she didn't want to wear this thing every day. She feels so weak and miserable. That depends on your performance. Luke stroked her pretty face and said with a smile, "I promise to be obedient and do whatever you say." Perona hastily reassures Luke. This little girl was really frightened. "Okay, you go prepare the bath water first." Luke leaned back on the sofa and closed his eyes there to relax. In the past few days, he had put a lot of thought into tonight's plan. He really needs to relax. Originally, if the plan to assassinate Moria failed, he was ready to directly eat the Mythical's own devil fruit. However, compared to Kaido's devil fruit, fish fruit, Azure Dragon model, which is comprehensive and impeccably perfect in all aspects, the general abilities of the rat fruit model, Scythe Weasel, are recorded in the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia. It has sickle-sharp claws and can release wind blades that tear everything apart. This ability is certainly good. But it obviously didn't meet his expectations. Therefore, Luke has not made up his mind for a long time. Unexpectedly, he accidentally became the shadow fruit user. He was originally just preparing to take control of the Thriller Bark. But he completely takes everything away from Moria. Ah. Perona was completely stunned. Wasn't this done by the maid? She has never done the job of serving people before. Huh? Is there a problem? Luke opened his eyes and looked at the other party with a frown. No problem. Right away. Chapter 7, Luke's exclusive pillow. The next day, early in the morning. Luke yawned and let go of the pillow in his arms, which felt great, soft, and comfortable. Luke-sama. Perona's pretty face turned red. A pair of big black eyes looked at Luke aggrievedly. Is this guy really treating herself as a pillow? Morning. Luke smiled and looked at this petite legal loli who had just turned 18. He patted the other party's pretty face and said with satisfaction, "You performed well last night, you will continue to work hard in the future." Ah. Perona's eyes widened. Her cute face turned red, and she stared at Luke angrily with her fists clenched. How can this be done? She thought that was the end. This is the first time that she has served others like this. Last night, when she was giving him a bath, she wanted to bite him once to vent her anger. Not to mention that all the advantages have been taken advantage of, and she has been reduced to a pathetic body pillow. Because it feels so comfortable to hold Perona. Luke said as a matter of course. How could such a good pillow be let go like this? You dishonest bastard, I'll fight you. Perona was ashamed and angry. She glared at the other party fiercely, ignored the restraints of sea-stone handcuffs, and threw herself at Luke angrily. But she was easily suppressed by Luke. It's getting late, it's time to get up. After a while, Luke, who had enough fun, stood up and stretched his waist. Looking at Perona, whose face was a little red, her cheeks puffed out, and she was about to cry in grievance. In the little girl's overjoyed eyes, he casually threw the key to the sea-stone handcuffs to the other party, but, as a reward, this is the key to the sea-stone handcuffs. But as a body pillow every night, this is your obligation. Luke has decided there unilaterally. From now on, Perona will be his own exclusive pillow. But until this girl truly surrenders, for the sake of safety, he feels that he still has to put a sea-stone handcuffs on her every night. Humphrey. This guy is so bad. Watching the other party leave and go to wash up. Thinking of last night's experience, Perona couldn't help but feel embarrassed. She just feels a little incredible. The other person's age is even younger than hers. For a moment, she was ashamed and annoyed and made an angry face. Humphrey, if it weren't for the fact that you look so handsome, I wouldn't want to do it. Such Luke-sama is not cute at all. After finishing washing, Luke took Perona to the living room on the castle's first floor. At this time, Dr. Hogback, the former genius surgeon, had been waiting there for a long time. Moreover, there are dark circles under his eyes, which are a bit conspicuous. It's probably because he didn't rest at all last night. Luke-sama. After seeing Luke, Dr. Hogback's eyes lit up. He couldn't wait to step forward and said excitedly, the ability of the repair fruit you gave me is so powerful. I have already repaired those rotting corpses. Oh, is it so? Luke's eyebrows raised. This guy, Dr. Hogback, has been busy all night verifying the ability of the devil fruit he just obtained. There is also the corpse of the swordsman Roma. I have completely repaired him and restored him to his original appearance. Hogback grinned and said happily, as long as you use the ability of the shadow fruit to stuff the shadows, they will be resurrected immediately, and they will definitely be more powerful than before. But that guy, Ors, is too big. I can't move it back. Give me some more time, and I will make him return to his appearance 500 years ago in a more perfect way and become the strongest zombie. Hey, repair them until they look alive? Perona followed Luke out of the room with her just spirit. After hearing Hogback's words, her eyes couldn't help but widen. Hogback, are you telling the truth? She knew the other party's technical level clearly. Although his skills in sewing and repairing corpses were top-notch, he helped Moria-sama create a large number of zombies. But it's impossible to make the corpse the same as when they are alive, right? Is the ability of the repair fruits so exaggerated? Of course. This is the ability of repair fruits that all doctors dream of, Perona. Hogback bared his fangs and smiled strangely. He held his head and his chest high, full of pride. Using his skills, combined with the ability of the repair fruits. Now, it is possible to restore those corpses to the greatest extent, even their original appearance, to achieve the effect of seeming to be alive. It seems that you are well prepared. Looking at the confident Dr. Hogback, Luke couldn't help but chuckle, then I want to see how far the corpse you have repaired can reach. It just so happened that he was also ready to fully verify the ability of the shadow fruit in order to set future goals and directions when developing his abilities. After all, Luke's belief in the shadow fruit's ability is by no means limited to this. On the contrary, there are infinite possibilities. What he wanted to do was to create more than ordinary zombies. It is to allow the shadows robbed from others to be able to move in the form of shadows without the need for animal or human corpses as carriers after being separated from the original body and to be 100% obedient to his orders. Or even let his shadow directly possess the target, turning the other person into his puppet, etc. But is it possible to do this? It remains to be verified. It's a pity that Sindri's body was cremated by me. Woo. Dr. Hogback thought of something, and he suddenly burst into tears. What he really regretted was that it was already too late. Just a few days ago, he had already reluctantly cremated the corpse of his dream girl, Sindri, who was accidentally crushed by Moria. For this reason, Hogback was sad for 3 days and 3 nights. Otherwise, he must ask Luke-sama to use the power of the shadow fruit to create the most perfect Sindri zombie for himself. Here we go again. Perona was speechless. Since Sindri's body was destroyed, this guy wasn't just sad for 3 days and 3 nights. Whenever he remembers his beloved girl, he still cries from time to time without any care for his image. The corners of Luke's mouth twitched. A licking dog who cannot lick and has a twisted mind. This is Luke's evaluation of Dr. Hobaku. It can be said that it started by turning his former dream girl, Sindri, into a zombie. This guy's psychology has begun to gradually become distorted. From the beginning, all he wanted was Sindri's body, not her heart at all. For Dr. Hogback, all he needed was a replacement. Unfortunately, Moria has destroyed this replacement. No wonder this guy rebelled so easily. Chapter 8, Puppet Possession Rumble. Deep inside the castle, the huge cold storage is opened. Various corpses appeared in front of Luke and Perona. Hiss, are you shocked? It's different from the ugly and horrifying skeletons and mummies on the left. The corpses on the right are arranged in an orderly manner. It's so lifelike. Not as rotten as imagined. It was as if they had just died and been frozen. Moreover, the leader was Moria's tall corpse. Even the disastrous wounds caused by Luke's finger have been repaired. Moria-sama. Perona's eyes widened. Full of excitement, she jumped forward while her tears were about to flow out. Luke-sama, except for Moria's body, I have only repaired these zombie generals, including the swordsman Rima and Captain John. Dr. Hogbagu pointed at these corpses and said with pride, I haven't had time to get the other corpses yet. After listening to Luke's suggestion just now, he was no longer obsessed with the destruction of Sindri's body. Instead, he was full of expectations for the future, thinking that after these days of busy work, Luke would completely trust him. Then, apply for an advance of salary for the next 10 or 20 years. Go to a popular auction house in Sabati Archipelago and buy a female slave who is good at singing and dancing. Transform and train her into the perfect Sindri. You did a good job, it was indeed perfect? Luke nodded with satisfaction. Looking at the swordsman Rima's corpse, the previous rotten face is no longer present. Instead, it's replaced by a resolute and aging face. Even the chest, limbs, and other parts showed no traces of decay. It was as if he had really just died. The zombies created by implanting shadows in this way will definitely be able to maintain stronger combat power. He was somewhat looking forward to the appearance of auras after he was completely repaired. Then, are you ready to resurrect these guys? Dr. Hogback asked, full of expectation. Luke-sama, please help me resurrect Kamashi. Perona's eyes lit up. She immediately couldn't wait to beg Luke. At the same time, she deliberately turned her head, gestured toward Dr. Hogback, and said loudly, also, Hogback, please remember to help me transform Kamashi, preferably in a kawaii way. Her favorite zombie toy, Kamashi, has become unable to move due to the loss of its shadow. Naturally, she hopes Luke can recover it. Hiss, I won't help you, you brat. Dr. Hogback was very proud and squeezed the other party. Damn it, you third-rate fat otaku doctor. Perona bared her teeth angrily and glared at this guy. Nani? What did you say? Third-rate fat otaku doctor. Smelly brat. Don't make any noise, be quiet. Luke waved his hand and stopped the quarrel between the two. He walked towards Moria's body. I'm going to do an interesting experiment. In the astonished eyes of Perona and Hogback, you what? Brush. Only the shadow at Luke's feet was seen. As if it had self-awareness, it flew directly up. At a speed visible to the naked eye, it sank into Moria's body. Brush. Without warning, Moria, who was already dead, suddenly opened his eyes. Perona and Hogback were shocked and subconsciously retreated behind Luke. Bang dot bang. Moria stood up, stretched his body there, pumped his fists, and swung his legs. There was a strong wind pressure. Instant transmission. Suddenly, Moria stepped hard. Then he disappeared like lightning and appeared at the other end of the cold storage. If I control it myself, Moria's body will be able to exert considerable fighting power. Staring at Moria, Luke frowned, but, without real consciousness, it is better to plunder other people's shadows and make them into zombies. Through the ability of the shadow fruit, he can implant other people's shadows into corpses to create a zombie with an independent personality. Logically speaking, his own shadow should be more effective. Moreover, maybe it can be made into the most advanced homies like Big Mom. It's useless, Luke-sama. Dr. Hogback reminded Air, Moria-sama has tried this before, but he needs to inject his own shadow into the corpse, and he needs to be distracted all the time to control it. This kind of puppet without self-awareness is not a real zombie at all. This is how Orza's body was brought back. He had seen it before. Moria attached his shadow to Orz. Manipulate this ancient giant who has been dead for hundreds of years and place its huge body in the castle. Yeah? Luke's eyebrows raised. He was not surprised at all. It is impossible that Moria has not tried such an experiment. Bang. He manipulated Moria's body to sit back down. A dark shadow separated directly from his body. Moria returned to his original appearance again. Do you want to turn Moria into a zombie? Dr. Hogback immediately suggests, With the ability of the shadow fruit, only by injecting other people's shadows into the corpse can you create conscious zombies. That's not necessarily true. Luke was non-committal. He believed that the power of the shadow fruit was much more than that. Big Mom's soul fruit can use her own soul to create the most advanced homies. In the same way, the shadow fruit may be able to create the most advanced zombies. Just take some time to develop his own devil fruit abilities in depth. Everything is possible. Dead people can be controlled, but what about living people? Luke's eyes were burning. He looked at Hogback and Perona. He directly selected Perona as the target of the experiment. Perona, stand still and don't move. Luke Sama. Perona was shocked, but there was no time to dodge. In the blink of an eye, under Luke's control, the swift shadow clone had already arrived in front of her. Possessed. It was like a fluid, and it came in directly through her open mouth. Ah! Perona exclaimed. Her whole face turned pale with shock. My body. As if she had lost control of her body, she moved involuntarily and came in front of Luke. Negative ghost. Perona raised her right hand, and a translucent, somewhat eerie ghost flew out from her palm and floated in the air. Gulu. You can actually use Moria-sama's abilities so quickly. Perona felt as if her body was out of control and was being manipulated by invisible forces, and she couldn't break free at all. Perona's face was full of shock, and she couldn't believe it. Moria can also do such a thing. She had seen Moria use her shadow to manipulate corpses or living people. But how long did it take for Luke to gain the shadow fruit? He can already use it so skillfully. Luke-sama, you are indeed powerful, and you are worthy of being chosen by the shadow fruit. Dr. Hogback was also a little surprised. With a flattering smile on his face, he reminded Luke, use the ability of the shadow fruit to control living people and use their devil fruit abilities. It is indeed possible, but it requires a high skill level. Furthermore, if the target's willpower is too strong, they may break free. Even if they can't break free if they resist during the battle, it will still have a great impact. Is that so? Luke nodded. The shadow clone was taken back in the possession of Perona. For a guy like Moria, who has lost his spirit and is completely decadent, there is no need to use such a troublesome way to manipulate others by using shadow clones. Because normally, no matter how strong the pirates in the first half of the Grand Line are, they cannot be stronger than Gecko Moria himself. There is really no need to be distracted by controlling these devil fruit users to fight. He can simply use his shadow to crush the target easily in a simple and crude way. Moreover, Moria, who stayed in the first half of the Grand Line all year round and hid in this foggy sea, rarely encountered those with relatively powerful abilities. But Moria didn't know that at all. This is where the true value of this devil fruit lies. This is an unexpected surprise. The corners of Luke's mouth raised, and his eyes flickered. There are some special devil fruit abilities in this sea, and they are quite useful. Even if it can only be manipulated briefly, it can also play an unexpected role. What's more, just wait until your strength reaches a higher level and develop the ability of the shadow fruit in depth. It may not be impossible to do it, just like manipulating the zombies created by implanting shadows. Turn others into puppets who obey his orders. Chapter 9, Rob Lucci's unwillingness. At this time, not far from the Florian Triangle, the most famous shipbuilding island is the Grand Line, the capital of the Seven Waters. In a dark room, several figures of different shapes are gathered here. If Luke had been here, he would definitely have been able to recognize these people. Surprisingly, they were all CP9 members sent to the Water 7 by Spandam and asked to be undercover next to Fishman Tom's disciple, Iceberg, to investigate the whereabouts of Pluton's blueprints. Rob Lucci, Kaku, Blueno, Khalifa. They are all Luke's companions who he has been training hard every day at the CP training base since they were young. Lucci. Kaku, who had just turned 18 and had a long, square nose, asked helplessly, such a big thing has happened. Are we going to continue to lurk here? Although our identity may be leaked at any time due to Luke's defection, that guy has not shown up so far. It seems that he has no intention of causing trouble. Rob Lucci crossed his arms. He leaned against the wall and said calmly, what's more, there's an order from the above that we should continue to stay here to investigate the information on Pluton's design. In addition, it is to prevent the Pluton design from falling into the hands of that traitor. I heard that our new commander is Spandam's cousin. The former CP5 chief commander. Blueno, who was tall, had black hair combed like horns, and had a fierce face, said helplessly. He's more a dandy guy than Spandam. We are really unlucky. Although Spandam died. However, the top leaders of the world government are not prepared to give them, members of CP9, a chance to rise to power. Another chief was airborne, and he is still a family member related to Spandam. Because of the murder of Spandam and Spandine, That guy may not have a good attitude towards us CP9 members who were closer to Luke in the past. It's unbelievable. Khalifa, who has long blonde hair and wears rimless glasses, said softly, that guy Luke actually did such a thing. Khalifa, I know you have a good relationship with him, but you have to pay attention to your position. Lucci's face was expressionless, and he warned coldly, if your father hadn't been an agent of CP9, I'm afraid you would have been eliminated by the higher-ups. Maybe our new commander is deliberately planning to take revenge on that guy Luke and is always ready to find fault with you. Not only Khalifa but also Keku and Blueno, remember all of you. Now, that guy is no longer our companion. He said so. It's for Khalifa, Blueno, Keku, and others is good. After all, they are killing machines trained by the world government. If you have too many feelings and thoughts that you shouldn't have, they will be directly erased by the higher-ups. They, the elite agents of CP9, know better than anyone else how terrifying the behemoth world government is. There is no thought of resistance at all. I see. Sadness flashed in Khalifa's eyes. She was even more worried, but she didn't dare to show it. The young and handsome figure who always seemed calm and high-spirited flashed through her mind. Luke, is this your choice? They have been together day and night for these years. She and Luke can be said to be very close. Although she always says that she just treats Luke as if he were her younger brother. But in fact, deep in Khalifa's heart, there is already the shadow of the other party. But as killing machines trained by the world government, they are not allowed to have emotions, let alone control their own destiny. In particular, the two are both members of CP9 and are strictly prohibited from falling in love in private. She could only bury that feeling in her heart. Conqueror's hockey. That guy is hiding too deep. Keiko was filled with emotion. In his impression, Luke, who was 1 year younger than him. Although he has been an out-and-out monster since he was a child, he was born with awakened powerful observation hockey and was a genius as famous as Lucci. But his conqueror hockey has never been revealed. He heard that in this unprecedentedly bad Inai's lobby incident, Luke used conqueror's hockey, directly stunning many Marine and government personnel. It can be said that countless people were shocked. Even the members of CP9 who had grown up with Luke could not believe it. If I meet that guy again, I have to kill him with my own hands. Lucci looked gloomy. A cold, murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He clenched his fists tightly, with veins popping out, then he gritted his teeth and said, that bastard, how dare he play tricks on me. He has been hailed as a genius since he was a child and has always been extremely conceited. Facing Luke, who was several years younger, but was able to fight him on an equal footing. The two are tied as the most shining twin stars of CP9 in the past 800 years. A comparison is often made, but considering Luke's age, it is often thought that Rob Lucci's talent may be slightly inferior to him. He was already very unhappy. He read the information about the Inai's lobby. Except for the sudden revelation of Conqueror's hockey, not only were the CP9 members who stayed at Inai's lobby, such as Jabra, Fukaru, and others were easily crushed, but even Vice Admiral Setsuma, who was responsible for escorting Devil Fruit, was defeated by him. The strength shown by the other party completely exceeded his usual performance, as if he had hidden a lot of strength. This makes Lucci, who is arrogant and considers himself no weaker than others, can't accept this. Every time he thinks about the scene where he had a sparring session with Luke, the other party pretends to be acting while he, who is completely unaware, is played around like a fool. Lucci couldn't help but feel a little angry. He just felt that Luke must be laughing at me at that time. For him, who has always thought highly of himself, nothing could be more humiliating than this. Lucci, calm down. Blueno was a little helpless and reminded I heard that one of the devil fruits that was stolen by him was a mythical zone devil fruit. I'm afraid that guy's strength will become even stronger. In fact, whether it's them, CP9 members, or world government, they all believe that the real reason for Luke's defection was probably to seize mythical zone devil fruit. After all, although the other party once wanted to shirk the undercover mission arranged by Spandam. But it would be unwise to kill his boss and defect just because of this. You know, Luke and Rob Lucci are both geniuses that the world government is focusing on, and their futures can be said to be promising. Moreover, maybe that guy accidentally learned the news that the devil fruit was going to be escorted to Inai's lobby, and he had the idea of taking it at all costs. That's why he deliberately shirked and was unwilling to perform the tasks assigned by the above. Hearing Blueno's words, Lucci's eyes narrowed sharply, and his expression kept changing. Subconsciously, he clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and refused to admit defeat. Devil fruit ability does not represent everything. If you are not convinced, you will be unconvinced. But his heart couldn't help but sink. He felt a bucket of cold water pouring from his head, completely calming him down. A mythical zone is rarer than Logia. Lucci certainly knew what that meant. In particular, He was arranged by the world government to go to the Water 7 and work undercover as a boatman at the galley law company. In order to avoid exposing his identity, he not only had to hide his strength but also couldn't train in front of others. Even the chances of fighting powerful enemies are bound to become less. The gap between them is likely to become wider. I hope we won't become enemies. Kiku sighed helplessly. He is only 1 year older than Luke, and the two have been training together for a long time since they were 5 or 6 years old, motivating each other to grow. The relationship is still very good. Instead, he got to know Luke better. That's a guy who's all about strength. When they were at the CP training base, his level of effort was simply mind-numbing. He didn't miss any free time at all. Even if he was chatting with them, he still devoted some of his energy to training. Careful and thoughtful. He is ruthless to any enemy. Therefore, he has the nickname Black Prison, which scares countless people. If that guy becomes an enemy, it will be quite a headache. Blueno, how's the progress of your bar? Lucci take a deep breath and try not to think about it so much. Then he regained his composure and asked Blueno directly. They are not a bold guy like Luke, and they cannot seek death to resist the behemoth world government. They can only honestly complete the orders given above. Still under renovation. Blueno responded, I can officially open in half a month. What about you, Khalifa? Iceberg is preparing to recruit a secretary. Khalifa pushed up her glasses and said, tomorrow I will go to Galley Law Company to apply for a job, and strive to become his secretary and be close to him. Then let's do this for now, follow the original plan, and try to complete the task as soon as possible. Dismissed. After he turns around and leaves. Lucci's cold eyes revealed indescribable perseverance. Since he couldn't practice in front of others during the day, he would double his practice at night. Luke, Rob Lucci, will never lose to you. Chapter 10, Shadow Revolution Shadow Clone. On the somewhat messy coast, a black figure kept moving at an astonishing speed. Whoosh! Flying bat. The next moment, that dark figure suddenly turns into a lot of bats. They flapped their wings together and flew into the air. It flies more than 10 meters away and combines into human form. Shadow Warrior. On the rocks not far away, Luke, who was 30 meters away from the Shadow Clone, instantly switched places with the Shadow Clone. As if teleporting, the Shadow Clone appeared directly in his previous location. Moonwalk. White smoke bursts. Then he stepped into the air accompanied by bursts of repeated explosions. Devil wings. In the blink of an eye, a large number of shadow bats flew towards him. Then they continued to gather and turned into huge black wings on his back. The demonic black wings flapped slightly there. Woo-hoo-hoo. Accompanied by fierce wind pressure. Luke no longer stepped into the air but directly floated into the sky. The black wings were as if they were born with him, and he could control them easily, making him fly freely in the sky. Whoosh! Then, he flew around the entire thriller bark with an astonishing speed that was too fast to see clearly. It's Luke Sama. It's really amazing. It's so fast, I can't see him clearly at all. Giant ship. The appearance of each one is no different from that of a real living person, and the zombies who are busy working there raise their heads. Looking at the flying figure in the sky, they were filled with wonder. But no one is surprised. Because this is not the first time they have seen it. This person has been training like this. Ha. I'm so exhausted. I can't do it anymore. On the coastline, two figures, one large and one small, were sweating profusely while running desperately. Their sweat dropped like rain as they panted from exhaustion. Astonishingly, they were Dr. Hogback and Perona. They were already sweating profusely, but they didn't dare to stop. You two, don't be lazy. High in the air. Luke looked down at them and said with a sneer, otherwise, I will demote you to the lowest level of zombie soldiers. Just like those zombies, you will work non-stop day and night, responsible for transforming this giant ship. No. I don't want to work like that every day, woo-woo. Perona's face turned pale. Gritting her teeth, she continued running. Ha. Dr. Hogback staggeringly followed Perona. After 2 months of training, he seemed to have lost a lot of weight. Dr. Hogback, who was only slightly chubby, almost cried with tears. Why do I, a ship's doctor, have to follow the training? Stop talking nonsense. Luke said coldly, a ship's doctor who can't even protect himself. Do you want to be the first one to be targeted by the enemy in the battle and be killed easily? Weak people are not qualified to survive on my ship. If you don't want to be a cadre, I can let your shadow take your place. Luke's callous voice made Perona and Hogback go numb. They can only bite the bullet, continue training there, and run as hard as they can. Compared to the weak chicken 2 months ago. Although the strength of the two people cannot be said to have undergone earth-shaking changes. However, their physical fitness seems to have increased significantly, and their combat effectiveness has been greatly improved. They were pulled up by Luke early in the morning and started a morning exercise that lasted for 2 or 3 hours. They ran at full strength around the Thriller Bark lap after lap until they fell down. Snort. Luke said no more. He flew over their heads and returned to the coast where he originally trained. Unknowingly. 2 months have passed since he killed Moria and became the new boss of this place. And as he mastered the ability of shadow fruit, he became more skilled. One after another, the zombies that lost their shadows and became corpses were resurrected by Luker. But it is different from the original terrifying, ugly, and completely underworld-style zombie army. Luke directly eliminated the defective products that were rotten, missing arms and legs, and even physically weak. Only those corpses that were restored to their original appearance by Dr. Hogback and were strong are left. Although they were full of death and had no breath of life, their appearance was the same as that of living people. Resurrected by the implanted shadow. Let them start working day and night. Because Luke plans to transform this giant ship completely into a mobile war fortress. As for the source of shadows, the shadows naturally come from the pirates and businessmen who were directly imprisoned by him. But, for Dr. Hogback and Perona, life is not perfect at all. Because these days, Luke forces them to train every day. A strict practice plan was specially formulated, stipulating that the two of them should go from morning until night. They do high-intensity training every day. At the end of the day, the training time is more than 8 hours. It makes them so tired that they want to lie flat on their backs. But facing Luke's inhumane punishment, they didn't dare to be lazy. Of course, Luke did not expect the two of them to become extremely powerful cadres. However, as the only cadre on board the Thriller Bark, since they can't be comparable to emperors, at least disaster level should do. At least the core cadres must be at that level, right? Compared to Dr. Hogback, who has little potential left. For Perona, Luke was a little more demanding. At only 18 years old, she is not bad and has greater potential. She was spoiled rotten when she was raised as a daughter by Moria. She's too lazy and can't last doing any hard work. Shadow Revolution. All of a sudden, the wings behind Luke's back disappeared. It returns to Luke's shadow. Armament hockey, retractable machine gun. Luke's eyes were stern. Staring straight ahead at the huge and extremely solid reef 8 or 9 meters away, which is more than 10 meters high. The fists wrapped by armament hockey turned dark. And kept waving in the air. Shuisha. A jaw-dropping scene happened. The shadows of his arms stretched at a speed visible to the naked eye. And his arms were like rubber, extending out like lightning. Ha-da-ha. It turned into countless afterimages all over the sky. It carries a powerful force and continuously bombarded the rocks ahead. Boom-dot-boom. Smoke and dust filled the air. Debris flew. A huge rock as big as a hill. Like a block of tofu, it was easily blown apart. It makes people stunned. Pa. Luke jumped high into the air. Stepping through the air at an astonishing speed, he rushed out. After crossing the inland sea of the giant ship, he came to a dilapidated and large ghost ship that was just floating nearby and was hundreds of meters long. Giant's battle axe. The shadow of his right foot instantly stretched. Then, it continues to expand, just like the shadow of a giant's feet. Brush. The next moment, something incredible happened. Luke's right leg, which was raised high, also stretched and expanded. The soles of his feet, which were originally the same as those of normal humans, miraculously transformed into the size of giants. Wrapped around pitch black by armament hockey, the jet black and shiny foot slammed toward the abandoned ghost ship below. Boom. Chapter 11, Giant Form Crash. Woo-hoo-hoo. The water splashed, and the sea boiled. An astonishing shockwave swept across. The enlarged right leg followed the shadow and instantly returned to its original shape. I have to say that the shadow revolution is indeed exaggerated. Luke smiled. For the past 2 months that he has been on the Thriller Bark, not only did he hone the armament hockey he had already mastered, he became even more proficient. Moreover, he has mastered the basic abilities of the shadow fruit and can use them as he wishes. Even relying on the devil fruit's ability to perfectly combine his own physical skills, his combat effectiveness doubled, and he developed a series of combat moves. Shadow Revolution. This is one of the buggy abilities of shadow fruit. Since the shadow is connected to the entity, if the entity changes, the shadow will also change. On the contrary, if the shadow changes, theoretically, the entity will also change. Taking advantage of this, Luke, who can freely change the shape of his shadow, can change the length of his body through the change of his shadow, just like a rubber man. It easily simulates the series of combat moves of the future Pirate King, Luffy. He can even make his own shadow sneak into other people's shadows. Then, control the target's shadow, change the shape of the shadow, and manipulate or even crush the opponent. Although it doesn't have the exaggerated elasticity of rubber, it can be said to be the ability to master the gum fruit in disguise. Luke chuckled. He is the shadow fruit user. It makes sense to fight with imagination, right? After all, humans in ancient times relied on their imagination to gradually defeat giant beasts and even sea kings that were far larger and more powerful than themselves. These days, through constant testing, he has verified his devil fruit ability. What really surprised Luke? It's not about manipulating shadows into wings so that one can fly or plundering other people's shadows and implanting them into corpses to create zombies. But a shadow revolution. The most exaggerated ability of the shadow fruit. This is because when Luke affects himself through the shadow revolution, there is no need to consider whether the body can withstand those changes. Therefore, he can use the shadow revolution as he wishes. Even if the arms are lengthened to an extremely exaggerated degree, he won't hurt himself. But it's different for others. For example, zombie ores. Zombies like it are dead, after all. Moreover, his body is strong enough. As long as he does not exceed the limit that he can withstand, his body tissue will not be damaged. Even if you use the shadow revolution to lengthen its limbs and twist its body, as a zombie, it will not feel pain and can naturally be easily manipulated. But there is no way to bend his fist directly through the shadow revolution. Force his fist to turn will directly cause it to fracture. If it is a normal living person, let alone it. It is conceivable that an average person can use his shadow to lengthen his body by half a meter, or even 1 meter. Or, just let its shadow bend and fold irregularly. What are the consequences? Just thinking about it makes his head tingle. Whoosh! A pair of demonic black wings emerged from Luke's back. With a slight shake, he flew towards the thriller bark at an astonishing speed. Retractable machine gun. On the shores of the thriller bark, Luke kept punching out with both fists. Under the shadow revolution, his arms continued to extend at an alarming speed. Boom! Boom! Loud noises continued. A large amount of gravel spattered, and smoke billowed. But Luke's attacks did not stop. Flexible snake. The next moment, Luke's eyes narrowed. His ever-changing shadow actually took a direct turn. The outstretched fist wrapped by armament hockey was like a snake playing, constantly changing directions. It folds and turns at incredible angles while it continuously bombards the rocks on the shore. Creative a jaw-dropping scene. Boom. Loud noises continued. Smoke and dust billowed. After a long time, the constantly stretching fist all contracted back. Luke stopped his attack and took a long breath. This kind of power that can be manipulated freely is really addictive. Looking at the messy coast, he couldn't help but clench his fists and show an excited smile. Human bones. If you dare to fold or bend it like this, it will most likely break. Unless it is like gum fruit or people with some special devil fruit powers. As the shadow fruit user, when he used the shadow revolution to change himself, he had no concerns about this. His body will directly follow the changes of the shadow, and he will not feel pain at all, will not be hurt by it, and will not strain his muscles, bones, flesh and other tissues. This is the most buggy part of the shadow fruit. In addition, he has practiced 6 superhuman fighting skills, such as finger pistol, paper arts, and iron body, since he was a child, and he has also mastered the secret of life return. The flexibility of all aspects of Luke's body tissue has reached an astonishing level. The upper limit that he can operate through the shadow revolution has been greatly increased. It can simply let him fight as he pleases. Of course, the shadow revolution is not without limits. It is impossible to say that if you make the shadow as big as the island, he will really become that big. The performance of abilities is closely related to the physical quality of the user. Once it exceeds the limit that his body can currently bear, the body's tissues will collapse directly, with serious consequences. Shadow revolution, complete enlargement. After resting for a while, Luke clenched his fists. With a stern look in his eyes, he gave a low shout. Among the large number of zombies who were working, there were also the sweaty Perona and Hogback, who had just run not far away and looked at him in disbelief. Swipe his shadow was enlarging there at a speed visible to the naked eye. And Luke's entire figure also underwent incredible changes. As the shadow grew larger, it expanded. Boom. In the blink of an eye, a figure no less than 20 meters tall stood there. Luke's veins bulged all over his body, his face turned red, and his aura was astonishing. With his current limit, if he doesn't swallow other people's shadows to strengthen himself, if he relies solely on the shadow revolution to increase his body size, he will only be able to transform into the form of an ordinary giant at best. If it is any larger, it will strain his own muscles, bones, and other tissues. But even so, it is already quite astonishing. Have I reached my limit? Instant transmission. Luke, who was like a giant, had a hoarse voice. He stepped hard and rushed out like a cannonball. Tempest kick. His huge right foot was as fast as lightning as he kicked out hard. In an instant, an extremely violent wind pressure arose. It swept away all the gravel, dust, and vegetation around him. Call out in a blink, in the horrified eyes of Perona and Hogback. A crescent-shaped, huge wind blade appeared out of thin air. It was as fast as lightning and shot straight out of the air. It hit the sea in the distance. Boom. Chapter 12, Shadow Giant Awe. That. The sea was cut open. Gulu. What power is that? It's just a monster. Looking at the sea that was cut open several kilometers long, those zombies who were unable to resist Luke's orders to work day and night, as well as Perona and Hogback, who were training there. Everyone was full of shock and stayed in place. Everyone couldn't help but open their mouths wide and couldn't close it for a long time. Gulu. That guy. Is he really only 17 years old? Perona couldn't help but swallow her saliva. She couldn't imagine that Luke was only 17 years old. He is 1 year younger than her, who just turned 18. It's so strong. It's simply unbelievable. Hiss, as expected of Luke-sama. Dr. Hogback's eyes shone with excitement. In terms of devil fruit development, he has surpassed Moria-sama. With the ability of the shadow fruit, coupled with the powerful physical skills, Luke-sama is fully qualified to replace Moria as the new warlord of the sea. He had already made up his mind to follow Luke. After acquiring the ability of repair fruit, he was even more impressed by the opponent's generosity. Now, he has witnessed the other party's power with his own eyes. How can this not make Hogback excited? The more powerful Luke is, the more it proves that his choice is correct and their team has a limitless future. Still a long way to go. Luke returns to his original state. His face was calm and not very proud. With his current strength, if he directly relied on the Shadow Revolution to enlarge himself and transform into a giant, the consumption would be extraordinary. If he really goes all out, he can maintain the giant form for a short time to engage in high-intensity fierce battles. More exercise is needed. Of course, if he just uses the Shadow Revolution to fight normally, there is no pressure on him. Furthermore, Shadow Revolution is just one of the abilities of the Shadow Fruit. Shadow Clone. Luke's eyes narrowed. The black shadow stood up and swelled. It turned into a humanoid shadow consistent with his own body shape. A pair of huge black fists were punched out in an instant. Boom. Boom. The shadows of fists kept coming. Amidst the flying smoke and dust, the materialized shadow fist continued to extend and contract, hitting the rocks ahead crazily. And, it doesn't keep punching, sometimes like a snake. It turns left and right to get around the block and hit targets from incredible blind spots. It maneuvers with ease. Shadow Giant. Luke crossed his arms and shouted lowly. Whoosh. The next moment, the shadow clone beside him flew out. The figure, which was about the same size as the main body and about 3 meters tall, suddenly expanded again. The extremely dark figure kept enlarging in size at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a dark shadow giant. Tempest kick. The giant right foot kicked out like lightning. Woo-yoo! A loud explosion that broke through the air. A huge crescent-shaped slash appeared out of thin air. Phew, then it hit the sea in the distance in an instant. Boom. Crash. A huge trench appeared. It was indescribably shocking. Coupled with the ability of the 6 superhuman fighting skills, the combat power exerted by the Shadow Clone is indeed extremely powerful. Luke touched his chin and evaluated. Furthermore, the Shadow Clone has advantages that the original body does not have. It is not afraid of any physical attacks and can ignore damage. Even because it is a shadow, it can change its form at will. It can launch a surprise attack at a difficult angle and make things hard for the opponent. It's extremely hard to defend. Although the Shadow Clone can currently only be enlarged to the form of a giant, it is not yet possible to enlarge the shadow to be as exaggerated as a real island. But he believes that as he further develops his devil fruit abilities, he will definitely be able to make the Shadow Clone even bigger and demonstrate stronger combat effectiveness. Thump. Thump. Finally, the two completed the training tasks Luke had set. Early in the morning, they were forced to run 20 laps around the giant ship. The two figures, one big and one small, dripping with sweat, were so tired that they collapsed on the ground while panting and were unwilling to stand up. Phew, I'm so exhausted, I finally finished running. Perona was sweating profusely and panting. She had tears in her eyes whenever she remembered the days when Moria was here. She missed it so much. At least Moria won't force them to exercise like this every day. 20 laps. Almost killed me. Dr. Hogback fell to the ground while weakly shouting, "Water, I want to drink water. Please wait a moment." A ferocious-looking zombie who was on standby hurriedly brought the water glasses to the two of them. Except for his skin being a little dark and dry, the zombie is just like a normal human being. After being repaired and transformed by repair fruit, Although they are still weak against seawater and salt, they are not afraid of it entering their bodies through the gaps. As long as they are not disemboweled or soaked directly in those two, they will do fine against it. Because although they can still open their mouths to speak, the lower part of their throats are completely blocked. You too, you have to work hard. Luke wiped his sweat and said calmly, I have already taught you all the 6 superhuman fighting skills training methods. Don't let me down. Yes, Luke-sama. Both Perona and Hogback couldn't help but look solemn. Although there was a lot of pressure, however, it made the two of them more excited. If it can be mastered. Not to mention being able to become as powerful as the person in front of them. But at least they can protect themselves. I don't know when I will be able to fully master all 6 superhuman fighting skills. Perona felt a little yearning for it. Don't be impatient. Luke touched her head and said with a smile. As long as you can honestly follow the plan I have set for you and train unremittingly. When your physical fitness improves, I will have a way to speed up your practice. For real? Perona's eyes lit up, then she looked longingly at Luke. As a doctor, Dr. Hogback was also a little surprised. Did you use some kind of medicine? Of course not. Luke chuckled and said, but through the power of the shadow fruit. But if you, a doctor, are interested, you can develop in this area in your spare time and study genetic medicines and so on. Speaking of which, he proposed to Dr. Hogback. What do you mean? Perona was confused. Although the plundered shadow, after being implanted into other people's bodies, can only enhance people's strength for a short period of time, and it cannot last for long. Luke didn't care about it and said bluntly, but on the other hand, it can also allow oneself to possess the other party's long-term training in disguise in a short period of time, and the combat instinct and corresponding experience have long been integrated into the physical memory. So, you just need to keep training hard and understand it in those short 2 or 3 minutes, and maybe you can gain something. This was a major discovery he made after repeated verification. The ability of the shadow fruit is indeed quite buggy. It can be said to be a training accelerator, and it is also a shared version. Moreover, unlike ordinary people who fuse shadows, they can only gain a short-term increase in combat power but, in disguise, have the combat instinct that the target has developed over a long period of time. As the shadow fruit user, he can even obtain deeper memories of the target's life through the plundered shadow. So that's it. Perona and Hogback suddenly realized. If the plundered shadow is put into the body of a living person, it can enhance the opponent's combat effectiveness. Of course, they know this very well. Moria relied on this ability to crush Luke and imprison him in the dungeon. But they really didn't expect that other people's shadows could have such effects. They immediately couldn't help but feel overjoyed and a little excited. Don't be too happy too early. Luke warned there, although I can help you find a master of the 6 superhuman fighting skills, plunder his shadow, and speed up your understanding of the skills. But your physical fitness must be able to keep up. So, you still need to train. Yes, Luke-sama, we will work hard. Chapter 13, Gaining Rima's swordsmanship. Clang. Inside the gorgeous castle, the huge ice warehouse was opened. A ghastly scene was revealed. Frozen corpses were lined up there, making one's scalp tingle. Luke-sama, do you want to create new zombies? Hogback asked curiously as he moved the heavy lighting equipment. In recent days, they have not encountered any targets that strayed into this sea area. And the shadows looted from the imprisoned pirates and business travelers have almost been used up. They were all implanted into ordinary zombies by Luke. It is said that those people are too weak, and the shadow cannot meet his expectations. Only worthy of being the weakest zombie. No, I just want to do an experiment. Luke shook his head, staring at these corpses with burning eyes. Many of these corpses from all over the world were strong men with considerable strength during their lifetimes. Among them, there is not only the body of Gecko Moria. There are also the corpses of Wano's former famous dragon slayer samurai and sword god, Ruma. There's also Captain John, who once belonged to the Rock Pirate, and other strong men. After being repaired by Hogback, their bodies have been completely restored. Experiment? Perona and Hogback were curious. But when they saw the other party didn't say anything, they had to obediently set up the equipment there and turn on the light source. For a moment, they watched Luke pick up the body of the sword god, Ruma, and place it in front of the bright light. A black shadow appeared there. The two of them were a little dazed. Luke-sama, do you want to rob the shadow of the dead? Unexpectedly, the other party wanted to rob the dead man's shadow. I heard Moria-sama say that the shadow of a dead person is like a corpse. It does not have any consciousness and cannot be used. Hogback reminded. The shadow of the dead can be cut out. But it's like a lost soul, even if it's placed inside those corpses, it can't move. There is no way to create a conscious zombie. Why do you think that only the shadow of a living person has value? An incredible scene happened. As if tearing off a shadow-like sticker stuck to the ground, Luke pulled out the shadow of Rima's corpse. Looking at Rima's corpse, who didn't struggle, he said lightly, "Don't be misled by the so-called common sense, it will only limit your vision and imagination. Moria is too conceited, so he can't give full play to the power of the shadow fruit." Immediately afterwards, he manipulates his shadow. Let it be directly visualized, turned into a pair of sharp scissors, and cut out the shadow of Rima's corpse. Whoosh! In the astonished eyes of Perona and Hogback, Luke directly put Rima's shadow into his body. Buzz! Then Luke's whole body shook slightly. Seemingly enlightened, he stood there with his eyes closed. "This is?" Hogback's pupils shrank sharply. "I understand, Luke Sama wants to obtain the swordsmanship of the sword god, Rima, during his lifetime." Perona suddenly realized and cried out. The next moment, Luke opened his eyes. With a stern look, he took Rima's sword. The famous sword, Shujui, ranked top among the 21 great swords. Rang, cold light flashed, and the black sword with jagged patterns was unsheathed. An extremely fierce aura burst out from him. The hair on Hogback's and Perona's back stood up in horror. It seemed that what they were facing was not the usual Luke. Rather, he is a great swordsman who has been famous for a long time. Shadow clone. In the surprised eyes of the two people, a black shadow flew out from Luke's feet. Shadow warrior. Not long after, his entire body disappeared in an instant, replaced by a dark shadow. And the shadow that had already flitted outside the castle replaced his position. In the open space outside the castle, Luke still had his eyes closed. He stood there for a long time, motionless. Nobody knows. At this moment, in his mind, one incredible scene after another shows. A swordsman genius born from the Shimatsuki family in the Wano country. He has been taught by famous teachers since he was a child. He has studied hard day and night and practiced diligently. When he was young, he was arrogant and high-spirited, constantly challenging the famous samurai of Wano. He even killed the flying dragon that caused trouble in the sky over Wano and attacked the town. He was known later as the Dragon Slayer Samurai. Even when facing those powerful enemies, he never flinched but became more courageous as he fought. He constantly breaks through his own limits and defeats powerful enemies one after another. Although he often won the battle with those strong enemies, he was inevitably injured. He also received permanent scars on his face and lost one eye, becoming a one-eyed samurai. He was deeply ashamed and reflected on himself all the time. He thinks this is caused by his lack of practice. Instead of relaxing in the glory and adulation, he honed his sword skills even harder. Finally, in his prime, he became a master of swordsmanship. Refined his sword, Shujui, into a black sword. Became a veritable great swordsman. Any enemy was quickly chopped to the ground in a flash, easily ending the battle. He once fought against the naval headquarters alone and single-handedly stopped the world government and pirates who wanted to invade Wano. He never failed in his life and became famous in their country and outside. Luke Sama. Hogback and Perona ran out of the castle one after another. Luke, who was standing there, suddenly opened his eyes. Is this the past of the sword god, Rima? His eyes were stern. He has an astonishing and somewhat sharp aura. It was so sharp that it was hard to look directly at him. Pa. Stomping his feet on the ground, he flew into the sky. Holding the black sword, Shujui, in his hand, he suddenly drew it. One sword style, dragon slash. Boom. A loud roar broke through the air. A flying slash transformed into a swift flying dragon that spread its teeth and claws and galloped out like lightning. Boom. Rocks flew, and smoke filled the air. A ravine of about 10 meters or so appeared there. Although, the scene was far less astonishing than before when Luke used Shadow Revolution to make himself huge and unleash Tempest Kick. But it's also frightening. Chapter 14, Emission? Captain John's treasure this is? Flying slash. Witnessing this amazing scene, Hogback and Perona could not help but open their mouths wide, feeling a little shocked. These days, Luke has never shown any sword skills in front of them. The sword god, Rima, has been dead for so long, can his shadow also increase his combat power? It seems that my guess was correct. A tall figure falls steadily to the ground. Luke, who was standing with a sword in hand, showed an excited smile. The shadow of a dead person, although it may be because the host is dead, is not as effective as the shadow of a living person and cannot bring an additional exaggerated combat power. But it allows me to obtain some of the impressive memories of the other person's life. Through Rima's shadow, he received part of the other person's memories during his lifetime. Not only did he acquire swordsmanship from the Shimatsuki family, but he also acquired training methods and related experience in advanced emission techniques for armament hockey. Moreover, he already had a rough idea of how to turn an ordinary sword into a real black sword. If he follows it, He will get twice the result with half the effort. Whoosh! A humanoid shadow flew out of his body and flew straight towards the castle. But Luke didn't stop and let it return to Rima's corpse. Hiss, it's so amazing. Hogback steps forward. Full of excitement, he grinned and said, I didn't expect the shadow of a dead person to have such an effect. Luke-sama, you are so amazing. Perona is filled with adoration. At the same time, she also feels excited. Morio collected the corpses of many powerful men during his lifetime. This means that Luke can fully acquire the skills of these powerful men during their lifetimes. Maybe even she and Hogback could benefit from it. It's truly an unexpected surprise. Luke nodded. You know, he has never practiced any sword skills. But by fusing Rima's shadow, he can acquire advanced swordsmanship skills and emission techniques passed down from generation to generation in the Shimatsuki family. He instantly becomes a swordsman who can use flying slashes. I almost forgot, there is also something worth looking forward to. Suddenly, Luke thought of something and chuckled, maybe we can solve the mystery of the treasure left by Captain John during his lifetime. On this sea, one of the undeniable things is that your own strength is the most important thing. But if you want to quickly develop your power, you can't do it without money. As a time traveler, relying on the information in his mind about treasures such as the Sky Island's City of Gold, as well as the corpses of these powerful men, who may have a memory about where their treasures were buried during their lifetimes. There should be no need to worry about the financial resources needed to develop one's power. Really? Captain John's treasure? Hearing this, Perona and Hogback couldn't stop their eyes from shining. Legend has it that Captain John loved money as much as his life. He collected a large amount of treasures during his lifetime and buried them in unknown places. There is a lot of false information about Captain John's treasure circulating on this sea. To this day, no one can solve the mystery of Captain John's treasure. However, Luke was able to obtain some relevant memories by relying on the shadow of Captain John's body. Maybe he can really find the whereabouts of Captain John's treasure. Just try, and we will find out, Luke said with a smile. He sheaths the black sword back and takes Perona and Hogback back to the castle's ice warehouse. He places the corpse of the sword god, Ruma, on the side and takes Captain John out. Follow the same actions as before. Soon, there was the shadow of Captain John's body in his hand, and he cut it out. Whoosh, Captain John lost his shadow and was easily integrated into Luke's body. A powerful aura emanated from him. After all, no matter how you say it, he was once a great pirate who was famous in the sea. Captain John's strength during his lifetime should only be a little inferior to legendary pirates such as Whitebeard, Golden Lion, and Big Mom. But as one of the cadres of Rock's pirate, he should not be that weak. Soon, scenes of amazing memories kept reappearing in Luke's mind. This is a pirate who loves money as much as his life, drinks as much as his life, is extremely cruel and stingy, and treats and exploits his subordinates excessively. Treasure hunts that are full of thrills and excitement, leaving people with unforgettable memories. The fight with the pirates and marines. More than 30 years ago, when the Rock's pirate disbanded, he took away a large amount of the Rock's pirates' treasures and left Hikanazu Island. In the end, all the treasures he had spent most of his life collecting were buried on an island in the Grand Line. Moreover, being cautious by nature and not trusting anyone, he divided the complete treasure map into 2 parts. Made an armband and treasure map. And killed all the pirates involved in burying the treasure on the spot. But after a drunken incident, unfortunately, Captain John's subordinates, who were extremely afraid and resentful of being treated harshly, rebelled, poisoned, and assassinated him. Sure enough, there is. After a while, Luke opened his eyes and chuckled, these corpses are indeed treasures of immeasurable value. He looked at Hogback and Perona, who were looking at him with blazing eyes full of expectation. He smiled and said, I already know the location of the treasure roughly. It's in the Grand Line, so there's no need to be in such a hurry. That's great. Chapter 15, Brook. Too delicious. Why didn't I realize the food these guys cooked was delicious before? Time flies. In a blink of an eye, it was already noon. Zombies with Grandmaster's cooking skills have already prepared a sumptuous lunch for them. BBQ, desserts, juices, drinks. The aroma is tangy. It's not just the 2 big men, Luke and Dr. Hogback. Even Perona couldn't restrain herself and gobbled it up. However, within a short time, she and Hogback were unable to eat anymore. Their belly is already swollen. All they could do was watch Luke feasting there. Moreover, there was a lot of food being served constantly. That exaggerated appetite was jaw-dropping. GR. All of a sudden, Luke's bulging belly. It flattened down in an instant, and then he continued to enjoy the food. Taking in the energy and nutrients in food to supplement the consumption caused by high-intensity training. On weekdays, when he is not in a hurry, Although he eats an astonishing amount, he does not devour everything but enjoys the taste of the delicious food. This is also one of his hobbies. Isn't it just for enjoyment that people live? He works so hard to make progress, become stronger, and control his own destiny. Isn't it just to enjoy life better? He will not become an ascetic. The will to work harder beyond ordinary people and train hard. For the sake of ambition and becoming stronger, he does not hesitate to risk his life, the courage to risk everything, the madness of putting everything on the line. He has all of these. But there is no need to push himself so hard and become a complete slave to strength. When it's time to enjoy, he won't treat himself badly. Every time Luke-sama eats, his belly feels like a bottomless pit. Perona complained there. These days, similar scenes have happened so many times that she is used to it. Having mastered the life return, it's like letting you eat as much as you want without fear of getting fat. Dr. Hogback, who was almost unable to walk, hugged his round belly and bared his teeth in envy. By the way, Perona. After taking a sip of juice, Luke remembered something and asked Perona directly, "Have you found that skeleton?" These days, he lets Perona use her devil fruit ability to send the ghost outside to find the whereabouts of Humming Brook. "I just found it early this morning. I've been letting the ghost keep an eye on him." Perona, on the side, said confidently, "That guy is right in front of our ship's course." "But Luke-sama, is it really necessary to recruit that guy?" Dr. Hogback was full of confusion and said with a strange smile, "If you ask me, just plunder his shadow." In his opinion, Brook's strength is mediocre. There's nothing worth recruiting. It's better to just plunder his shadow and resurrect a zombie general. After all, the corpses of those zombie generals have now been perfectly repaired by him. Once the implanted shadow is resurrected, its strength will be far greater than the zombie general created by Moria last time. The power of the revive fruit is pretty good. After eating the last slice of pizza, he burped with satisfaction. Taking the tissue handed over by Perona and wiping the greasy corners of his mouth, Luke said with a faint smile, "It's just that the guy hasn't realized this yet and hasn't been able to use his abilities. The most important is that Brook is not completely without potential. He is also a musician, which at least can relieve boredom during the boring sailing journey. If he trains him well, he can still be a core cadre in his own team in the future. Perona, you go and command a zombie to change the course of the ship and go directly there." Hee hee. Hee hee. Hee hee, good. Yo-ho-oh, yo-ho-oh. Yo-ho-oh, yo-ho-oh. Going to deliver Bink's sake from the coast, there was a burst of singing, and some zombies vaguely heard it. "My shadow is back, I'm so happy. The rudder of a ship has been destroyed, and the ship is drifting lost in the foggy sea." A skeleton with afro hair was amusing himself there while looking at the shadow under his feet, full of joy. But soon, his whole body was shaken violently, and his jaw almost fell to the ground. "Is that the thriller bark?" Looking at the giant ship slowly emerging from the fog that cannot see the sun, becoming increasingly clear. Brook was a little shocked. "Are those guys coming to steal my shadow again?" "No. We are not here to take away your shadow." Suddenly, a chuckle echoed in Brook's ears, shocking him all over. "Who is it?" He immediately drew out his sword. Then he looked warily towards the direction from which the sound came. He didn't know when, but a tall and heroic young figure wearing casual clothes appeared there. He was sitting on the bow of the boat, looking at him with a smile. "Who are you?" Brook's eyes widened. This tall young man is undoubtedly a real person. It was completely different from his impression of the zombies under Moria's command. "Don't be nervous, I don't mean any harm." Luke was smiling. He did not hide his identity and introduced himself. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Obask Luke, and I am the new owner of the thriller bark. Your shadow escaped from the zombie general and came back after I killed that guy, Gecko Moria. In a sense, I am still your benefactor." "What?" Brook was shocked. He looked at the young man in front of him in disbelief. "Did you defeat Moria? Released my shadow?" "Doesn't believe it?" Luke tilted his head and smiled slightly. The shadow under his feet was directly separated from him and stood upright. As if it had a sense of life, it transformed into a dark figure with the same figure as him. "This is..." Seeing this scene, Brook's pupils shrank sharply, and he was a little frightened. "As you can see," Luke said with a smile. "After killing Moria, his devil fruit was unexpectedly reborn on the thriller bark, and I got it. Now, I am the new shadow fruit user." Brook gasped and lost his voice in shock. "You got Moria's devil fruit?" He never expected it. Such a coincidence happened to the other party. "It's incredible. I already know your identity." Luke looked at Brook, who was in disbelief, and said straight to the point, "Brook, the user of the revive fruit. Do you want to board my ship? I believe you must be troubled by being trapped in this sea for decades, right? As long as you're willing to work for me, I can take you out of this sea and continue your adventure. Really? Brooke's heart, bone, was shaken, and his eyes socket widened in shock. He couldn't help but step forward and grabbed Luke's arm, and he said excitedly, I am willing to join you. As long as you can take me outside, to the Twin Capes at the bottom of Reverse Mountain, to complete the agreement with Laboon. No matter what the conditions are, I promise you. Chapter 16, Netherworld Pirate. Set sail. Hello, everyone. I'm Brooke with only a handful of bones, a musician and a swordsman. Not long after, Brooke packed his things. He takes the bones of his companions, and then he follows Luke back to the thriller bark. He met Perona and Hogback, as well as the zombies who were completely different from the past and were no different from living people. This shocked Brooke. In just over 2 months, the thriller bark has changed a lot. It is no longer as eerie and lifeless as before. Yes, although you may already know me, I still want to introduce myself again. Dr. Hogback put his hands on his hips and said proudly, I am the genius surgeon, Dr. Hogback, and I am the ship's doctor of the Netherworld Pirate. As early as 2 months ago, at Luke's friendly suggestion, his weird lace outfit has turned into a normal men's outfit. After these days of continuous high-intensity exercise, this guy not only lost a lot of weight but also became stronger and slightly muscular. He often wears a white coat. He now looks like a human being and a bit like a doctor. And the Netherworld Pirate. It is the new pirate group established by Luke borrowing the shell of the Moria Pirates. Originally, he wanted to call it the Shadow Pirates, but it didn't feel right, so he changed it to the Netherworld Pirates. Nani? Are you the pervert Hogback? Brooke's jaw almost dropped to the ground when he looked at Hogback, who had lost a lot of weight, and his image had changed drastically. Is this really the guy in his impression, wearing lace and as fat as a ball? Hey, what do you mean? Hogback bared his teeth and glared in dissatisfaction. Oh ho, I'm sorry, I said the wrong thing. Brooke politely apologized. At the same time, he looked at Dr. Hogback, who looked ordinary but very energetic, and sighed with emotion, you have changed a lot. You look even more handsome. The other party has changed so much. It was obviously brought by the mysterious person named Luke. Hiss, for the sake of you praising me, I won't care about what you just said. Being complimented by Brooke, Dr. Hogback smiled broadly. Hee hee, I am Perona, a combatant of the Netherworld Pirate. The sound stopped suddenly. Perona tilted her head, thought for a long time, and finally positioned herself as a combatant. As the mascot in Luke's mouth, it makes sense that she is also a combatant, right? Yo ho, we meet again, the beautiful Miss Perona. Brooke's eye socket glowed. Then he spun around excitedly and performed a knight's salute. He approached Perona and asked seriously. Can I make a request? Perona's eyelids twitched. It's not like she hasn't dealt with a skeleton before. Naturally, she knows what the other party wants to say. However, only Luke can see that. He's just a skeleton, how dare he tease herself. Go to hell. You pervert skeleton. Negative ghost. Then, in an instant, she waved her right hand. Negative ghosts flew out one by one and passed through Brooke's body. Thump. Brooke had no time to dodge. Suddenly, he fell to his knees, and his whole body was filled with an aura of depression. Then he buried his head on his knees and said, Sorry, I am a humble waterweed. Interesting ability. Luke chuckled, crossed his arms, and took the time to watch the show. He had no intention of stopping them and just let Perona teach Brooke a lesson. This guy really lacks lessons in this regard. He has to say, Perona's ability is so fun to use to tease people. The stronger and more confident a person is, the more depressed they are. They will suddenly become extremely depressed and lose their fighting spirit, becoming a prey at the mercy of others. And they also said some extremely shameful words. Hiss, you really haven't changed at all, skeleton. Dr. Hogback smiled strangely there, somewhat gloating about Brooke's misfortune. Perona is so beautiful, but why has that pervert Absalom never dared to catch her attention all these years? Not just because Moria raised her like a daughter. It's because this girl's devil fruit ability is so terrifying. Thump. In the next life, I would like to be a dung beetle. Thump. I'm sorry, I don't deserve to live in this world. Thump. I'm a scumbag. Finally, he knelt 10 times in a row. Brooke couldn't hold on any longer, and his skull was almost cracked. No, it's enough. Watching the negative ghost coming up again. Brooke bowed 90 degrees to Perona and apologized. I was wrong, Ms. Perona, please forgive me. Humphrey. Perona snorted coldly. She put away the negative ghost and did not continue letting it hit Brooke. You pervert skeleton, listen clearly. Perona put one hand on her hip while floating and said viciously, if you dare to be rude in front of me again, I won't forgive you. Gulu. Absolutely not. Looking at Perona, who looked at him with an evil look, Brooke was really scared of Perona's ability, and he couldn't help but feel a little numb. Even with only a handful of bones left, he didn't dare to talk nonsense. Hee hee. Hee hee. Hee hee. Although I don't know why Luke-sama let a guy like you get on the ship. If you dare to do anything unscrupulous again, I will not show mercy. Perona hummed. Maybe it's preconceived. She really didn't like Brooke and was inexplicably repelled. She always feels that the other party is not reliable. Of course, I know where I stand. Seeing Perona not trusting him, Brooke felt helpless and said loudly, please believe me, I will never do unnecessary things like that again. After all, Luke is also my savior. Anyway, his shadow has returned. As for whose shadow Luke wants to plunder and what kind of zombies he wants to make, he doesn't care. After all, Brooke is a pirate, not a savior. All he wanted was to fulfill his agreement with Laboon and not sacrifice himself for those strangers. Alright. The atmosphere looked a little tense, so Luke clapped his hands and said with a smile, from now on, we are all companions in the same boat. Let's just write off all the unpleasantness in the past. You all, get ready. After staying here for so long, it's time for us to go out and get some fresh air. Luke-sama, are we leaving this sea area? Perona and Hogback were surprised. Yo-oh-oh. Are we finally leaving? Brooke was even more excited. After more than 40 years, he could finally leave this hellish place. Ha ha, I'm not that guy, Moria. Luke crossed his arms. He looked high-spirited and said with a smile. Of course, it's impossible to waste time in this dark place all day long. Just think of it as our first trip since the formation of the Netherworld Pirate. He has stayed here for the past 2 months to develop the ability of the Shadow Fruit. Now, the initial development of the fruit's ability has come to an end. Naturally, he has to start the next step of the plan. Go to the Grand Line entrance first and fulfill Brooke's wish. Luke already had a preliminary plan and said, recruit a few more partners with potential. If the team wants to grow and develop, it can't just rely on a few of us. It just so happens that among the treasure maps Moria left behind, I have already deciphered one, so let's just go to take it out. Speaking of which, in his mind, a beautiful figure emerged. That woman must have entered the Grand Line, right? He remembered that he had heard about the other party when he was at CP9 a few days ago. Someone discovered traces of the Devil Child near the entrance of the Grand Line. Marine and CP agents heard the news and rushed to arrest her, but she escaped. This is an all-around talent. Luke naturally hopes to recruit her. During this period, he didn't know whether the other party joined the Baroque Works group. But he wasn't ready to give her to Crocodile. At worst, just grab it. Treasure map? Hee hee. Hee hee. Hee hee, treasure hunting, I like it so much. Oh ho ho ho, thank you so much, Luke. Chapter 17, The Resurrected Gecko Moria? Little ones, let's set sail. Oh. At dusk. Following Luke's orders, the zombies who were in charge of the helm began to get busy one after another. Crash clang. Bang. Bang. On the thriller bark. The huge rudder began to turn. The exaggerated iron rope makes a clunking sound that makes people break out in a cold sweat. The huge sails were pulled down directly by the zombie. This outrageously large giant ship began to sail slowly away into the distance. Luke-sama, where is our first destination? Looking at a zombie with good navigation skills rummaging around while holding a large number of eternal poses. These eternal poses were naturally plundered from the ships of pirates and business travelers in the past. What can be left behind is eternal pose, which directly points to a certain island. The treasure is located on Bucklow Island adjacent to the entrance of the Grand Line. In addition, we have to go to the Twin Capes to fulfill that guy, Brooke's wish. Naturally, Luke already had a rough itinerary plan. He raised the treasure map in his hand and said with a smile, according to the route, we will first stop by Jaya Island in the middle half of the Grand Line. After all, if you want to develop your power, how can you do it without someone under your command? In addition to the all-around talent Devil Child Nico Robin, he has to recruit a few more potential guys, no matter what. In the future, even if his right-hand man is not up to the level of Emperor, he must still be worthy of his name and be able to confront the Admiral head-on, right? After taking out the treasure buried there, follow the path through the Com Belt and enter East Blue to find a few potential partners. As for whether to go to South Blue next, he still needs to see the specific situation. Over there on Jaya Island. The legendary City of Gold. It was naturally impossible for Luke not to be interested. If nothing else, Enel has already occupied that place. With the ability of Shadow Fruit and mastery of the 3 Haki, he is confident that with his current strength, he can defeat him. But it may not be that easy to subdue that rebellious and arrogant guy, Enel, with absolute strength. After all, he's the Rumble Fruit user, and there is no way to deprive him of his abilities. If possible, Luke still hopes to recruit the other party. But it depends on the situation. Luke-sama, shall we sail under the flag of Moria's pirate? Perona suggested, how about changing to a small boat and setting off in a low-key manner? Indeed, if your identity is accidentally exposed, or the news of Moria's death is known to those guys in the marine. Dr. Hogback is also a little worried. This thriller bark is too ostentatious. In the eyes of the world government and marines, Gecko Moria must have become a symbol of one of the 7 warlords of the sea. No matter where he appears, he is bound to attract the attention of all parties. Does Luke have any special identity? It's been less than a day since Brooke officially joined the Netherworld Pirate. Brooke, who knew nothing about Luke's identity, couldn't help but feel confused. Gishishishi. Luke looked at Hogback and Perona. His eyes were full of amusement, and he chuckled, who told you that time? Dead? The 3 people and even the zombie's eyes couldn't help but shrink. The black shadow under Luke's feet stood up directly there and kept expanding. Brush. At a speed visible to the naked eye, it enveloped Luke's entire body. Like silk, it constantly intertwined. Changes occur at a speed visible to the naked eye. A tall figure appeared in front of them. Nearly 7 meters tall, it looks a little bloated, like a little giant full of oppression. Gishishishi. The sharp, arrogant laughter kept echoing. Perona, Hogback, you 2 actually dare to betray me, you are so good. He ignored Brooke beside him and just looked at Hogback and Perona, who were full of rage and murderous intent. Moria-sama? Looking at the extremely familiar figure in front of them. Perona and Hogback's eyes couldn't help but widen, and they were startled. As if they had seen a ghost, their mouth opened wide, and they lost their voice in disbelief. At the same time, their complexion turned pale, and they broke into a cold sweat. Gecko. Moria. Even Brooke was shocked. He couldn't help but open his mouth wide and tremble. His whole body was filled with chills, and he was almost speechless. Moria really put too much pressure on him. He tried his best but was easily crushed by the other party, and his shadow was taken away. In the end, he couldn't even defeat a zombie created by Moria using his shadow casually. How could Brooke, who had just seen hope and wanted to leave the sea, not be afraid? Are you not dead? Moria-sama. Perona was surprised and happy. Gulu. How is it possible? Hogback broke into a cold sweat and subconsciously took a few steps back. Looking at the familiar bloated figure in front of him, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva and turned pale. Moria-sama, aren't you dead? He seemed a little panicked. Ha ha ha. How is it? There was a burst of laughter, and Moria's tall figure disappeared in an instant and was replaced by Luke's figure. He looked at Perona, Brooke, and Hogback with a smile. Do you think Marine can recognize me? Chapter 18, Phantom Transformation. Wait. Luke-sama, did you change through your shadow? Hiss. Does the shadow fruit still have such an ability? Hearing those words, the 3 of them woke up with cold sweat on their back. Then they looked at Luke, who was smiling in front of them in surprise. And they feel inexplicably shocked and full of disbelief. Don't compare that guy to me. Luke crossed his arms, full of pride, and said. He has not been able to fully demonstrate the power of the shadow fruit at all. These days, he makes bold attempts based on Moria's original abilities and develops a new ability, Phantom Transformation. After half a month of working tirelessly on in-depth development and continuous attempts, not only does it meet his expectations, but he can also look exactly like others through the shadow clone. It can even be transformed into any shape or form. It's as if he directly obtained the effect of the clone fruit. After all, even string fruit's ability can develop string clones that are difficult to distinguish between real and fake, and glint fruit can create a bunch of light clones. There is no reason why the shadow fruit cannot do this. Phew, I was almost scared to death by you, Luke-sama. It was confirmed that Luke had just now really transformed Moria. Dr. Hogback and Perona both collapsed on the ground with their backs soaked in cold sweat. My heart almost beat out, even though I don't have a heart, yo ho ho ho. Even Brooke, who only has a handful of bones left, is no exception. They were really scared. They thought that Moria was not dead and used the unknown ability of the shadow fruit to seize Luke's body. They also thought for a while that Moria's shadow fruit ability was too special, and he never really died. He just faked his death by pretending to be Luke's shadow and deceived everyone. Even Perona, in her heart of hearts, hopes that Moria, whom she regards as an adoptive father, is really alive. But the scene just now was too terrifying, and she was completely unprepared. I really didn't expect that the shadow fruit actually has such an ability. After a while, when they regained their composure, they were completely amazed. Hogback couldn't help but grin and say excitedly, but in this way, the fake can be mistaken for the real. After all, Moria is a user of the Shadow Fruit, and Luke-sama, you are also a user of the Shadow Fruit. This means that Luke could definitely wear the identity of Gecko Moria. Being fair and above board, taking them to sail freely all over the world, not only can scare the pirates, but even Marines can't take action against them. It would be great. Perona's eyes couldn't help but lit up. Without the Marines taking action against them, how many of the pirates in the first half of the Grand Line are their opponents? Yo ho ho ho, as expected of Captain, he can actually do such an exaggerated thing. Brooke was also a little surprised. The Gecko Moria just now looked like a real person. It gave them a great sense of oppression. After all, for now, the identity of warlords of the sea is still of great use. If you don't use it, it will be in vain. Luke nodded. He had to say that the identity of warlords of the sea is still very useful. When needed, take it out and wear it. When not needed, throw it aside. Anyway, in addition to Perona, Hogback, and Brooke, there are also those zombies who obey orders. Not many people knew that Gecko Moria had already been killed by him. The pirates and business travelers who had some knowledge were all locked up in the dungeon by him. Moreover, the shadow was also taken away again. Time waits for no one. Luke clenched his fists. He believes that as long as he endures loneliness and lies low-key for a year or two, when he fully develops the ability of the Shadow Fruit, he will continue to draw on the shadows of those strong people, and practice unremittingly, hone his physical skills, swordsmanship, and even conqueror's hockey to become more proficient. His own strength will surely usher in a huge leap. At the same time, the forces under his command can also develop and grow under the eyes of Marines by relying on the identity of warlords of the sea. What if the Marine and world governments find out? He has been unwilling to be mediocre and was ambitious from the beginning, determined to step on top of this sea. Sooner or later, he will break into the new world. Face those monsters head on. Fight for the throne of Emperor of the Sea. Yo-oh, it's great. Woo. The next morning. Looking at the red sun in the distant sky. In order to fulfill the agreement with Laboon, Brooke, who chose to board Luke's ship and was left with only a handful of bones, was moved to tears. I finally came out. Yes, not long ago. The thriller bark that has been hiding in the Florian Triangle for several years has left this sea area for the first time. 6,854, 6,855, 6,856. Waving dumbbells that were as high as a hill. In the past few days, Luke, who had been practicing swordsmanship and hockey, according to his memory, had achieved remarkable results. Perona, are you free? In order to prevent his identity from being exposed, he reduced his body to 2 meters tall with the help of life return, and even his appearance changed a lot. To the outside world, he was a cadre under Gecko Moria. The vice-captain of the Netherworld pirate, the wind swordsman Yasuo. Originally, he wanted to disguise himself as a gum fruit user. However, considering the similar characteristics to human fruit model, Nika, Luke gave up directly. The fruit that the world government did not hesitate to tamper with the devil fruit encyclopedia to hide its real name is too special. It is easy to attract the attention of the top leaders of the world government. Although Shanks took the devil fruit away a few years ago, but if the world government misunderstands him and thinks he might have obtained it, taking the blame for nothing would be too bad. It would be better to disguise himself as a swordsman. Anyway, he has important memories of swordsmen such as Rima and Captain John. With his strong physical fitness and considerable talent in swordsmanship, he is more than qualified to be a swordsman. If he is willing to work hard, he may become a real swordsman in the future. His way of directly obtaining other people's memories from the first-person perspective can almost be said to be equivalent to an immersive experience, simulating the other person's life again and again. Whether it is the training of hockey or the related swordsmanship perception, it is much more exaggerated and profound than the teaching of those famous teachers. It can be said that practicing is twice the result with half the effort, and the progress is so rapid that it's jaw-dropping. Luke. No, Yasuo-sama, I'll help patrol the enemy situation whenever we encounter one. Perona's face fell, and she hurriedly stepped forward to flatter, can I take a day off? No. Just half a day whenever I do my duties. The movement of his hands did not stop. Luke still swings the dumbbell up and down as if swinging a sword vigorously. Luke turned his head without blushing or panting and smiled at the other party. Are you bargaining with me? Today, your training plan is doubled, and you are not allowed to eat if you don't complete it. Perona's little thoughts, of course, can't be hidden from him. There are special zombie falcons responsible for patrolling the enemy situation, and she is not needed. This girl just wants to be lazy. Not satisfied? Then I'll double it again? No, I will go to practice immediately. Perona made a bitter face. The spirit that left her body returned in a hurry. Luke continuously swung the dumbbell with Dr. Hogback, who had already consciously trained on the side. "Well, Lord Yasuo, is there anything I can do?" Brook scratched his head. Even Luke, the captain, worked so hard. Everyone was training, which made him a little embarrassed. "Since you think you have too much free time, then let me fully see the strength of our new member." Luke looked at him and said indifferently, No problem." Chapter 19, Revive Fruit then. Please give me some advice, Luke. The thriller bark moves slowly. On the wide training field, Brook performed a knightly salute with the sword. Shadow clone. Luke, who was training there, didn't talk nonsense, and the shadow under him stood up. He flew directly in front of Brook. Brook's pupils shrank sharply. Instant transmission. Finger pistol. The shadow clone didn't give Brook any time to prepare and took action directly. Wait. Brook's hair stood on end, and he retreated subconsciously. But it was too late. His chest was mercilessly pierced by the shadow clone. The next moment, the black shadow's sharp right leg swept away. King. Brook, who had no time to draw his sword, narrowly blocked it with his sword's sheath. Being hit by that powerful and heavy kick, he flew back several meters away. It was such a close call, I almost got skewered. Looking at the transparent finger holes on the front and back of his clothes, Brook, whose body had long since decayed and was only a skeleton, wiped away the non-existent cold sweat and said, "Oh ho 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 ho, it seems like having no flesh and blood also has certain advantages." "Really?" Luke, who was watching the battle while waving a heavy dumbbell, looked amused. The next moment, the menacing shadow clone, like an afterimage, swooped out. Tempest kick. Its right foot is like lightning. Without any hesitation, he kicked out violently. Whoops. An astonishing light green wind blade came through the air, but Brook dodged it awkwardly. Boom. Smoke and dust were flying. The ground was torn apart, creating a shocking ravine. But before Brook could stabilize his body, the black shadow had already flicked his finger, flying finger pisto. Boom. A compressed air shockwave came through the air. Polkarimas. Brook, who was barely able to react to the shadow clone's attack, did not sit still and wait for death. The sharp sword was drawn out in an instant and was thrust out. King. Sparks sputter. The sword collided with a compressed air shockwave. The next moment, Brook's eyes blurred, and a black shadow rushed towards him. Kai. A black blade suddenly appeared from its right hand. The afterimages that filled the sky were like violent storms coming in violently. Givat bon den avon. Clang. Clang. The sound of iron clashing continues to echo. The extremely sharp shadow sword kept colliding with Brook's sword. Hogback, Perona, and the zombie who were training on the side were all attracted by the movement and looked over. They were all a little surprised. Ha. Brook was constantly forced back. His swordsmanship rhythm was completely messy. Luke's shadow clone appears to be at ease and relaxed. Even though he has released a lot of water, Brook is still forced to scramble. Although the strength is a bit lacking, it's still okay as a junior cadre. Luke, who was multitasking, training, manipulating the shadow clone, and fighting with swords, nodded slightly. Not surprising. After all, from the beginning, he doesn't have high expectations for Brook's current strength. 3-verse humming, arrow notch slash. Soon, Brook, who was at the end of his rope, gritted his teeth and launched the final offensive against the shadow clone. His body looks like lightning as he swings out his sword. Paper arts. Between the electric light and flint, the shadow clone is as thin as paper flying in the wind. In an incredible way, he dodged Brook's swift blow. 36 tornadoes. At the same time, the black shadow's momentum suddenly became fierce. The extremely sharp shadow blade sweeps out. Woo-hoo-hoo. A violent gust of wind, accompanied by an astonishing wind blade, struck suddenly. What? Brook's pupils dilated as he had just regained his balance and was unable to dodge. He was directly pressed by the strong wind and flew out. The clothes all over his body were torn apart by countless wind blades. Wait, I give up. In the blink of an eye, he fell to the ground hard. Brook was in ragged clothes and in a state of disarray, dripping with cold sweat. He decisively admitted defeat. As expected of Captain. Looking at the shadow returning to Luke's feet, Brook wiped his cold sweat and said sincerely, "You are so awesome." At this moment, he had a clearer understanding of Luke's strength. Whether it was physical skills or swordsmanship, he was incredibly strong, far superior to himself. Just relying on a shadow clone and without even taking it seriously, he can easily crush him, who is going all out. He is worthy of being the man who can kill Gecko Moria. Whoosh! Swinging dumbbells in his hand with incredible weight, Luke, who did not stop training, said bluntly, "You have not fully utilized the ability of the revive fruit. Next, I will guide you in related development and training. In addition, your swordsmanship skills also need to be improved. In addition to resurrecting people after death, does this devil fruit have other abilities? Brooke was filled with surprise. He always thought that this was the end of his devil fruit. In addition to turning himself into a landlubber, it also gives him a chance to be resurrected after death. That's right. Any devil fruit, in addition to the basic abilities that come with it, can play a more powerful role as long as it is developed in a reasonable and in-depth manner, but that is related to the individual's talent. The perfect muscle lines are tight and sparkle under the sunlight. As if he had formed a muscle memory, Luke persisted in waving the dumbbells while looking at the other person strangely. Speaking of which, I'm very curious. After you came back from the dead, you haven't practiced seriously in the past few decades, right? It's really embarrassing that you can't even defeat a zombie. Judging from Brooke's progress in 2 years, it's not that he has no potential to tap. But after this guy was resurrected with the power of the revive fruit, he never practiced at all. As long as Brooke practices seriously, even if he doesn't know about armament hockey, he can defeat Ruma's zombies. In fact, Moria will not be able to take away his shadow so easily. Not to mention defeating Moria, but at least he can retreat calmly. But after hearing what Luke said, Brooke's old face couldn't help but blush. He scratched his afro hair and smiled sheepishly. After I was resurrected, because the rudder of the ship was broken, I couldn't leave this Florian Triangle Sea area no matter how hard I tried. Moreover, because I lost my goal, I fell into confusion for a long time. Also, I always thought that after turning into a skeleton, my body's speed and strength have been limited. No matter how hard I try, I won't get stronger. Brooke asked excitedly, "What do you think, Captain? Can I become stronger again?" The revive fruit has a very special ability. It can bring people back to life. Luke looked at Brooke seriously and couldn't help but sigh, "But I have to admit, your situation is really rare. What's incredible is that even in the state of a skeleton, you can continue to digest food and absorb the nutrients. Your bone strength and speed haven't changed, not only because you haven't exercised enough but also because you were trapped in the Florian Triangle and didn't eat much at all." If he remembered correctly, Brooke can really eat. And what's exaggerated is that even with a handful of bones left, this guy can still defecate normally. Even if the skeleton is cracked or chipped due to external force damage, calcium can be replenished by drinking milk to heal the cracks and regenerate the bones. That seems to make sense. Brooke suddenly understood. Over the years, he rarely ate. Because he is a devil fruit user and cannot go into the sea to get fish. And he met almost no one. Even the other ghost ships were mostly destroyed. There is no way to leave this sea area. So, I speculate that you can actually become as strong as a normal human being. Luke smiled and said, "And since you no longer have a body, there is no limit to aging. In theory, you can still grow. Logically speaking, Brooke is already 80 or 90 years old, right? But his bones did not age over time like normal old people. Therefore, Luke believes that even if Brooke puts aside the development of his devil fruit abilities, as long as he eats normally and supplements it with some reasonable exercise, he can still continue to become stronger. However, your bones are indeed too fragile." Looking up and down at Brooke's white bones, Luke added, "After some time, I will find a way to help you strengthen it." He thinks Munch Fruit's ability should be able to strengthen Brooke's frame. After all, apart from the black afro, all that's left of this guy is a skeleton. If you modify it a little bit, Luke believes he won't care too much, right? Is that okay? Brooke was shocked. "Not sure, but we can give it a try." Luke didn't care about authenticity. Anyway, the Drum Kingdom is not far from their route, and it's on the way. By this time, the king of the Drum Kingdom, Wapol, had most likely become the Munch Fruit user. Just tie this guy up and kidnap him back. It doesn't matter whether he listens or not. Anyway, he was able to use his devil fruit ability through the shadow fruit's ability. Yo ho ho ho, that's really great. Brooke was excited, and he spun around happily there. Suddenly, a violin appeared in his hand, and he bowed to Luke. "Captain, please let me play a song for you to express my gratitude." Then I'm all ears. Chapter 20, One-Eyed Pirates. The voyage on the sea is boring. A week passed by in a hurry. In the past few days, not to mention islands, not even a ship has been seen. In the harsh climate of the Grand Line, sometimes there are violent storms, snowstorms, or it's sunny. For Luke and others, they have long been accustomed to it. Even if those zombie navigators are not very good. But the huge size of the thriller bark is enough to ignore most severe climate changes. Lord Yasuo. A jet black, extremely fast falcon hovered down from high in the sky. Then it actually spoke and reported there, at 3 o'clock, about 10 nautical miles away, there is a large pirate ship. The hull is somewhat damaged, as if it had just experienced a battle. There are probably hundreds of people. Surprisingly, it seemed to be full of death. There is absolutely no vigor and vitality that a falcon should have. Oh? Located on the front of the thriller bark is the transformed training ground. Relying on the life return, Luke shrunk his body and changed into the vest of the swordsman Yasuo. Luke, who was instructing Perona, Brooke, and Hogback's training, raised his eyebrows. Pirate ship. The three people who were training were even more surprised. Immediately, they looked at Luke with burning eyes and some expectations. Is it within range? Luke smiled, just right, I want to verify my new ability. Yo ho ho ho, has Luke developed a new ability? Brooke, on the side, was curious. Regarding the exaggerated talents of the person in front of him, he was already so shocked that he could no longer be surprised. In just a few days, he saw with his own eyes what genius is. The other party's swordsmanship has improved rapidly, and the speed of improvement is simply jaw-dropping. He is already a veritable swordsman. Hiss, I'm really looking forward to it. Hogback, wearing a white coat, said with a strange smile. Hee hee. Hee hee. Hee hee, it's bad luck for them. Perona, who was sweating profusely from training, shook her ponytail. She folded her arms, and her big round eyes were full of excitement. Let me handle it. On the rough sea, a large pirate ship, hundreds of meters long, was moving forward there. Damn, I'm so unlucky. A middle-aged man with a fierce face wearing a pirate hat and a gray captain's cape was cursing, those marines are chasing us like dogskin plaster. Surprisingly, he wore a black eye patch that covered his left eye, leaving only his right eye exposed. There were 2 pistols on his waist, and a large gold chain as thick as a thumb hung around his neck, making him full of roughness and fierceness. In his hand, he held a gleaming sword. Captain, what's the next plan? There are traces of battles all over the damaged ships. Some fierce pirates looked at their captain. Many people even wore some bandages and bloody clothes, making them appear somewhat embarrassed. Obviously, they were at a disadvantage in the previous encounter with Marine and didn't have any advantage. What can be done? It's impossible to fight them head-on, right? They are a small fleet, headed by Marine's most advanced warship. Damn it, what are you afraid of? We are the one-eyed pirate group famous in North Blue. Yes, our captain is the one-eyed hacks who have a bounty of 98 million belly. Wait a minute, that's Vice Admiral's warships who were chasing us. On deck, those cadres said something and started to argue. It was extremely noisy. Bang. 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 Please be quiet. One-eyed hacks frowned. He pulled out his pistol and fired several shots in succession. The cadres and crew who were arguing and almost started to fight quickly quieted down. They all looked at their captain there. Stop arguing. One-eyed hacks put his hands on his hips, gritted his teeth, and said, try to get rid of those guys. If we can't get rid of them, we will have to fight. Captain, there is a situation. Suddenly, on top of the mast, the watchman, who was filled with panic, reported loudly. It's an island. With the help of a monocular telescope, he looked at the huge island coming slowly and increasingly clearly from the distance. With disbelief, he broke out in a cold sweat. Gulu. No, that is a ship. What? The pirates below were all shocked and inexplicable. The captain and the other cadres couldn't help but look solemn on their faces. He's in such a coward that he can't say anything straight. He's really a worthless guy. What exactly is going on? Hax scolded with a cold face, and then he came to the bow. He took out a monocular telescope from his pocket and looked at the sea in the distance. Immediately, the color drains on his face. He saw the sea area on the right. A giant ship is slowly approaching. The direction was clearly where they were. That ship. Staring at the sea ahead, Hax frowned, a little surprised. It's a pirate ship. Gulu. This is too big. Captain. Do you want to avoid it? After taking a clear look at the exaggerated giant ship, all the cadres of the one-eyed pirates couldn't help but have a change of expression. The huge flag on it showed that it was not an ordinary ship but a pirate ship. Avoid them. Hack's expression changed, but he finally ordered through gritted teeth. Although he has a bad temper, he is not stupid. For such a huge pirate ship, the opponent's background is definitely not small. Hee hee. Hee hee. Hee hee. At this time, on top of the mast, there was a burst of crisp and arrogant laughter. Sorry, if you want to leave at this time, it's a bit late. Who? For a while, both One-Eyed Hacks and his pirate group couldn't help but feel shocked. They suddenly raised their head and looked up. They saw a girl wearing a crown, half-twin ponytails, a princess dress, and holding a flower umbrella, floating strangely in midair. Beside her, there were several strange, jelly-like translucent ghost creatures floating there. She was looking at these pirates with a smile. That is. Intruder? A woman? Why is she able to float there? Is she a devil fruit user? What are those weird jelly-like things? Looking at Perona, who suddenly appears above. The one-eyed pirates were a little shocked. Seeing that the opponent seemed to have no weight, floating on it without falling down, they guessed that the opponent was probably a devil fruit user. Who are you? One-eyed Hack's face darkened, and he asked loudly. Hee hee. Hee hee. Hee hee. The figure floating in the air while holding a small flower umbrella looked down at the pirates below with one hand on her waist and said extremely arrogantly, I declare that you have all been captured. Do you want to surrender, or do you want me to take action myself? What? Asshole. Fire. It's just a woman with devil fruit ability. A woman who doesn't know how to live or die. Bang. For a while, the pirates below were enraged. There was no need for the gloomy-looking captain to give orders. Several fierce-looking pirates had already raised their guns and pointed them at Perona above. Without mercy, they pulled the trigger several times. However, a shocking scene happened before them. Bullets pierced through Perona and the ghostly creatures around her strangely. It couldn't hurt her at all. What? The pirate's eyes below widened. Even One-Eye Hacks and the cadres couldn't help but have a drastic change of expressions. Hee hee. Hee hee. Hee hee, you are really a bunch of stupid guys. Perona sneered and took action directly. Negative ghosts. In the shocked and incomprehensible eyes of One-Eyed Hacks and other pirates, several ghostly figures flew down towards them. Ah. Chapter 21, The Combined Shadow. Yo ho ho ho, she got them all in one go. Hollow Fruit really has such a terrifying ability. Not long after, the giant ship came slowly. The huge mouth swallowed the large pirate ship. Luke, Hogback, Brooke, and others came to the pirate ship. A group of pirates with fierce appearances was lying there in a state of confusion, looking extremely depressed. They completely lose the ability to resist. If there is an afterlife, I would rather be a flea. Even the captain, who has a strong aura, is no exception. Damn it. Who are you? One-Eyed Hacks was so weak that he knelt there and raised his head tremblingly. Hee hee. Hee hee. Hee hee, open your eyes wide and watch. This is the vice-captain of our netherworld pirate, Lord Yasuo. Perona put her hands on her hips. She raised her chin and introduced Luke proudly. After getting along with Luke these days, she has already been completely impressed by his strength and appearance. The key is that although Luke is sometimes domineering, the other party has never treated her badly. It's just that sometimes he is too bad and always likes to bully herself. Hiss hiss hiss, Sir Luke, I have found their identity clearly. They are the one-eyed pirates. Dr. Hogback, who was wearing a white coat, was flipping through the bounty list. This guy is One-Eyed Hacks, who has a bounty of 98 million belly. The bounties of his several cadres also range from 5 million to 30 million. He was filled with excitement. There are at least hundreds of pirates, many zombies should be resurrected. Oh? Luke raised his eyebrow and nodded slightly. Although the bounty does not exceed 100 million, it is still barely usable, just right. The next moment, he looked sharp, and a flash of red light flashed into his eyes. The ability of the Shadow Fruit was activated. Shadow Assembly Area. What? My shadow. For a moment, under the horrified gazes of the few remaining conscious pirates such as One-Eye Hacks. Brush. Human-shaped black shadows extended from the pirates' bodies and gathered on Luke's hands. There are hundreds of them. These shadows tried to struggle but were held tightly by Luke and were unable to resist. Crack. The two intertwined shadow knives turned into large scissors and cut these shadows off. Thump. Several pirates fainted immediately after being hit hard. They collapsed to the ground and lost consciousness. Lock them all up. Luke directly orders the zombie. The target whose shadow has just been taken away will not immediately turn into ashes due to the sun's irradiation. But after a quarter of an hour, the ability of the Shadow Fruit will truly take effect. It's like an irresistible curse. Once a person who has lost his shadow is struck by the sun, he will be burned or even directly turned into ashes and disappear from this world. This is why, in the original trajectory, during the Summit War, Moria used the ability of the Shadow Fruit to plunder the shadows of the pirates and marines who were fighting. Those people just fainted and didn't directly disappear. These days, a large number of cells have been built underground on the Thriller bark. It was specially used to hold the prisoners whose shadows he had taken away. This is also just in case a large group of pirates will be in prison in the future. Yes. Many zombies boarded the ship and began to send unconscious prisoners to the underground prison on the giant ship. At the same time, under Perona's command, the treasures and supplies on the ship began to be transported. These are their trophies. Of course, it is impossible to let it go. Luke-sama, are you going to create zombies directly next? Looking at the hundreds of shadows on Luke's hand, Hogback asked expectantly. Not in a hurry. Luke waved his hand. He directly activated the new ability he developed and began to operate, shadow tailoring. It's sewn up. Whoosh, whoosh. In the unbelievable eyes of Perona, Brooke, and Hogback, thin black lines flew out from Luke's hands one after another. It actually penetrated these shadows one after another, connecting them all. It's like cutting and piecing together a rag doll. All of a sudden, Luke cut one shadow after another and forcibly pieced them together. Finally, it spliced into a large shadow. No, it is no longer an ordinary shadow, it has become completely like Luke's shadow clone. It became round and like a black humanoid doll. It kept struggling there, but Luke held it tightly. Hiss. Hogback gasped. Immediately, his eyes burned with fire of excitement. With so many shadows put together, wouldn't it be? It's unbelievable. Brooke's jaw almost dropped to the ground. Is this your new ability, Luke-sama? Perona's eyes flashed with light, full of admiration. It's really amazing. One can imagine so many shadows combined into one. How powerful is it once it is implanted into the corpses of those strong men who have been perfectly repaired by Hogback using the repair fruit ability. Even if shadows don't have much of a rejection reaction to corpses, forcibly cutting and splicing so many shadows will undoubtedly require higher requirements for the carrier. Gazing at the shadow puppet that was stitched together by a large number of shadows, which seemed to be many times larger than before and expanded like a rag doll, Luke shrugged. As a target of a shadow carrier, the body must be strong enough to accommodate and carry such shadow. Hiss. 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 I don't think you need to worry about this. Hogback was very excited and said with a strange smile, after strict screening, the corpse of a zombie general should be more than enough to handle this level of shadows. He is very confident in his skills. Chapter 22, Zombie General Number 1 Cling. Not long after, on the shores of the Thriller Bark. Along with the coffin, which was no less than 5 meters and extremely heavy, a dozen zombies worked hard to carry it over. After opening it, a tall figure with a sturdy build and golden armor lay inside. The face is lifelike but without any trace of life. Is this? Brooke's pupils narrowed sharply. Hiss hiss hiss, his name is Wang Zi. He comes from the country of Kano. He was once the 10th leader of the Hapo Navy. The famous Don Chen Zhao in the New World is one of his tribesmen. There, Hogback introduced with a strange smile, the bounty during his lifetime was more than 400 million belly, and that was the bounty more than 20 years ago. Later, Moria sneaked into the country of Kano, dug up his grave, and stole the body. The Hapo Navy of the country of Kano? Brooke's eyes widened. He was born in a certain country called West Blue and was once the leader of the kingdom's guard. Naturally, he has heard of the notorious and feared Hapo Navy. Although the country of Kano officials strongly deny their relationship with them, who in West Blue doesn't know that they are secretly supported by the country of Kano officials and specialize in plundering. As the 10th leader of the Hapo Navy, Wang Zi's strength during his lifetime was obviously not too weak. Then let's get started. Luke was not impressed. There is no need to worry about whether resurrecting Wang Zi as a zombie general will offend the country of Kano or some other pirate forces. I will give you a new life. You will forget the past and serve me wholeheartedly. A strange red light shone in his eyes. The shadow puppet, consisting of a large number of shadows, was directly bound to a master-servant contract. Following Luke's instructions, it stopped struggling. Then it nodded blankly. Then, resurrect. Zombie General Number 1, Wang Zi. Luke grabbed the shadow puppet and pressed it on Wang Zi's body. All of a sudden, the bulging shadow sank into Wang Zi's body and disappeared as if falling into a quagmire. Buzz. Soon, under the watchful eyes of Brooke, Perona, Hogback, and others, Wang Zi's body shook all over. Thump, thump. Waves of drum-like heartbeats could not help but come from his broad chest. The thick fingers began to flex and move. The rough face twitched slightly, and his eyes suddenly opened. His eyeballs were completely bloodshot, and he exuded a ferocious aura. I am. The resurrecting Wang Zi sat up and looked around with his eyes filled with confusion. From today on, you are the zombie general number 1, Wang Zi, and I am your master. Luke said calmly. Yes. The blank stare gradually becomes clearer. Wang Zi stood up suddenly, and he knelt on one knee in front of Luke and lowered his head. Master. He recognized his master so quickly? Perona was surprised. Isn't it said that the stronger the zombies are, the longer you will cause trouble after the resurrection? Indeed, Luke-sama's shadow almost demolished the island after it was implanted in Or's body. Hogback was also full of confusion. Looking at Wang Zi, the former leader of the Hapo Navy, is this guy so weak? Luke used hundreds of shadows to create a new zombie general. Among them, One-Eyed Hax has a bounty of nearly 100 million belly. Logically speaking, he cannot be that weak, right? Did it fail? Brooke scratched his head in confusion. The puppet-like shadow just now was, after all, a new ability developed by Luke. It was the first time he had made such a bold attempt, and it was not impossible that he had not yet fully mastered it. It was possible that he might really produce a failed product. You will know if you try it. Luke's mouth curled up slightly. As he said that, he directly ordered Wang Zi, "Go, Wang Zi. Let this skeleton see your strength." "Yes, master." Wang Zi received the order, and his tall figure stood up suddenly. "Wait, Luke-sama." Brook was startled and shook his hands there. But Wang Zi grabbed an exaggerated giant sword directly from the coffin. Before Brook could speak, he had already slashed out. Whoosh! The wind whistled, and a huge flying slash flew out. Brook, who was in a hurry, barely avoided it. The damaged pirate ship behind him, which had been emptied of supplies, was ruthlessly split into two in an instant. Boom! Hiss! Brook turned his head and his mouth open wide as he gasped and broke out a cold sweat. So powerful? This bearded man. Perona and Hogyubagu were shocked. Their eyes widen as they feel a little bit unbelievable. They didn't expect the zombie general created by Luke to be so amazing. Then, they immediately turn excited. Gurgle. It split the pirate ship in an instant. It's worthy of being a zombie general created by Luke-sama. Too powerful. The zombies who were watching there. They all opened their mouths wide, shocked, and felt speechless. They stared blankly at the pirate ship that was cut open and slowly sank to the bottom of the sea and then looked at Wang Zi's tall figure, all showing awe. They are both zombies. Is the difference so big? This can easily kill zombies like them in seconds. And it's the kind that kills a large number of them with one slash. I've already told you not to compare me to that half-assed Moria. Luke folded his arms and spoke calmly. It seemed that he had expected this scene and was not surprised. The shadow puppet made of hundreds of shadows using shadow tailoring is not comparable to a single shadow. Although Wang Zi's strength is not as good as when he was alive, it is not much worse. Generally, pirates with bounties of hundreds of millions are not his opponents at all, except for those with special devil fruit. Moreover, as a zombie resurrected by the power of the shadow fruit, he has advantages that ordinary strong men do not have. He is not afraid of injury, death, or fatigue and can always fight. Even if he will be restrained by salt and seawater. However, such a weakness is only equivalent to that of the general devil fruit users. It is obviously not that easy to defeat this new type of zombie general. Chapter 23, Vice Admiral Jian and Captain Hina Luke-sama, there is Marine. The Marine fleet, a total of 5 warships, is approaching here. Before Luke was ready to fully test the combat effectiveness of Wang Zi, the #1 zombie general. A swift zombie falcon suddenly fluttered down from a high altitude and reported. "Oh? Marine?" Luke raised his eyebrows. But there was no panic. Now, he's wearing the identity of 7 warlords of the sea, and they have the privilege of legal robbery and immunity from being wanted. Not to mention, it is just a small fleet. Even if he encounters the admiral from Marine headquarters, what is there to fear? Hee hee. Hee hee. Hee hee, do you want to capture them? Luke-sama. Perona's spirit left her body again, and she floated in the air. Then she looked at the sea in the distance and was eager to go out again. It depends on whether they know each other. Luke said calmly. Furthermore, the 7 warlords of the sea cooperate with the world government, not Marine. Only the world government has the right to order them, and there is no need to give them face. After all, it is a fleet, no matter how small it is. With his current strength, it is impossible to destroy them all in an instant. Even if the news is leaked, Marine will infer some clues based on the whereabouts of the thriller bark. Right now, he still needs the identity of a warlord. There is no need for a head-on confrontation with the Marines. Soon, a Marine fleet consisting of 5 warships of different sizes appeared in sight of Luke and others. Vice Admiral Jian. On top of the large battleship, a female Marine with long pink hair and a dashing appearance was saluting to the tall and beautiful Vice Admiral, who was wearing a cloak of justice in front of her. She loudly reported, "That should be a ship that belongs to one of the 7 warlords in front of us. The thriller bark of the Gecko Moria. This is no ordinary Vice Admiral from Marine headquarters. Instead, it's a powerful Vice Admiral who is listed as a candidate for Admiral. It is said that she has the overwhelming ability to serve as Admiral of the headquarters. It is also the flower of the Marine that countless Marines are fascinated by." Gecko Moria? Hearing those words, Giant stared at the huge giant ship ahead. There was a hint of surprise on her pretty face. "Didn't you say that guy has been hiding in the Floria Triangle all year round and rarely comes out?" Information about the 7 warlords of the sea, naturally, she, the Vice Admiral from headquarters, still knows some. Even though she has never dealt with Gecko Moria, she still knows the general situation of the Moria pirates. The thriller bark suddenly appeared here, which inevitably surprised Giant. That should be Hina shook her head and said hesitantly. But their flag seems to have changed. She took out an information manual and kept flipping through it. Above, there is information about each pirate group. In addition to the captain itself, it also includes some of their key members, pirate flags, pirate ships, and other related information. Finally, she turned to the Moria pirates. It was delivered to Vice Admiral Jayan, and she pointed at the flag on the thriller bark. There is a big difference between the pirate flag of the Moria pirates in the book and the pirate flag currently hanging on the thriller bark. On the black flag above, there's a ferocious skull that is extremely eye-catching, with two thigh bones intertwined. It's like an evil ghost crawling out of hell with its wings spread out, making it daunting. Oh? Jayan raised her eyebrow. Hina, on the side, bravely took out a small piece of paper from her fourth-dimensional pocket. On the palm of her hand, the small piece of paper was slowly moving in the direction of the thriller bark. Vice Admiral Jayan. Looking at the life card in her palm, she frowned slightly and said, "In the previous fight, I left a Vivra card on the ship of the One-Eyed Pirates. At this moment, the Vivra card is pointing towards the thriller bark, which means that the One-Eyed Pirates are there. A Vivra card is made from the owner's nails, hair, and other materials. Not only can it show the owner's life status, but the torn-off parts of the same Vivra card will attract each other. When they were fighting the One-Eyed Pirates before, considering that One-Eyed Hax was just a pirate with a bounty of less than 100 million belly, Jayan intended to train her subordinates and did not take action directly. Instead, she puts Hina in charge of her powerful team. When the opponent saw that the situation was not going well and wanted to evacuate, Hina decisively used her bind fruit ability to quietly nail part of the Vivra card torn off to the opponent's pirate ship. Moreover, the place was specially selected as a relatively hidden part that is not easily noticed. Therefore, they can always lock the position of the One-Eyed Pirates and bite the opponent tightly. This is also a method commonly used by Marines to pursue targets. It seems that those guys from the One-Eyed Pirates are most likely on the thriller bark. Signal for negotiation and move closer, Jayan said in a deep voice after glancing at the Vivra card in Hina's hand. Moreover, the thriller bark suddenly changed its flag, which also confused her a little. Generally speaking, once pirates confirm their pirate flag, they rarely change it. She made up her mind to find out. Although the 7 warlords of the sea are pirates who are famous on the sea and are invited by the world government to join them, each one has amazing strength. Especially for a guy like Gecko Moria, who was able to survive a battle with monsters like Kaido in the New World, his strength is definitely not comparable to that of ordinary pirates. Especially in the first half of the Grand Line, it is unlikely that any pirate can defeat him. As Vice Admiral of Marine Headquarters, she felt the need to confirm and find out what happened inside the Morio pirates. Although the 7 warlords of the sea are pirates, they have privileges and we have no right to interfere. Although Hina on the side was a little moved, she still reminded helplessly, "Should I ask for permission from the superiors first?" "No need to bother, I don't want to conflict with them, it's just normal negotiation." Jayan waved her hand. Although her rank is only Vice Admiral. However, as an Admiral candidate, she naturally has the confidence to face the warlords of the sea. We have been eyeing that group for a long time, and we can't just give it to them so easily. Chapter 24, Lush Fruit? Wind Swordsman? Luke-sama, the trophies have been counted. On the thriller bark, a zombie ran over happily while holding a treasure box in his hand. We also found a devil fruit in a treasure box. What? Devil fruit? Hearing those words, it's not just Luke but Hogback and others who were all a little surprised. Let me see. Luke stepped forward and took the treasure box to open it. A green, oval-shaped fruit with strange patterns and 2 green leaves lay quietly inside. What kind of devil fruit is this? Perona is full of curiosity. Paramsha, lush fruit. Luke's pupils condensed. He had seen the devil fruit encyclopedia and deliberately memorized it. He knows the shapes and characteristics of most devil fruits very well. It didn't take long for him to recognize it. Paramsha? Lush fruit? What ability does it have? Seeing that Luke recognized the devil's fruit directly, Perona, Hogback, and Brooke were all full of surprises. Well, a rather special ability that can control nearby plants and accelerate the growth of plants. Weighing the lush fruit, Luke shrugged. If you make good use of it, it will have quite an effect. This type of Paramsha devil fruit didn't attract him much, but it was better than nothing. Luke, the Marine wants to negotiate with us. At this time, the Marine signaled for negotiation. The zombie responsible for raising the flag asks Luke for instructions. Vice Admiral Jayan, I didn't expect her to be the one leading the team. With the help of a monocular telescope, Luke noticed the tall and heroic figure on the leading warship, making Luke raise his eyebrows. He recognized Jayan immediately. Because when he was in CP9, He had already seen this famous female vice admiral who had both beauty and strength. Luke, the Marines won't be targeting the devil fruits and one-eyed pirates, would they? Brooke said in a deep voice. Verona and Hogback on the side couldn't help but look solemn. If that's the case, I'm afraid the Marine has bad intentions. It's not impossible. After a brief consideration, Luke ordered the zombies, wave the flag and allow their ship to approach. Soon, the warship arrives slowly. Entering the huge mouth of the thriller bark, it docked on the shore. On the warship, the Marines, who were armed with live ammunition, were full of tension. Their muscles are tense, and they are highly vigilant and ready to fight at any time. After all, this is the territory of one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Although these big pirates have been recruited, they are still pirates in the final analysis. Don't be nervous, just relax. Giant scolded her subordinates. After saying that, without any hesitation, she took Hina, her adjutant, and several Marines and boarded the thriller bark. Since the opening of Age of Pirates, countless ambitious people who are unwilling to settle down are vying to go to sea. The number of pirates continued to increase, and the situation on the sea became more turbulent. Facing the suddenly violent sea, the Marine was overwhelmed. Their troops were soon stretched thin, and they could not suppress the pirates, who were constantly causing trouble everywhere. Moreover, in the New World, 4 emperors rule over a sea area, and the forces under their command continue to expand. In order to stabilize the sea situation, the world government had to introduce the 7 warlords of the sea policy. Promising that the Marines would stop targeting them and allow them a series of rights, such as legal robbery, they recruit the most famous and powerful pirates on the sea in disguise. Let these lawless guys serve the world government to a certain extent. As time goes by, countless ambitious pirates want to challenge the 7 warlords of the sea and step on their heads to become famous, but the 7 warlords use their blood to declare to the world the invincible reputation of the 7 warlords of the sea. Even to this day, under the guidance and propaganda of the world government, intentionally or unintentionally, the 7 warlords of the sea seem to have been closely related to the Marine headquarters. There are also the Whitebeard pirates, the Big Mom pirates, the Beasts pirates, etc. Entrenched in the New World, the famous pirate forces keep pace with each other. A triangle situation gradually formed. This has also resulted in the 7 warlords of the sea having more special status and cannot be acted upon rashly. As long as the bottom line of the world government is not touched, even the Marines, who are supposed to be in a hostile position, sometimes have to pinch their nose and compromise with these notorious pirates. They have to turn a blind eye to the warlords' arrogant and domineering behavior. The vast majority of Marine high officials are very dissatisfied and hostile to these 7 warlords. They have no favorable impression of these rotten pirates at all. Jian, an admiral candidate, is no exception. She is confident enough in her own strength that she obviously doesn't worry about whether Moria will take action against her. In fact, deep down in her heart, she wished that the other party would take action against her so that she could have a reasonable reason to arrest him. As for whether the situation in the sea would remain stable, that is something that senior officials need to consider. It has nothing to do with her, a vice admiral. Wow, beautiful Miss Marine. When Brooke saw Jian and Hina, he, who was left with only a handful of bones, couldn't help but feel the fire burning in his eyes. He subconsciously wanted to step forward and ask the other person for panties as usual. Brooke, calm down. Don't embarrass me here. Luke, who transformed into the wind swordsman Yasuo, angrily knocked his afro hair. Ah, what a rare visitor. Luke came forward with the number 1 zombie general, Wang Zi, Perona, Hogback, and others, and said with a smile, I wonder what the famous admiral candidate, Vice Admiral Jian is here for? I have never seen this young man before. Jian looked at Luke and the others in front of her. Faced with the secret transformation of life return, Luke, who has shrunk in stature, obviously did not recognize by the other party that he was the CP9 traitor who caused trouble in Anai's lobby a few days ago, killed his boss, and defected directly, and was wanted by the world government with a bounty of 200 million belly. But when Jian noticed Luke's sword, Kayashui, hanging on his waist, her eyes couldn't help but condensed slightly. After looking around and not seeing Moria, she frowned. Where is Moria? Jian was not too surprised that Luke and others recognized him. After all, as one of the few powerful female vice admirals in Marine headquarters, she thought she was somewhat famous at sea. Hiss. 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 Moria-sama is not someone anyone can just meet if they want to. Dr. Hogback introduced there, this is the vice captain of our netherworld pirate. He is the deputy captain Moria-sama personally recruited recently, the wind swordsman, Yasuo. Chapter 25, Luke vs. Jian. Vice captain? Wind swordsman? Jian looked at Luke in surprise. Unexpectedly, the other party turned out to be the vice captain recruited by Gecko Moria himself. but she had never heard of such a person in the sea before. However, suddenly becoming the deputy captain from an unknown existence shows that his strength must be quite extraordinary. Wait. The Netherworld pirate? Hina, who was following Jian, was a little surprised and became wary. Aren't you the Moria pirates? Sorry, I forgot to inform you, Marine. Luke smiled and said, not long ago, Moria-sama decided that the Moria pirates would officially be renamed as the Netherworld pirates. The Netherworld pirate? They are really arrogant. Hina pouted. Jian waved her hand nonchalantly. Looking at Luke, she went straight to the point. We are chasing the one-eyed pirates, but we lost the clue when we got here. Well, we did kill a group of pirates not long ago. Luke didn't mean to hide it, and admitted generously, but we are Marines' allies, so there's no need to thank us. I'm sorry, little brother, those guys are the targets we are chasing so hard. It's not good for you to cut them off halfway. Giant smiled and said to Luke, so those trophies belong to us, Marine. According to the information obtained by Marine, the one-eyed pirates probably obtained a devil fruit and tried to take it to the Sabati archipelago to auction it off. This is one of the reasons why Marine pursues the one-eyed pirates. Trophy? He stared calmly at Giant before him. Luke responded with the same smile, have you ever seen a pirate spit out a meat in his mouth? Ah. So there's no need to discuss it? Giant narrowed her eyes, and then she faintly revealed a bit of strength. You can think so. Luke's expression remained unchanged. Whoosh, in an instant, everyone present felt a flash of cold light. Giant's sword, Kanpira, and Luke's sword, Shujui, were both unsheathed, and they collided instantly. King. Sparks sputter. Amazing shock waves surged, and the waves on the sea became rough. Luke and Giant looked at each other. Their eyes turned extremely sharp, and they didn't give in to each other. Are we going to fight right from the start? Hina, who was following Giant, saw this and sighed. Her hands were slightly open, ready to launch her devil fruit ability. Woman, I advise you not to act rashly. But the tall zombie general, Wang Zi, blocked her directly. The extremely sharp sword was pointed coldly directly at Hina. Brush, brush. For a while, regardless of whether it was the Marines who followed Giant, or the cadres of the Netherworld pirates, such as Perona, Brook, and Hogback, as well as the zombies who act as combatants around them. They immediately raised their guns, swords, and other weapons and started to confront the enemies in front of them, making the atmosphere extremely tense. Gishishishi. At this time, a strange laugh came. Whoosh. A group of bats fluttered their wings from the direction of the central castle. Giant and the other Marines looked at it in confusion. Whoosh. Then, a large number of shadow bats gathered in midair. A tall, fat shadow figure formed before being instantly replaced by Gecko Moria's figure. Is this how Fleet Admiral Sengoku taught you etiquette? If Marine really wants to tear up the agreement and take action against me, a warlord of the sea, then I will accept your shadow without mercy. Gishishishi. It bared his fangs and was full of arrogance. It seems not to be afraid of fighting Giant at all and is full of murderous intent. Gecko Moria. Hina looked sharply. Surprisingly, the person who came was Gecko Moria, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Not surprisingly, this should be the ability of the opponent's shadow fruit. Giant, who was originally very stubborn and full of battle intent, sheathed her sword calmly and smiled softly. I'm sorry, I was rude. I see a young and handsome swordsman here, it's inevitable that I want to challenge him. After she said that, she also winked at Luke in front of her. At first, she wondered if something had happened to Gecko Moria. But the moment she saw the other party appear, the dots in her heart naturally dissipated immediately. After all, people can fake it, but the ability of shadow fruit cannot be faked. I also want to have an in-depth discussion with Vice Admiral Giant. The black sword returns to its sheath. Luke's eyes were filled with awe-inspiring fighting spirit. Although he knew very well that the woman in front of him must be as strong as an admiral, the other party just wanted to test his own strength, and she didn't take it seriously. But Luke was not afraid. Give him some more time. Not to mention an admiral candidate like Giant, even the admiral, who truly represents the highest combat power of Marine headquarters, he is confident that he can compete with them head-on. Wind swordsman, Yasuo, right? I remember you. Holding the sword on her waist with one hand, Giant looked at the young swordsman and said with a smile, I hope you are worthy of that black sword. As the top swordsman in the Marine, she naturally recognized the sword in Luke's hand. Like her Kanpira, a famous sword that ranks among the 21 famous swords, Shujui is also one of them. Considering that Gecko Moria once fought against Kaido in Wano, the origin of this sword is naturally self-evident. Chapter 26, Pirate Empress. With no more lingering intention after Moria appears, Giant immediately boarded the ship with her subordinate and left. The tense atmosphere between the two parties suddenly dissipated. The conflict between the two is somewhat anticlimactic. Luke-sama. Seeing that Marine was not entangling them, and just left. Brooke and the others all looked at Luke. Adjust the course and continue to Jaya Island. Luke said nonchalantly. And Moria, who had just shown up, also came to his side. Understood. Once the zombies got the order, they started to get busy. Luke-sama. Brooke came to Luke. He pointed at Moria and then at Luke's shadow, full of doubts. Your shadow. Let the shadow escape from itself and transform into Moria. Logically speaking, there should be no shadows under Luke's feet. But there was clearly a shadow under Luke's feet just now. It's just a false shadow. It's easy for me to do this. The corners of Luke's mouth rose. As he said that, in the astonished eyes of Perona and others, the shadow under his feet disappeared. As expected of Luke-sama. I still got a long way to go. Luke was not complacent. The ability of the shadow fruit is by no means limited to this. There is definitely not just one shadow that a person with shadow fruit can control. He has been trying to develop the ability of the shadow fruit in depth. He's trying to see if he can generate a second, third, or even more shadows to fight. But it hasn't been successful yet. He can only create a fake shadow to confuse the enemies when the shadow clone breaks away from him. But Luke was not in a hurry. This is already a big improvement. He believes that if he develops his devil fruit abilities more, he may be able to succeed. He might even be able to use his own shadow to create the highest level hummies, just like Big Mom. Letting his shadow truly split and build the strongest zombie. Huh. I thought we were going to fight. At the same time, at the warship that was slowly leaving. Looking at the exaggeratedly large thriller bark that was drifting away. The Marines, who were a little nervous and didn't dare to be careless at all, breathed a sigh of relief. After all, what they have to face is the warlords of the sea, who can stand on par with Marine headquarters and even compete with the big pirates in the New World, rather than some minor characters. Vice Admiral Jayan, I thought you would really take action. Hina looked deeply at Jayan. I'm not that stupid yet. Jayan shrugged, then she stared in the direction of the thriller bark and whispered softly, however, the young vice captain recruited by Moria is not simple. No matter how powerful he is, he can't be compared to you, an admiral candidate, right? Thinking back to that young man, Hina was non-committal. She admitted that the other party was extraordinary and worthy of being the vice captain of a netherworld pirate. But Hina knows better how powerful this marine flower really is. She is the leading swordsman in Marine headquarters, and her strength is unfathomable. A little-known young swordsman. It's not worthy of the other party's attention at all. No, I don't mean the strength. Jayan shook her head and said bluntly, in addition to the fearless fighting spirit, I saw in his eyes a burning ambition. You mean? Hina blinked her eyes a few times and was a little stunned. He is definitely not a guy who wants to be subordinate to others. Maybe Moria will shoot himself in the foot. Jayan said nonchalantly as she stared at the thriller bark that was getting further and further away. Just watch. On the first half of the Grand Line, adjacent to the edge of South Blue's calm belt. On a dilapidated pirate ship full of battle traces, there's a bunch of stone statues on the deck. Surprisingly, they all looked ugly. On the opposite side is an ancient pirate ship that looks like a movable palace and is pulled by two giant sea snakes. Above, the flag of the Kuja pirates hangs impressively and flutters in the wind. A group of female warriors dressed coolly are constantly transporting objects on their ship. These are their trophies. Snake Princess's charm is indeed unmatched by anyone. With just a few moves, these men were all easily petrified. A female warrior was sighing on the side. Of course, no one can ignore my sister's beauty. A fat and strong female warrior with long orange hair crossed her arms and said proudly, Sister, we have gained a lot just after this expedition. And on the side, a female warrior with an exaggeratedly large head and long green hair said to the graceful figure in front of her, Our luck is really good. Really? The beautiful woman nodded gently. She has long black hair that falls to her waist and wears a red cheongsam, which perfectly outlines her figure. Next to her, there is a large red and white python hovering, adding a bit of indescribable wild beauty. Her body is invisibly exuding unimaginable temptation, making people feel fascinated and can't bear to look away. Ran, are you collecting newspapers again? She noticed a female soldier who just passed by, holding a large stack of newspapers. Sandersonia, who was following Boa Hancock, couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. There is no way, this is the task given by Eldernyan. The young female warrior with short hair and a good figure said helplessly, Our island of women is in the calm belt. The news COO doesn't pass there, and the news is blocked. So Eldernyan wants me to bring as many newspapers as possible whenever we go on an expedition. Fortunately, These pirates have the habit of collecting newspapers, so this saves me a lot of trouble. Are not these newspapers expired? Marigold glanced at it and noticed that the date above seemed to be 2 months ago. Eldonian said, even the expired ones. Ran said with a hopeless smile. She glanced at the expired newspaper at the top and sighed, but it's really incredible. More than 2 months ago, a big incident related to the world government seemed to have happened. The Anais lobby, which is said to have never been breached in 800 years, has a large commotion due to a traitor named Obaskluk. Oh? Hearing those words, the two sisters, Sandersonia and Marigold's pupil, couldn't help but shrink. Obaskluk? Boa Hancock, who was about to return to the cabin, suddenly turned her head. What did you say? Who? Obaskluk. I heard that he was a member of Cipher Pol No. 9 directly under the world government. For some reason, he suddenly killed his boss, caused a scene in Anai's lobby, and then defected. Ran was a little surprised to see Snake Princess, who had never cared about the outside world, reacting so strongly. However, she still pulled out the somewhat worn newspaper. She gestured to Boa Hancock and others. Here, he is surprisingly young. I heard that he is only 17 years old, and the world government has offered a bounty of 200 million belly for him. On the front page, a young and handsome teenager with blood-stained hands and cold eyes stood proudly in the damaged building. There were corpses of world government personnel and marines lying around him. It's him. Chapter 27, The Three Gorgon Sisters and the Golden Emperor. It's really him. In the antique cabin, Hancock couldn't wait to open the tattered newspaper. Then she stared at the young figure on the front page. Boa Hancock's beautiful face was no longer filled with arrogance and indifference like in the past but was full of excitement instead. Although he has changed a lot, it should be him. Not only her but also Sandersonia and Marigold were shocked and couldn't calm down. Our benefactor. Marigold's voice trembled. I didn't expect that he would betray the world government. Sandersonia couldn't believe it. It's really something he would do, but to make a scene in Anai's lobby alone. Boa Hancock tightly grasped the newspaper, tried her best to calm down her inner fluctuations, and said in a deep voice, after all, 8 years ago, when he was only 9 years old, he dared to disobey the order of the world government in Sabati Archipelago, risk his life to kill other world government officials present and let us go. Such a daring act is not something that ordinary people can do. She stared at the young and handsome teenager. She couldn't calm down, and her past memories gradually came to her mind. 12 years ago, when they were included in the Kuja Pirates' crew, they were kidnapped by slavers and sold to the Celestial Dragons, making them slaves. 4 years later, the Fisher Tiger climbed up the Red Line alone, took advantage of the lax guards in Mary Joyce, set fire everywhere, and rescued countless slaves. She was only 16 years old at time and she and her two sisters were also released and fled to Sabati Archipelago. At that time, although he was only 9 years old, he was sent out to perform tasks at a young age because of his outstanding performance in daily life and was assigned the task of capturing those escaped slaves. When the three sisters were blocked by several CP agents and looked desperate, that inconspicuous boy among the CP agents actually took action at that time. With a strength that was completely inconsistent with his age, he killed the other agents present cleanly and neatly and then let them go. The weak cannot survive in this cruel world. Since you have finally gotten rid of your slave status, cherish the hard-won freedom and work hard to become stronger. My name is Obaskluk. I hope you will become stronger when we meet again next time. Recalling those past memories and then looking at the young figure in the newspaper, Boa Hancock sighed softly. I really want to see him again. Indeed. The two sisters, Sandersonia and Marigold, also smiled and said, TSK, the boy in the past has grown into a handsome guy. Looking at the handsome boy in the photo, the corners of her lips raised slightly while Hancock nodded in approval. It's very handsome. Woo. Splash. In the unknown sea, the thriller bark moves forward against the wind and rain. The weather on the Grand Line changes at any time. The sun was shining brightly, but it turned into pouring rain in the blink of an eye. Drip. In the gorgeous castle, Luke looked at the heavy rain outside the window. Thinking of his experience in the past, he couldn't help but feel a little emotional. But he didn't know that the news that he killed his boss, made a scene in Anai's lobby, and rebelled against the world government attracted the attention of Boa Hancock, the pirate empress. The gold mine of the kingdom of Karos was ransacked. Looking at the report in the newspaper about a kingdom with rich gold reserves that disappeared overnight, Luke's eyes flashed. Golden Emperor? Don't let me down. The corners of his mouth rose slightly. Being able to completely mine a large gold mine in such a short time and turn it into a worthless waste mine. In all likelihood, it was the ability of the Parimsha, Gulgul fruit. In the year 1507 of the Sea Circle calendar, when he had just turned 9 years old, He had already mastered the 6 superhuman fighting skills. His extremely high talent attracted the attention of the higher-ups, and he was trained as a key person. Then, he was often arranged to leave CP's training base, Guanhao Island, to perform missions and fight. Back then, when Fisher Tiger risked the world's condemnation, climbed to the top of the Red Line with his bare hands, set fire to the Holy Land Marijuais, and let a large number of slaves go. He was sent to the Sabati archipelago to capture the escaping slaves. At that time, Luke and several CP agents blocked the 3 Gorgon sisters. But of course, he didn't let them go out of kindness. Not only did he know the other party's potential and background and wanted to make a good relationship, but also, because of his innate observation, Hockey had already sensed that there was a very amazing breath approaching. Judging that it was most likely Rayleigh who was approaching, he killed several other CP agents present without hesitation and let them go. And Gil Tesoro, who was also among the escaping slaves at the time. Luke had already been eyeing him and secretly subdued him. He also gave him the 6 superhuman fighting skills training method. 5 years ago, he arranged for Gil Tesoro, who had been trained for several years and was already strong, to create chaos at the Sabati Archipelago auction house and snatch the Gal fruit that the Don Quixote family used to attract customers but was not prepared to sell. However, after Gil Tesoro had power, he thought he could control his destiny. Obviously, his ambitions gradually expanded, and he was no longer as humble as before and was willing to be inferior to others. Due to Luke's special status, it was not convenient for him to show up often. The two had been out of touch for a long time. You can't wait to break free from your chains before your wings are even hard enough? Ha ha ha. Chapter 28, Luke vs. Shadow Clone. Time flies, another week has passed in the blink of an eye. On the undulating sea, the huge thriller bark kept moving forward. On the vast training ground. Bang. 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 2 identical figures were fighting fiercely. Tempest kick. Luke's eyes turned sharp. His body, like lightning, kicked out violently. Whoosh, whoosh. Several light green air blades appeared out of thin air. Paper arts. Opposite him, the Shadow Clone, whose appearance had changed just like Luke's appearance and was completely indistinguishable, moved in the wind at an incredibly weird angle, like an extremely thin piece of paper. He dodged the incoming air blades one by one. The next moment, it snapped its fingers, flying finger pistol. One after another, thin, invisible, compressed air shock waves came through the air. But Luke narrowly dodged it. Instant transmission. Almost at the same time, the 2 figures stamped their feet and rushed out. Their fists and feet became as black as ink, being wrapped around armament Hockey, crazily punching and kicking. Bang. 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 For a while, the fists and legs after image create a dazzling scene. The 2 are constantly colliding there, extremely fierce and not giving in to each other. Woo-hoo-hoo. The ground cracked, and gravel flew. The undulating sea surface in the distance seemed to become more turbulent. Oh ho ho ho, even the Shadow Clone has powerful combat forces. In a clearing in the distance, Brooke, who was practicing swordsmanship there, sighed with emotion, as expected of Captain. Of course, Luke Sama is a man destined to become the Pirate King. Perona, who had just finished her morning exercise around the thriller bark, was shaking off her sweat while speaking with pride. As she spoke, she untied the extremely heavy lead bags on her arms and legs, as well as the exaggerated weight-bearing clothes on her body. Then she sat down and felt relaxed instantly. When the zombie reached her side, she took the juice from the zombie's hand, and her eyes narrowed as she enjoyed it happily. Ha. I can't hold on any longer. Dr. Hogback, who was weakly lying on the ground, was sweating profusely and breathing heavily. These days, Luke has forced him to continuously do training. He had gradually adapted to it, but not long ago, Luke started to increase the amount. Running with a heavy load is undoubtedly a huge challenge for a fat house otaku like Hogback. But as time goes by, putting aside the devil fruit ability, the 2 people who could only be regarded as having 5 scum combat power, the gap between them has gradually become apparent. Perona is young and energetic, with greater potential, but she was too lazy and neglected to exercise in the past. Under Luke's high-pressure training, the progress is not slow. Whether it is physical fitness or physical skills, she has begun to leave Dr. Hogback, the ship's doctor, behind. Just like now, with the morning training task assigned by Luke completed, Perona still has some energy left. But Dr. Hogback was extremely exhausted. His physical strength was almost all gone. Retractable. Snake. At this time, Luke gives the Shadow Clone a hard blow and retreats. Suddenly, several punches came. It continuously extended and turned freely at tricky angles as it madly bombarded Luke in front. Whoosh. Whoosh. The piercing sound continued to echo, and the sky was densely packed with dark fist after image. It seemed to be entangled with the quite amount of armament hockey. Swish, swish. However, Luke seemed to be able to predict the future. With the observation hockey, his body was like a small boat in the waves, swinging at an incredible angle and speed like a residual image. He narrowly avoided the punches that kept coming. The next moment, under Brooke and others' astonished eyes, Luke's fists wrapped with armament hockey also swung out. What? Perona screamed while Brooke and Hogback lost their voices. Because Luke's fists, like the shadow clone in front of him, were like rubber and also stretched out strangely. Their fists kept colliding with each other. Boom. Boom. The explosion continued as the two figures kept colliding. A large amount of smoke and dust flew, and gravel splashed. It was a little hard to see clearly. Shadow revolution, partial enlargement. Giant pistol. At this moment, almost at the same time, two identical figures shouted at the same time. Their fists swelled up at a speed visible to the naked eye, turning into a giant fist, and the two hit each other hard. Bang. There was a loud noise. The whole giant ship shook violently. The training ground reinforced with cement under the feet of the two was directly torn apart and collapsed mercilessly. Large pieces of gravel, accompanied by amazing shock waves, kept sweeping away. The big trees were nearly pressed to the ground. On the sea, the waves were surging, creating a shocking scene. Luke and his shadow clone stood there at the same time and did not continue the battle. Luke-sama, have you been able to control the second shadow? Perona's spirit body floated over. She blinked her big eyes, full of curiosity. Just now, Luke used the ability of shadow revolution to change his shadow and affect his body when his shadow clone already left his body. He even enlarged his fist to the size of a giant's fist and faced head-on with his shadow clone. Swish. The shadow clone, which was no different from a real person, changed. It turned into a dark shadow at a speed visible to the naked eye and returned to his shadow. It's still a little short. Luke hugged his arms and shrugged. It's just that when my shadow clone is separated, the ability of shadow fruit can be used normally. It will take some time to generate a second shadow clone that can move freely. These days, he has been working hard to develop the ability of shadow fruit. He can already use other abilities of shadow fruit normally when shadow clone leaves his body without being affected. But it's still a little short of truly creating a second shadow clone. Because shadow clone is not an ordinary clone, although it can be completely dominated and controlled by himself, strictly speaking, it has a certain self-awareness like those deprived shadows. Therefore, it can exert a combat power infinitely close to the original body. Of course, shadow clone is not completely flawless. When it and the original body are both engaged in battle, it is equivalent to 1+1. The consumption of his own physical strength is quite enormous. Ordinary people really can't hold on for long. Chapter 29, Jaya Island. Luke-sama. We are arriving on Jaya Island soon. While Luke, Perona, and other cadres were enjoying the delicious breakfast, a zombie hurried over and reported the situation. Oh? Spitting out a bone, Luke stood up and chuckled. Is it finally here? The next moment, he looked sharply. All the muscles in his body were tense, and he activated the life return. Brush. Because a large amount of food was consumed, the slightly bulging belly shook slightly and instantly became as flat as usual. A vague island grew larger on the sea ahead and became clearly visible. That is. It's a giant ship. Gulu. That's too big. Now, on Jaya Island, there are a large number of pirate ships docked on the coast. Groups of fierce-looking pirates gathered there. Noticing the huge ship coming slowly on the sea, they all couldn't help but feel a little shocked. They have obviously never seen such a big ship before. Hiss. Hiss. Hiss, Luke, this island is a lawless zone that is not under the jurisdiction of the world government. A large number of pirates gather all year round. Dr. Hogback didn't bother to wipe the grease in his mouth and excitedly said, now I don't have to worry about materials. He clearly did his homework and learned the situation on Jaya Island. This town, called the Town of Ridicule, is mostly inhabited by pirates despite the fact that it looks like a resort. Well, apart from some aborigines, there are indeed many pirates. Luke nodded with satisfaction. If we sew their shadows together, it should be almost enough to resurrect the remaining zombie generals. He is not a good person. He doesn't care whether these pirates have offended him or not. There is no psychological burden at all on using the shadows of these pirates to create a zombie army. However, in order to prevent accidents, it is too troublesome to imprison so many pirates in the dungeon at once. Still have to filter them. It is better to be deficient than excessive. It would be great if I could get the ability of Parimsha, book fruit, or Parimsha, hobby fruit. Luke touched his chin and thought secretly. The book fruit can lock the target into the picture books and maintain a locked state for a long time without hunger or aging. There is no need to waste food and worry about them escaping. directly saving a lot of manpower and material resources. As for the hobby fruit, he can turn these guys into toys after stripping them of their shadows, then make a rule to make them work day and night. Even if their shadow is taken away, and they cannot appear in the sun. It can also allow these tool people to work for themselves in the dark underground. Implanting their shadows into corpses can also create a zombie army. It has to be said that the hobby fruit matches the ability of the shadow fruit quite well. It can bring the value of a captive to the ultimate level. Capitalists are not that even vicious. He glanced at the white clouds and the blue sky, and then he directly ordered, "Then, I'll leave this place to you. Some smelly fish and rotten shrimp." The strongest pirate on this island is estimated to have a bounty of no more than 50 million belly. There is no need for him to take action personally. "Luke, I wanted to ask you a question." Brooke asked curiously, "Is it just for these guys that you came here specifically?" Based on what he knew about Luke these days, the other party's purpose was unlikely to be this. If he just wants the shadows of those powerful pirates. Even if they don't go to the New World, wouldn't it be better to go directly to the Sabati archipelago? Being the last stop before going to the New World, there is bound to be a large number of powerful pirates gathered there. With Luke's own strength alone, it doesn't take much effort to deal with the pirates who haven't been to the New World yet. Especially with the privileges of 7 warlords of the sea, Marine will probably not interfere. Of course not, they just happen to be on the way. Luke chuckled, then he pointed to the sky. "My goal is up there." "Up there?" Looking at the sky, Hogback on the side thought of something. He opened his mouth wide and looked at Luke in disbelief and excitement. "Luke, is the legend of the City of Gold true?" They had followed Gecko Moria and had been in the first half of the Grand Line for so long. Naturally, they had heard the legend about the City of Gold. The legendary City of Gold? Brooke was full of astonishment and said there. "Back then, our Rumbar pirates also thought about searching for it, but in the end, we gave up." "Luke-sama, could it be that the City of Gold is up there?" Perona stared blankly at the sky above with her big round eyes. "How is this possible?" "It's hard to say whether the City of Gold is up there." Luke shrugged and said nonchalantly, "But Sky Island does exist. I'll go up and investigate first. You guys wait for me here and get rid of the pirates in the town. If everything goes well, I will take you up there to open your eyes and see the legendary Sky Island." A man of great skill is bold. He is not worried about Enel's threat. At least, with the ability of the shadow fruit, if he wanted to leave, few people in this sea could stop him. What's more, although Rumble Fruit's ability is indeed very powerful, Luke didn't feel that Enel, who was arrogant and settled in a corner and could only rely on his devil fruit abilities to dominate Sky Island, could threaten him. This is confidence in one's own strength. Moreover, he was not without other preparations. Understood. Hearing Luke's words, the three were all excited. Although they were a little shocked, they certainly had no doubts about Luke's words. "You know, this man is an elite member of Cypher Pol number 9, which is directly under the world government. It is not surprising that he knows some unknown secrets." For a moment, they were full of longing for the legendary Sky Island. Chapter 30, Shadow String Woo on the Thriller Bark. The devil-like shadow wings suddenly opened. "Then, this place is left to you." Under Hogback and others' gaze, Luke flapped his wings and rushed to the sky. Suddenly, Luke seemed to feel something. With his sharp observation, Hockey realized that there was someone watching him on Jaya Island, which was still far away, and the naked eye should not be able to see the situation here. "Sniper? Interesting." Luke raised his eyebrows and smiled. He didn't care and disappeared from Perona, Brooke, and others' sight at an astonishing speed. 3,000 meters, 4,000 meters, 5,000 meters. Below the endless dark clouds, Luke's eyes turned stern. Shadow string. His right hand was like a pistol, pointing at the sea of clouds above. Swoosh! A dark shadow string from his finger pierced through the cloud like lightning. Swish! Swish! If, at this moment, there was someone on the other end of the cloud, they would be shocked to find that a thin, invisible black string suddenly ran from bottom to top, penetrating the extremely thick sea of clouds. The next moment, Luke's eyes turned stern. Shadow Warrior. His whole figure disappeared in an instant, and he strangely crossed the thick sea of clouds and appeared at the other end of the shadow string. "Well, is this the White Sea?" Looking around, all he saw was white clouds everywhere, making Luke a little emotional. The sea of clouds in the sky is like a miracle. Although it was expected. But when he saw it with his own eyes, it was still a little shocking. It made people sigh at the wonder of this world. Instant shadow. This is one of the abilities of the shadow fruit he has developed these days. In fact, the principle is very simple. Using the power of the devil fruit, he can easily create fine and tough shadow strings that are almost invisible to the naked eye. Not only can it be used to attack the target, but it can also be used as a medium to allow the shadow clone to instantly shuttle to any location on the shadow string. And he can directly exchange positions with the shadow clone at any time and anywhere. In an extremely short time, after these two steps, he can achieve the teleportation effect to freely shuttle within the entire shadow string. It sounds troublesome, but for Luke, it only takes a moment to operate. His nerve reaction ability is far superior to that of ordinary people. He can do this easily. Woo-hoo-hoo. Looking at the white sea of clouds in the sky, Luke did not prepare to break into Sky Island from Heaven's Gate. Instead, he flapped his wings directly and soon rushed under the vast sea of clouds. He did the same course of action again. Swoosh! A fine shadow string penetrated through the sea of clouds again. Swish! The next moment, Luke activated Shadow Warrior again. He exchanged positions with a shadow clone, who had already traveled to the end of the shadow string and appeared on the white sea. Whoosh! The dark devil's wings fluttered gently. Luke soared into the air and did not fall into the white sea below. And in front of him, an island with ancient trees, lush vegetation, and clouds and mist was clearly visible. Is this the part of Jaya Island that was pushed up to 10,000 meters into the sky by the knock-up stream and appeared on Sky Island? Luke exclaimed, "It's incredible." When he really saw the Sky Island, it was completely different from the images he imagined. That kind of unparalleled visual impact cannot be described in words. Let alone. Just those plants, in the unique climate environment of Sky Island, have undergone changes over the long years, and they are many times larger than the species that should be of the same origin under the sea. Without further delay, Luke flapped his wings and directly turned into a black stream of light as he rushed to the island. At this time, on the Island of Gods, upper yard. In the center of the island is a rather gorgeous palace. In the hall, a young man with his upper body naked was lazily lying on a soft couch. Next to him, two maids were holding large cattail leaves and gently fanning him. What was surprising was that he had unusually long earlobes. Moreover, he not only wore a headscarf but also had 4 wooden shemdaiko drums inlaid on his back. His face was slightly sinister and arrogant. Enel suddenly felt something and raised his eyebrows. It seems that a bug broke in. Ka. He grabbed a red apple and took a bite casually. Then he said indifferently, "Shura, Jeditsu, Satori, Om, the 4 of you go and entertain him. I will obey the oracle." 4 priests of different shapes walked out, kneeled on one knee, and bowed respectfully, not daring to be disrespectful. "Hey, is there fun again? I'm just bored. I hope he can last longer." As the 4 high priests under the seat of God, they are full of confidence in their own strength. They don't think anyone can threaten them at all. Forget it, it doesn't seem to be an ordinary bug. But before these priests are ready to leave, Enel sat up and showed a playful smile. Then he grabbed the golden staff next to him. Let this god play with it himself. I haven't stretched my muscles for a long time. Enel-sama. It's just a bug, you don't need to go out in person, right? Just leave it to us. The 4 priests were surprised. You are no match. Enel said lightly. The next moment, the 4 priests suddenly shook all over. What? Their faces changed drastically, and they moved together. They actually raised their weapons and rushed out violently. They all rushed towards Enel in front of them. This sudden scene made the maid next to them pale and scream. Boom. Chapter 31, Puppet Shadow String Boom. Inside the magnificent palace, flames billowed, smoke and dust flew. In the blink of an eye, a sharp spear pierced Enel's chest, and his head was beheaded by a sharp sword. But Enel was completely unharmed. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The wound that should have been bleeding not only did not have a single drop of blood splash out, but it was also intertwined with strands of lightning. Yahahaha, interesting. Looking at the 4 priests who suddenly betrayed him, Enel was full of surprise but also disdainful. String? He seemed to feel something. Then, he moved to one side as if he were dodging something. At the same time, he noticed that there were black strings connected to those priests' shadows, which were so thin that they were almost invisible to the naked eye if he didn't pay attention. The next moment, he frowned slightly. He felt as if his body was imprisoned. Hiss. In an instant, he turned into a ball of lightning, disappeared from the spot, and appeared a few meters away. Enel-sama, it's not me. We can't control ourselves at all. Shura, Jeditsu, Satori, and Dome were horrified and angry. But no matter how hard they tried to struggle, they still couldn't control themselves. They turned around and continued to attack Enel. I know. Enel's face was calm, but he didn't mean to hold back at all. He stomped his feet, 5 million volts, electric discharge. Hiss, hiss, chirp. In an instant, amazing lightning kept surging out from his body. In an instant, The 4 high priests, along with the 2 pale-faced maids who were frightened and at a loss, were all hit directly by the lightning that kept raging from the ground, making them scream miserably. They were charred all over and fell trembling. Swish dot swish. Enel-sama. Damn it, what happened? I'm so sorry, God, please forgive my sins. I can't control myself. At this time, a large number of soldiers rushed over one after another. They were all members of the Divine Squad who were guarding outside. But each of them had a struggle and fear on their faces as they held their weapons and attacked Enel together. 30 million volts, Thunderbird. Enel frowned, and then the golden staff in his hand directly hit the drum behind him. Hiss, hiss, chirp. All of a sudden, the drum flashed with lightning. The dazzling thunder turned into a huge bird that flapped its wings and flew out. Ah! The members of the Divine Squad who rushed up were all burned black by the lightning and screamed miserably. They fell there with their life and death unknown, making the whole palace a mess. Ka. But the next moment, regardless of the 4 high priests who had fallen or the members of the Divine Squad who had lost most of their lives, they began to move. One after another, they stood up strangely. They looked at Enel eagerly as if they would rush up again at any time. Can they be controlled when they are dead? Enel's eyes condensed, and he was somewhat doubtful. He never expected that even after these people were knocked out or died, they still couldn't get rid of the control. Hiss. With a flash of lightning, he appeared directly outside the palace. Rumble rumble fruit, it is worthy of being one of the top abilities in the sea. Outside the palace, above a towering tree, Luke stood proudly with a dark shadow wing fluttering on his back. On his hand, a large number of dark shadow strings were intertwined between his 5 fingers, and were extending from all directions to the palace in front. It seems that the puppet shadow string is indeed unable to control a Logia devil fruit user. Puppet shadow string. It is one of the shadow fruit abilities developed by Luke with his open mind and imagination while borrowing from the moves of string fruit. It is similar to the parasite string of string fruit, which can control the actions of others. But it does not need to touch the target's body, only the target's shadow, and it can easily control the target's actions by manipulating the target's shadow. Obviously, it can't control the Logia devil fruit users who can directly elementalize themselves. Such tricks have limited effect. A person with special abilities from the sea? Looking directly at Luke's figure, Enel laughed in anger. Yahahaha, I have to say, you really pissed me off. Lightning flash. All of a sudden, Enel's right wrist suddenly turned into dazzling lightning, and he pointed it directly at Luke in front of him. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The amazing stream of lightning came ruthlessly. But Luke seemed to have predicted it long ago and was not panicked at all. Swish. He stomped his feet hard, and his body moved sideways at an incredible speed. He narrowly avoided the stream of lightning. Boom. In the blink of an eye, the towering trees behind were broken and destroyed continuously. A large amount of smoke and dust rose to the sky, making people's scalps numb. You can actually dodge my attack, you are quite strong. Enel raised his eyebrows. Although a little surprised, he did not panic at all. Instead, he looked very interested. Hiss. The next moment, with a flash of lightning, he appeared not far from Luke and looked directly at him. Such strength is much stronger than those bunch of trash. Enel looked relaxed, full of arrogance and pride. Yahahaha, bug, I'll give you a chance. Follow me and become my servant, I'll forgive your previous offense. It seemed that he was not threatening but granting. He thought it was an honor for Luke to follow him. Oh? Luke looked directly at Enel with his face full of playfulness. This sentence is exactly what I want to say to you, Enel. Yahahaha. When Enel heard Luke's words, he couldn't help but laugh in anger, and his eyes became cold. That's a pity. Humble and ignorant blasphemer, repent in despair and fear. The shining golden staff directly hit the drum behind him, 30 million volts. However, before he finished speaking, Luke suddenly moved. Instant transmission. He stepped hard, and his figure appeared in front of Enel as if he had teleported. What? Enel's pupils shrank sharply, and he couldn't believe it. But he was too careless, and before he could attack, a dark fist mark wrapped with armament hockey had already hit his abdomen. Bang! Unimaginable pain came. Bang! Enel's eyes bulged, and he vomited blood. With a distorted face and expression full of disbelief, he flew out like a cannonball. Luke kept his fist swinging, with a face calm. Who is so humble and ignorant now? Big airs. Chapter 32, Shadow Cage. Bang! 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 Smoke and dust fill the sky. One after another, towering trees were knocked down and broken. Enel was covered in blood and was embedded in the ruins. His state of embarrassment reached the extreme. Whoosh! There was a flash of lightning, and he appeared in the distance. Cough! He staggered a little, and blood started to flow from the corner of his mouth. At this moment, Enel's distorted face shows complex emotions such as shock, unwillingness, anger, fear, and disbelief. Impossible, I should be invincible, why can you hurt me? Is it sea prism stone? No. In the opponent's hands, there is no sea prism stone. Just now, with his mantra and the rumble fruit, he predicts Luke's movements. On top of that, he thinks his elementalization is invincible. The other party cannot hurt him at all. Therefore, there is nothing to fear. Unexpectedly, he was hit hard all of a sudden. This made him a little unbelievable and at a loss. Rumble fruit is indeed one of the top devil fruit in the world. Luke looked directly at Enel, who was in a state of embarrassment and no longer as high-spirited as before, and said calmly, "It's a pity that you are too weak and far from being able to exert its true power." You. When Enel heard this, his eyes were filled with fire. He, who has always been arrogant and prideful, was naturally angry when he was belittled by Luke in this way. "You are so complacent, I was just careless just now." He stared at Luke fiercely and there was a fierce murderous intent in his eyes, then he furiously yelled, "You're just a bug from sea, I won't give you any chance again." The words have not yet finished. His entire body turned directly into lightning. Suddenly, he appeared in the sky about 10 meters away from Luke. Boom. The golden staff in his hand suddenly struck the drum behind him. 60 million volts, Thunder Dragon. All of a sudden, lightning flashes everywhere. Roar, a lifelike Thunder Dragon roared out with its fangs and claws reaching out. Then, with an astonishing speed, it pounced on Luke fiercely. Shadow Shield. However, Luke didn't dodge, he just raised his right hand directly, and the black shadow surged like fluid. In an instant, it turned into a huge black shield and stood firmly in front of him. Boom. The Thunder Dragon hit the black shield hard, but it didn't break, while the menacing and extremely ferocious Thunder Dragon actually collapsed on impact. The intact black shield shrank back like a fluid and flew to Luke's feet before turning back into an ordinary shadow. What? This scene made Enel's eyes widen, and he was a little surprised. He never expected that someone would block his invincible move. How is it possible? Is this what you are capable of? Staring at the strange shadow, Enel felt a little confused. Although he was on Sky Island, he, as the rumble fruit user, still had some understanding of the general types of devil fruit. But this kind of ability is really weird and beyond his knowledge. Permsha, shadow fruit. This is my devil fruit, Luke said nonchalantly. Immediately afterwards, he raised right hand and spread his fingers, then countless shadow strings intertwined and surged in the palm of his hand. Shadow Cage. In Enel's shocked eyes. Swipe. Swipe. Numerous black strings flew out of Luke's palm. Thousands of strings randomly rush in all directions. Huh? Enel's expression changed. Relying on Mantra's ability, he dodged swiftly. The shadow strings that shot out one after another were narrowly avoided. But the golden staff in his hand was cut off by the tough and extremely sharp black thread. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, countless thin black strings directly penetrated countless trees, rocks, buildings. All over the entire island, which was an extremely frightening sight. Even the thick mountain was penetrated by ruthless, sharp black strings. The entire island has become covered with densely packed black strings, making one's scalp numb. Want to block my movement? With vigilance, Enel gently scratched the inaudible black strings with his right hand, and the sharp shadow string easily cut his fingers. It's useless, my body is like lightning. Enel, who was unscathed, felt relieved. As long as these weird black strings can't hurt his body, there's nothing to be afraid of. Yeah? Luke chuckled. Shadow Cage is one of the moves developed on the basis of Shadow String by borrowing the ability of String Fruit. Somewhat similar to Doflamingo's Bird Cage. Of course, although these shadow strings are tough, they are not indestructible. After all, Luke eats the shadow fruit, not the string. If it is not reinforced with armament hockey, it will not pose a direct threat to those truly strong and can be easily torn or destroyed. However, the purpose of Shadow Cage is not just to surround enemies, but to better cooperate with the ability of Shadow Warrior. This allows him to freely move around the battlefield and take the initiative. In the sea, there are many people with Logia Devil Fruit abilities like you, such as light, flame, magma, ice, snow, wind. Luke crossed his arms and said bluntly, there are many people who are stronger than you, don't be too arrogant. Recognize reality, Enel. It's just Paramsha, stop talking nonsense. Enel was outraged. Realizing that the enemy in front of him has mastered some unknown method and can really hurt his own body. No matter how conceited he was, Enel no longer had any reservations. Sizz. The lightning gathered, making him extremely dazzling and difficult to look straight at. For a moment, Enel's whole body was gushing with intense electric lights. His figure expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. 200 million volts, Thunder God. A large amount of lightning materialized. Then, it turned into a bloated giant made of lightning in the blink of an eye. It was indescribably shocking. Relying on Logia's elementalization capabilities, Enel, who transformed into the god of lightning and had full combat power, ignored the obstacles of those shadow strings and rushed out. Go to hell, bug. Like an angry-eyed King Kong, his whole body was shining with intense electric light. Enel was exuding an astonishing aura and murderous intent. His palms intertwined with terrifying lightning slammed down. Boom. Luke looked calm, and he suddenly disappeared from where he was in an instant. What? Enel's pupils shrank sharply, and his hair stood up. The strong mantra predicts crises in an instant. But there was no time to turn around. Boom. A sharp kick hit him on the back of his head mercilessly. Ah! An unimaginable pain came, and Enel's consciousness fell directly into darkness. Chapter 33, The Shandia tribe. You fell down before I even exerted any force. The large amount of electric light gradually dissipated. He looked at Enel, who fainted on the ground and had a big bump on the back of his head. Luke, who landed firmly, shrugged it off. In fact, there are many ways to solve Enel. In the final analysis, Enel relies too much on Rumble Fruit's abilities, and his physical skills are really poor. Although he can already use voltages up to 200 million volts, Enel is obviously still very unfamiliar with the control of the Thunder God. Otherwise, rely on the power of the mantra. It stands to reason that it would be impossible not to react to his attack. In particular, Luke's Shadow Fruit ability counters Enel's abilities. After all, the materialized shadow is non-conductive and more insolent than rubber. Luke didn't even need to use the shadow cage with such fanfare just now. With his strength, even if he doesn't use the Devil Fruit ability, as long as Enel doesn't want to escape, he can easily crush him. It's just that he was happy to see prey and wanted to use him, a rookie Logia user, to verify the new abilities he had developed. Moreover, it just took a little effort. Shuisha. In the blink of an eye, the dense shadow strings shrink and return to his hand at a speed visible to the naked eye. The net that crisscrossed the entire island disappeared. Oh? Feeling something? Luke raised his eyebrows, and then a slight smile appeared on his face. Are they coming so soon? The shadow string on the hand that originally shrank and was fully released again. Hateful. What the hell is this? Damn it, is it Enel's abilities? Our bodies are out of control. And this time, on the coast of Upper Yard, the Island of Gods. One after another, figures dressed like Aboriginal tribesmen, holding spears and other weapons, gathered there in groups of 3 to 5. Surprisingly, they all have small white wings on their backs. However, what is very strange is that each of them is full of panic, and their steps are trembling. It's like being forcibly controlled. They tried to struggle, but they couldn't resist it. They involuntarily walked toward the center of the island. Eventually, they came to the ruined palace and met Luke. And Enel, who was lying on the ground with his life and death status unknown. What? Looking at Enel lying there. These Shandia warriors, who were originally a little panicked and desperate, couldn't help but lose their voices in disbelief. That guy, Enel, was defeated. Isn't that guy's ability invincible? Gulu. Who was he? A Shandia warrior stared blankly at Enel, who was lying there, and at Luke, who was on the side. Who are you? The young warrior at the forefront with a tall physique and fierce face asks a question. He was holding a shield and a spear and was carrying an incendiary cannon on his back. At this moment, he was staring, full of vigilance and nervousness, at the figure in front of him. They originally wanted to risk their lives and fight to the death to defeat Enel and his men and regain their homeland. Unexpectedly, when they rushed over, they found that their body was suddenly out of control and they were being manipulated like a puppet after arriving here. It turned out that their enemy, Enel, had been defeated without knowing it. Is this the Shandia tribe? Luke crossed his legs while sitting on a boulder. Looking at these Shandia warriors, his fingers moved slightly. Swiss. Countless fine shadow strings shrank and returned to his hand, making these Shandia warriors regain their freedom one after another. We're back to normal. We can move normally. This guy. He is just like Enel. Is he some kind of devil fruit user? Be careful, don't be careless. Each one was surprised and happy as if they had survived a disaster. But at the same time, they are still vigilant and do not dare to be careless. As if facing a formidable enemy, they looked at the young figure in front of them, who put them under strong pressure. Don't be so nervous, I'm not your enemy. Luke looked relaxed and chuckled, I'm from the sea. Apart from the gold, I don't have much interest in this island. If you want it, I'll give it to you. What? When the Shandia warriors heard this, they couldn't help but feel shocked, excited, and unbelievable. It has been 300 or 400 years, and this can be said to be the closest time they have ever been to regaining their homeland. For a moment, they looked at their leader, Wiper, at a loss. Although the other party is young, and he is just 17 years old. But he is the descendant of the great warrior Kalga'ura, whom the Shandia tribe has believed in and worshipped for generations. He inherited the fighting talent of his ancestors and became the strongest warrior among them at a young age. As the leader of the Shandia tribe's warriors, he is responsible for leading them to fight and regain their homeland, which has been lost for hundreds of years. You really won't compete with us for the upper yard? While frowning, he looked straight at Luke. Although Wiper is young and impulsive, he is no fool. Naturally, it is clear that the enemy who can defeat Enel is definitely more powerful than imagined. It would be best if the two sides didn't have to become enemies. I said, except for gold, I am not interested in this island. Luke said nonchalantly, however, Enel cannot be handed over to you, I want to take him back to the sea. But it didn't take long for these Shandia tribe warriors to show their joy. Then he suddenly changed the subject. Of course, I can't give it to you in vain. Chapter 34, Deal. Let me introduce myself. My name is Obask Luke, and I am from the sea. In ruins, Luke crossed his arms while looking at these nervous Shandia warriors who appeared like they were facing a formidable enemy. I know something about the past of your Shandia tribe. For hundreds of years, you have been fighting relentlessly to regain your homeland, and you have sacrificed countless blood and tears. Wiper frowned when he realized that the enemy was too powerful. You can take away all the gold on this island. Looking at the other party's unscathed appearance, 9 times out of 10, Enel was easily defeated by the other party. Just now, so many of them were easily controlled without even realizing it. Obviously, this person named Luke in front of them is far from what he and others can defeat. There is no free lunch in the world, and he is not so naive to believe that the other party can really reason with him. All the Shandia tribe wants is to return to their homeland, ring the legendary golden bell that has disappeared for hundreds of years, and fulfill the last wish of the great warrior Kalga'ura. As for the gold, even if it is lost, it is not unacceptable to them. As for the rest, looking directly at Luke, Wiper said in a deep voice, I'm sorry, I'm afraid our Shandia tribe has nothing to give you. It's not that he doesn't want to give something. But the Shandia tribe is very poor. They have been fighting endless battles with the residents of Angel Island for many years. Their living space has been continuously squeezed, and the people's livelihood is difficult. He thinks he really has nothing to exchange with the other party. No, although there is nothing worthy of my attention in the Shandia tribe, you are an exception. Luke shook his head and pointed his finger at Wiper. He still admired this warrior from the Shandia tribe. He is a real tough guy with an unyielding will of steel. And the advantage is that he is young and has great potential, making him worthy of cultivating. Me? Wiper was stunned. Even the rest of the Shandia warriors were a little stunned. They never expected that the other party would say that. You are a good warrior. How about following me to the sea and being my subordinate? Luke stood up. Looking at Wiper, who was somewhat surprised, he smiled and said, in exchange, not only can I give this island to you so that the Shandia tribe can also fulfill their centuries-old wish of returning to their homeland, I can also help you get rid of the enemies on Angel Island. What? Hearing those words, it's not just Wiper, the other Shandia warriors' eyes couldn't help but shrink as they looked at Luke in disbelief. Wiper. One after another, the rest of the Shandia warriors looked at Wiper, somewhat at a loss. They never expected that the other party's target would turn out to be the descendants of the great warrior Kalga'ura and wanted Wiper to work for him. You don't naively think that. Without Enel, the natives of Angel Island will watch you Shandia tribe occupy Upper Yard, right? Luke came to Wiper and the other's side. There is no need to worry about whether these Shandia warriors will suddenly attack him. I know that you are brave and good at fighting and have a strong will. In order to regain your homeland, you are willing to risk your lives and are not afraid of any danger. But even if you can defend this island, how many people will be sacrificed, and how much blood will be shed? But for me, it's just something that can be solved easily. He patted Wiper on the shoulder and asked with a chuckle, how about it? There's no need to think about it. I promise you. Hearing those words, without any hesitation, Wiper looked directly at Luke and said with a decisive tone, as long as you can return Upper Yard to our Shandia tribe and get rid of those enemies, I am willing to work for you. Although he is stubborn, he is not a fool. Naturally, it would not be easy without Luke's intervention. If the Shandia tribe wants to take back their homeland, they will have to pay a grave price. If, by sacrificing himself, everyone can peacefully return to their homeland so that the people no longer have to move from place to place and can truly recuperate, he will gladly sacrifice himself. What's more, the other party just asked him to work for him. Wiper. For a while, the Shandia warriors present all looked at Wiper in shock. They never expected that he would be so decisive and agree to the other party's proposal. No need to say more, this is my own decision. Wiper waved his hand. With a stern look on his face, He said in a deep voice to his companion, "I'll just follow Mr. Luke to see, and it's not an unacceptable harsh condition. If he really wants to do something, I'm afraid no one will be able to go back alive. If my sacrifice can reduce the casualties of my tribe, there is no better result than this." He saw clearly this man, who was similar to him in age but whose strength was unfathomable and unbelievably strong, really had no intention of targeting them. With the goal of the Shandia tribe, there is no conflict. Wise choice. Seeing Wiper being so straightforward, Luke patted him on the shoulder and couldn't help laughing with satisfaction. "I believe you won't regret your choice today. Then, I declare this island belongs to your Shandia tribe." Gulu. Is this real? Hearing Luke's words, these Shandia warriors were all stunned. It's like being in a dream, and it feels a little unreal. Did they so easily complete the mission that the ancestors of the Shandia tribe had fought tenaciously for hundreds of years, paid countless blood and tears? Oh, very good. After coming back to their senses, everyone could not help but cry with joy and excitement. After many years, the long-occupied island of gods, Upper Yard, once again belongs to the Shandia tribe. Finally, they no longer have to move from place to place, and they can return to their hometown. Their descendants can also live on this island for generations to come, live and work in peace and contentment. Luke-sama. We are grateful for your actions. Luke's words didn't seem like a lie. Wiper's eyes were red, and he knelt on one knee. Putting his right fist against his chest, he swore loudly, "I will devote my loyalty to you and never betray." Chapter 35, Sniper. Dang. 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 Half an hour later, the Shandia warriors stared blankly at the huge golden bell tower in front of them with an indescribable shock but more of an excitement. On top of the magnificent bell, Wiper is pushing the bell with all his strength. He rings the golden bell that has been silent for a long time, creating a crisp and sweet sound that resounds through the sky. It seems to be able to cleanse one's soul and make people forget all their troubles and sorrows. Very good. Is this the golden bell passed down from generation to generation by the Shandia tribe? We finally fulfilled the last wish of the great warrior Calgar to ring the golden bell. A Shandia warrior on the side excitedly said while full of joy. Thank you very much, Luke. With excitement on his face, Wiper let go of the golden bell. He came to Luke and bowed deeply to him, full of gratitude. Thank you for helping us, the Shandia tribe. Ring the golden bell again and fulfill the agreement between our ancestors, the great warrior Calgara and Noland. Since you are all my own people, it doesn't matter if I fulfill your wishes. Luke glanced at the stone inlaid with text on the golden bell tower. Luke crossed his arms and said directly, "But I'll say this first, although you ring the golden bell, I can't give it to you." This golden bell, he was not prepared to leave it to the Shandia tribe. Instead, he was going to take it back to the sea and put it on the thriller bark to serve as a decoration. It's natural, you can take it all away. As for the golden bell? For the Shandia tribe. Although this golden bell is of great significance. But after all, Luke is the great benefactor of the Shandia tribe. They were very satisfied to be able to return to their homeland so easily without having to shed any more blood. It is still appropriate even if he is to take away the golden bell. Anyway, the golden bell rang again, and it had completed its mission. Regarding the Angel Island, don't be impatient. Luke said directly, you settle down your own people first. He planned to go to sea first and bring up Hogback and others, along with sea stone handcuffs. Enel had been tied up by him and soaked in a water tank. Only his head was exposed, and several warriors from the Shandia tribe were responsible for watching him, making it impossible for him to escape. Understood. Wiper nodded, he had Luke's back and wasn't worried about Angel Island. Woo! A pair of cool black shadow wings appeared on Luke's neck. In the odd eyes of the Shandia warriors, he flapped his wings and flew into the distance. Now, 10,000 meters below the Sky Island. Jaya Island, town of ridicule. Some buildings became dilapidated, filled with smoke and the smell of blood. Obviously, they had just experienced a fierce war. One after another, embarrassed figures were detained by zombies and sent to the thriller bark. These are all captured pirates. He. Perona's spirit is floating in the air while looking at the somewhat embarrassed Brooke and others, then she puts her hands on her hips and says, you're too slow. Hey, don't fly too high, my back hurts looking up, Perona. Dr. Hogback, who was in ragged clothes and with a bit of blood on his body, was breathing heavily and responded unhappily, also, do you think we are all like you, with a hollow fruit ability? Under Luke's instructions, it's not just the zombie army led by number 1 zombie General Wang Zi that goes into battle. These cadres also participated in the battle to sharpen themselves. I have to say, the ability of the hollow fruit is indeed too powerful. Brooke, who was holding a sword on the side, was filled with emotion. After Perona's spirit left her body, The main body hides in the castle while the spirit roams outside. In particular, those negative ghosts can easily subdue those pirates. Such an ability is too incomprehensible. Bang! Accompanied by heavy footsteps. Several bloody figures were thrown over by Wang Zi, who was wearing golden armor and holding a big sword. Hey, Wang Zi, you won't kill them all, right? Perona's eyes widened, and she asked loudly. They have to be alive, otherwise, why would they need to waste so much effort? I have no choice. I encounter a few tough guys, so I have to be more aggressive. Wang Zi grinned and said with a strange smile. They are indeed some extraordinary guys. Hogback stepped forward, checked their injuries, and dealt with them briefly. At the same time, he flipped through the bounty list and confirmed the identities of the 3 pirates: Hiss, the murderer; Cal-It with a bounty of 83 million belly; Iron Hand, Haas, with a bounty of 55 million belly, and a conspirator, Buckwitha, with a bounty of 22 million belly. We caught 7 pirates with a bounty of more than 10 million, and the highest bounty was over 80 million. The harvest is not small. Now I don't have to worry about the material to resurrect more zombie generals. Oh ho ho ho, I'm looking forward to that. Suddenly, Brooks' hair stood on end while he was laughing. He subconsciously dodged, but in the end, it was a step too late. Bang! White bones spattered, and his skull was shot directly through by a bullet that came from the distance. Then, the bullet hit the wall behind with unabated force and left a shocking hole. What? Brooks-sama. Perona and Hogback, as well as the zombies around them. All of them couldn't help but have a drastic change of expressions and immediately became vigilant. And the zombie general, Wang Zi, with his tall body, stood directly in front of everyone. Brush. Deep in the forest in the distance. A black figure flashed past. Over there. That damn guy. Perona was frightened, annoyed, and murderous. Relying on the invincible spirit state, she flew directly over. Damn, it was a sniper. Brooke, who was lying there, staggered to his feet and covered his skull that was shot through. It was such a close call, I almost got killed. If it weren't for his revive fruit, he would be really dead. I'm afraid he was really going to be killed because of his carelessness. What is the structure of your body? When Hogback saw this, he bared his teeth and complained. At the same time, he was a little nervous and alert. He quickly stepped forward and placed his right hand on the broken skull, and then the ability of repair fruit was activated. Brush. A faint blue light flashed. Brooke's skull, which was shot through, returned to its original mint condition. When Perona arrived in the forest, the figure hiding in the dark had already escaped. Can you escape? Negative ghost. She did not hesitate and opened her hands. A large number of negative ghosts continued to fly out of her palms and formed a row. Search for me. Then she orders them to search everywhere. After a while, the guy who was attacking in the dark was blocked. Bang. 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 In the jungle, gunshots rang out continuously. Bullets passed through the negative ghost one after another. The young man wearing a strange hat, a black cloak, and a sniper scope on his right eye was full of shock. The bullet is ineffective? He was about to retreat subconsciously, but it was already too late. A jelly-like ghost flew directly over and passed through his body. What? His whole face turned purple instantly, and he knelt there, extremely depressed. I want to be a salted fish. Hey, I didn't expect that there was another fish that slipped through the net. Perona floated over and looked down at the sniper, who was easily subdued by the negative ghost. But you are so arrogant. You didn't hide, but you still dare to provoke us like this. Chapter 36, Luke's recruitment. Is this the guy who attacked me? Not long after. Looking at the captured sniper who almost killed him before, Brooke looked at him up and down. Perona, who was floating in the air, just as she was about to say something, caught a glimpse of the distant sky from the corner of her eye and saw a black dot going down. Yes. Luke-sama is back. Suddenly, everyone screamed in surprise. What? Come back so soon? Hogback and Brooke couldn't help but be overjoyed. Well, the battle is quite fierce. Luke is very fast. He soon landed on the thriller bark and had a panoramic view of the smoke-filled and messy town of Ridicule. The pair of dark shadow wings shrank like silk and disappeared. Looking at Van Auger being escorted over, he was somewhat surprised. A sniper from East Blue and a future member of the Blackbeard Pirates, the supersonic Van Auger. Luke-sama, you're back. TSK, what does Sky Island look like? Perona, Brooke, and Hogback all came forward and can't wait to ask. Luke waved his hand and did not rush to respond to the questions raised by Perona and others. Arriving in front of Van Auger, who was tied up and being escorted by zombies, he asked with a chuckle, "You're East Blue's famous bounty hunter, Van Auger, the supersonic, right?" "Eh? Luke, do you know him?" The 3 people were surprised. Unexpectedly, Luke actually knew the name of this sniper. I'm really honored to be known by such a big shot like you. Van Auger took a deep breath. Looking at Luke's young face, he laughed at himself. What a miscalculation. I didn't expect a big shot like you to show up here. He had noticed it from afar before. A strong man left the thriller bark and flew towards the sky. At first, he thought it was Gecko Moria who had left. Overconfidence and overestimating oneself, thinking that he can escape unscathed after sniping from afar, only then did he take the risk to sneak attack Brooke. It's just that Van Auger really didn't expect it. The departing figure turned out to be the Black Prison Obask Luke, who had caused a scene in Anai's lobby 3 months ago, betrayed the world government, and was offered a bounty of 200 million belly. It seems that you also know me. Luke chuckled, then, I won't beat around the bush. He did not hide his appearance, so it was not surprising that Van Auger recognized him. After all, no matter what, he is still a big pirate with a bounty of 200 million belly. And it's only been a few months since the big scene at Anai's lobby. It can be said that it is still in full swing. You have 2 choices. One is to become a prisoner of the netherworld pirate like them, imprisoned in a dark dungeon, suffering day and night, waiting for death. Looking at the somewhat embarrassed Van Auger, Luke said bluntly, the second one, join us. Our netherworld pirate also needs an excellent sniper. Although Van Auger's current strength is still a bit weak. But after all, it is a seed with potential, and there is still a lot of room for growth in the future, so he doesn't mind recruiting him. Luke-sama. Hearing what Luke said, Perona was surprised. Are you going to recruit this guy? Oh ho ho ho, if nothing else, this guy's shooting skills are really good. If I hadn't only had a handful of bones left, he would have almost killed me. Brooke said with a smile. Hiss, are we going to have another member? Dr. Hogback laughed strangely. He believed in Luke's vision. And he has to admit that the opponent's marksmanship is indeed very powerful. It really shocked him into a cold sweat. Fortunately, he picked the wrong target. Netherworld pirate? Wait. I'm a little confused. Doesn't this ship belong to Gecko Moria? Van Auger looked at Obask Luke, who was recruiting him a little surprised, and said in a deep voice, you must have joined his command, right? He once collected some information, and it's clear that the owners of the thriller bark are Gecko Moria, a warlord of the sea. But judging from Luke's previous tone, as well as the attitudes of Perona, Brooke, and others, it seems that the other party is the owner of this ship. This made Van Auger a little confused. Are you talking about him? Luke raised his eyebrows. The shadow under his feet stood up directly. In Van Auger's shocked eyes, it suddenly swelled. At a speed visible to the naked eye, it transformed into a bloated and tall figure. Is this Gecko Moria? Van Auger's pupils shrank sharply. Apparently, he recognized the famous warlord in front of him. I'm sorry, just over 2 months ago, Gecko Moria was killed by Luke, and even the devil fruit was obtained by him. Dr. Hogback on the side introduced with a strange smile, now, the owner of this thriller bark is Luke-sama. His hearing Hogback say this, Van Auger couldn't help but gasp. The dignified warlord was killed so quietly, and even the devil fruit was obtained by Black Prison, Luke. It's incredible. Hee hee. Hee hee. Hee hee. It's your honor to be favored by Luke-sama. Don't be ungrateful. Perona, who was floating in the air, put her hands on her hips and looked down at Van Auger. Although she didn't think there was anything special about the other party. However, since it is Luke's decision, she naturally supports it fully. He's just a sniper with little strength, and he's still a prisoner. It is really the other party's luck to be able to follow Luke-sama. Do you have any other questions? Luke asked with a smile. The shadow clone, who transformed into Moria, shrank directly and turned into a shadow again. Although it's an imperfect start, I believe it's destiny. Without much hesitation, he looked at Luke with burning eyes and said directly there, please give me more advice, Luke. At such a young age, he killed a long-established strong man like Gecko Moria and even replaced him. Such a young and strong person can be said to have unlimited potential in the future. Moreover, he is a prisoner at the mercy of others, so there is no reason to refuse to follow him. Welcome, I believe you won't regret it. Luke chuckled, and then he signaled the zombies to release Van Auger. Chapter 37, The Truth About the City of Gold. Wow, is this Sky Island? So amazing. Less than half an hour. Thousands of meters high in the sky. The large falcon created by the shadow fruit fluttered its wings and pierced straight through the sea of clouds that was hit continuously by the knock-up stream that surged into the sky, and it still remains a large hole that penetrates this day. With Perona, Brooke, Hogback, and the newly joined sniper, Van Auger, they came to the White Sea at an altitude of 7,000 meters. The vast sea of cloud shocked them. No, this is just the White Sea. The real Sky Island is still on the White Sea. Luke controlled the giant bird made of shadows to continue to fly into the distance. Before coming down, he had already asked the Shandia warriors and knew the location of the Heaven's Gate. Soon, they crossed the vast white sea, followed the crisscrossing cloud paths, and arrived at the huge Heaven's Gate. Wait, you guys. Looking at the giant black bird flapping its wings and the figures above. Amazon, who had a pair of white wings on her back and was full of shock, was about to say something. Buzz. But she didn't finish her words, because the next moment, Luke's eyes suddenly turned sharp, noisy. Plop. She rolled her eyes, foamed at her mouth, and fainted. This is... Van Augur was astonished. As a newcomer who had just entered the Grand Line not long ago, he naturally had never heard of Conqueror's Hockey. Yo ho ho ho, this is Conqueror's Hockey. It is said that only 1 in a million people are born with this ability. Brooke, on the side, did not hate Van Augur because he almost killed him before. Instead, he introduced the situation to him. This is Luke's innate power. He doesn't need to take action but just exerts his own willpower to intimidate, shock, and stun the enemy. Hiss hiss hiss, even a warrior who has experienced hundreds of battles and has strong strength cannot withstand the impact of Conqueror Hockey will lose their consciousness in an instant. Dr. Hogback added, if their willpower is not strong enough, let alone one person, even an army of thousands of people will be easily knocked out by Luke. Hiss. Conqueror's Hockey? Hearing those words, Van Augur couldn't help but gasp. Looking at Luke's young figure, his eyes were full of burning passion, and he smiled. It seems that I really made an extremely correct choice. Of course. Perona was filled with pride. Okay. Hold on tight, don't fall. Luke crossed his arms and reminded everyone. Wow, is this Sky Island? It's just like a fairy tale. Beautiful. Not long after, Perona, Brooke, Van Augur, and Hogback were completely shocked. They stared blankly ahead at the breathtakingly beautiful Island of Gods, Upper Yard, nestled in a sea of clouds, lined with green trees and shrouded in mist. This is the Island of Gods, Upper Yard. Strictly speaking, it is not the real Sky Island. The real Sky Island is made up of island clouds. Luke did not show any concern and directly introduced it to them. Its true origin is actually the other half of Jaya Island. What? The other half of Jaya Island? How can this be? Are you kidding me? Hearing Luke say this, Perona, Brooke, and Hogback were all a little shocked. They couldn't believe it. It was not like they had never seen Jaya Island thousands of meters above the ground. Those plants alone are many times bigger than the ones below, right? This island was washed up from the sea by an unprecedented knock-up stream about 400 years ago. Luke shrugged, then briefly introduced them to the general situation. As for the vegetation and animals, the reason why there have been such big changes is because of the unique climate and environment of Sky Island. The legendary City of Gold is real, but it washed up on Sky Island, turning the adventurer Noland into a well-known liar. Hiss incredible. TSK, I can't believe it. Does the legendary City of Gold really exist? That's great. Perona and others were stunned and shocked beyond words. At the same time, they were very excited. There's someone on the island. Are these the Aborigines of Sky Island? Are those little wings on their backs decorations or real wings? Soon, Luke took them directly to the Island of the Gods, Upper Yard. At this moment, a large number of members of the Shandia tribe have begun to gather there, full of excitement. There, they sang, danced, and cried with joy. Upon discovering the arrival of the giant black bird, many people were subconsciously wary. However, the warriors of the Shandia tribe all recognized Luke, so they did not cause much panic. But they were all full of curiosity while looking at Luke, Perona, and others. Luke-sama. Wiper came forward. Then he pointed to the old man beside him and introduced Luke. This is the leader of our Shandia tribe. Hello, Luke from the sea, I am the leader of the Shandia tribe. The old chief leaned on crutches and bowed. Thank you very much for your help, allowing us to return to our homeland after 400 years of absence. And also ring the golden bell to complete the last wish between the great warrior Kalgaura and Noland. He did not expect something. This time, Wiper led the warrior on an expedition, but something like this happened. But this is obviously a good thing. The Shandia tribe finally fulfilled their long-cherished wish and returned to their homeland. You're welcome, I just fancy Wiper's potential and want him to follow me. Luke said with a smile. No, it is Wiper's honor to be appreciated by you. The old chief said directly. It is really incredible that this strong man from the sea, who is similar in age to Wiper, has such great strength. Wiper following such a figure to sea may not be a bad thing. Mr. Luke, you and your companions have come from afar. Please let us, the Shandia tribe, entertain you. That we will be in your care. Goodwill from the Shandia tribe, Luke did not refuse and agreed to the banquet invitation with a smile. Perona and others were full of excitement and couldn't wait to explore the island to find the legendary City of Gold. By the way, Luke, that guy Enel has woken up and has been shouting and cursing. Wiper remembered something and asked directly, "Do you want to see him?" "Of course, I brought this thing here specially to entertain him." Luke chuckled, and he took out the sea prism stone handcuffs from his waist. Before that guy, Enel gave in completely. He was not ready to let the other party go. Chapter 38, Massive Gold. 3 days passed by in a hurry. Under the warm hospitality of the Shandia tribe, on the Island of Gods, Upper Yard, a bonfire banquet was held for 3 consecutive days and nights. During this period, Luke took Wiper and others directly to Angel Island and started a killing spree. Over at Angel Island, the White Berets who were usually responsible for managing public security were directly slaughtered. It severely shocked the natives of Angel Island, who, after hearing that Enel was defeated, began to make plans to invite the expelled former god, Ganfall, back and clamored to take back the Island of God, Upper Yard. In the end, they were persuaded by their predecessor god, Ganfall. The Shandia tribe and Angel Island reached a peace agreement. However, this was a result of Luke's overwhelming power. But it has to be said that sometimes such force is still very useful. As for whether the two parties could truly coexist peacefully for a long time, Luke didn't bother to care. At the very least, he could guarantee that when he was still alive, Angel Island would never dare to act trashly again. Wow! Now, on the Island of God, Upper Yard. In front of a huge cave, Perona, Brooke, Hogback, Van Augur. Their eyes widened as they looked at the exaggerated pile of gold in front of them like a mountain. Among them, the Golden Bell Tower was transported down. Even if they have seen it more than once, they can't still help but feel a little deeply shocked. Awesome. We're rich. Perona lay down on the mountain of gold. Her eyes turned crescent, and she showed an extremely satisfied smile. Gulu. It feels like a dream. Even Brooke, the musician who was reduced to a skeleton, couldn't help but breathe quickly and his eyes gleamed. It's not that they are money-crazed, it's just that these golds are too exaggerated. I'm afraid they can easily buy a country. TSK, this is the first time I've seen so much gold. Van Augur took a deep breath and couldn't help but sigh. He really can't calm down. These days, all the gold on Sky Island, in addition to the gold that has been collected by the gods of Sky Island in the past, as well as Enel and others. Other ancient ruins buried in the white clouds that cannot be easily discovered, as well as the scattered gold jewelry inside. Luke easily found them all with the power of the shadow fruit and gathered them all here together. It's not just this gold. Luke sat on the stairs of the huge Golden Bell Tower and said with a chuckle, Enel tried to use this gold to build an Arc Maxim that could fly and collected a large number of extinct Jetdial, all of which are also real treasures. Especially with the blueprint of the Arc Maxim, we can also hire a shipwright to build a flying warship. He's not ready to abandon the thriller bark, though. Luke also planned to build a large warship capable of direct flight. Moreover, although gold has excellent electrical conductivity, except for some special necessary devices, there is no need to use so much gold in building a ship. Other conductive materials can also be substituted. Luke-sama, is that a ship powered by electricity? Van Augur asked. That guy, Enel, won't agree to join us easily, right? Of course, they have all seen the god imprisoned by Luke. The opponent turned out to be a rumble fruit user, which really surprised them. But even if he is reduced to a prisoner, he still has that arrogant attitude. It makes Van Augur, Perona, and others speechless. Don't worry, he will give in. Luke shrugged. If Enel is really unwilling to give in, he doesn't mind trying to figure out if he can find the dark fruit and get the rumble fruit from his body. However, Luke currently has a bold idea. But without first verifying it, he was not sure whether it would succeed. Luke-sama, it's been 3 days. Perona grabbed a gold crown, put it on her head, and asked, are we leaving here? After 3 days at Sky Island, she has almost finished visiting this island and Angel Island. Mainly because of the hatred, awe, and fear in the eyes of the native people on Angel Island, she found it really boring. She just bought some Sky Island specialties and various styles. Well, the things promised to Wiper have been completed. All the gold has almost been collected, and the rare dials have also been collected. Luke smiled and nodded. It's almost time to leave. I am also ready and can leave with you at any time. At this time, Wiper, with a strong breath, came over. Crossing his arms, he said in a deep voice, speaking of which, I'm also very curious about what the sea is like. Then just leave this afternoon. Luke nodded. Just in time, he was ready to make his next plan. Wapal, the king of the Drum Kingdom, had the Paramsha, munch fruit. Luke was not prepared to let him go, Even if Munch Munch Fruit's ability was not as powerful as expected. It can easily synthesize memory alloys and other rare precious metals from a variety of metals he swallows. Capturing him as a toolman and opening a rare metal export company can make the Netherworld pirate make a lot of money. Coupled with the massive gold obtained on Sky Island. Even if there was an accident at the Golden Emperor's side, the Netherworld pirate no longer needs to worry about the funds needed for development in a short period of time. "Hey, Luke, I have a question," Brooke asked curiously. "How can we take so much gold with us?" Hearing this, Van Augur and others couldn't help but look over. If they can't take this much gold with them, even if it can be temporarily stored on Sky Island, it's also a bit regrettable. Simple. Luke raised his right hand slightly. One after another, subtle and tough shadow strings visible to the naked eye emerge from his fingers. Use the shadow strings to interweave and trap them into a net and hang them directly from the sea of clouds. Shadow fruit can easily imitate most of the string fruit abilities. The weight of this gold is not light, and it is bound to sink directly to the bottom and pass through the thick sea of clouds. He just needs to hang it with a lot of shadow strings. It's just a little bit laborious. Chapter 39, The Expanding Team. Luke-sama, hiss, those are all gold? Does the legendary city of gold really exist? Gulu, this is too much. On a huge thriller bark, watching the gleaming gold being trapped by a large net intertwined with massive black threads and being lowered from the sky one after another. The large number of zombies, as well as the zombie generals, couldn't help but be filled with shock and couldn't believe their eyes. They stared blankly at the huge amount of gold. It is worth mentioning that there are currently more than 500 zombies on the thriller bark, and they are commanded by 9 zombie generals. Before taking Perona and others to Sky Island, in order to prevent someone from invading the thriller bark that he regarded as his home base, Luke deliberately plundered the captured pirate shadows and once again created 8 zombie generals to use as a combat force. Every zombie general is at least capable of confronting or even crushing pirates with bounties worth around 100 million belly. Especially the zombie general number 2, Captain John, and the zombie general number 3, Silver Axe. These two were notorious pirates in their lifetime and once belonged to the Rocks pirate. Their strength is not inferior to that of zombie general number 1, Wang Zi. However, the demon Ors, whom he regarded as a special zombie, and the corpse of swordsman Ruma. Luke still has it, and there is no rush to resurrect them. Bang! When the huge golden bell tower landed firmly on the vast training field. Its splendid and full of historical atmosphere shocks everyone. Move all this gold to the castle. Luke gives orders to Wang Zi, John, and other zombie generals to move the mountains of dazzling gold into the castle and store it away. The castle Moria built during his lifetime was huge enough. The treasure trove should barely fit inside. Brush. After giving orders, Luke already passed the shadow string connected to Sky Island. He directly activated Shadow Warrior and disappeared from the sight of these zombies because it still takes some time to bring Perona and others down. Almost 2 hours later. In the surprised eyes of those zombies, a huge black falcon carrying Wiper, Perona, Brooke, Van Augur, and Hogback arrived on the thriller bark. Luke-sama, is this your ship? Wiper was in a daze with widened eyes. He looked at this ridiculously large and jaw-dropping pirate ship in shock. The land they had fought so hard for on Sky Island was not worth mentioning compared to it. Don't be so surprised. Luke shrugged. The sea is dotted with countless islands, large and small, and this ship was transformed from an island. Although he did not build the thriller bark, it has now become his trophy. Incredible! Wiper exclaimed. Brooke patted his shoulder and said with a friendly smile, "Hey, it's your first time in sea, you'll get used to it." Hiss. Hiss. Hiss, it's so majestic. Dr. Hogback looked at the glittering golden bell tower, full of excitement. Really? Van Augur nodded. No matter how many times he has seen it. Whenever he sees this golden bell tower, he can't help but be a little shocked. After all, it is too big. Humphrey, is this the sea? Enel, whose hands were bound by sea prism stone handcuffs and was a prisoner, looked around arrogant. There's nothing too conspicuous about it. Still so unruly, and there was absolutely no intention of giving in. Even if he was crushed by Luke, he was still very unconvinced in his heart. He thought he was careless, so he was defeated. Brooke, Van Augur, and others all ignored Enel. In the past few days, they have been with this guy who has a bad and tough temper, so they have long been used to it. Even Luke was too lazy to pay attention to this guy. Although he has repeatedly popularized science for Enel and hopes he will stop looking at the sky from a well. But this arrogant guy still refused to bow down his head. Luke-sama. 3 zombie generals, Wang Zi, John, and Silver Axe, came over. Are there any blind people these days? Luke asked directly. Yes, but don't worry, we have solved them all. The three zombie generals confidently replied back. That's good. Luke nodded with satisfaction. Although these zombie generals have limited potential and some flaws, for a truly strong person, it is not completely worth mentioning. But if we compare it to the teams under the Pirate Emperor in New World, acting as a combat force at the level of ordinary cadres, they are still qualified. Luke-sama, our actions on Jaya Island were reported by the World Economy News. A zombie steps forward and gives the newspapers from the past 3 days to Luke. Oh? Luke raised his eyebrows. But it's not surprising. After all, this time, the Netherworld Pirates' actions can be said to be grand. However, the World Economy News only reported that Gecko Moria suddenly led the Netherworld pirate to attack town of Ridicule and captured a large number of pirates. There are no other detailed reports. Chapter 40, The Kidnapped King. In the blink of an eye, a week passed by. The thriller bark set sail again according to the original plan and continued to move forward. In addition to developing devil fruit abilities, exercising his physical skills, and practicing swordsmanship, Luke also guides Wiper, Perona, Brook, Van Augur, and Hogback's practice. What makes him more satisfied is that Perona and Brook have made rapid progress and have mastered one of the 6 superhuman fighting skills, instant transmission. The reason why Brook came from behind is not only because of his own strength, but also because he only has a handful of bones left and his body weight is relatively light, so practicing instant transmission can be said to be twice the result with half the effort. Wiper showed his tenacious will during this period and let Perona, Brook, and others marvel. Luke-sama, this is the eternal pose of the Drum Kingdom. This day, at noon, when Luke and others finished their training and began to enjoy their meals, a zombie respectfully handed over an hourglass-like device with only one orb in the middle. Luke-sama, aren't we going directly to Little Garden? Hogback was surprised. According to Luke's plan, they will go to a prehistoric island, Little Garden, and then to Bucklow Island, located at the entrance of the Grand Line, to retrieve Captain John's treasure. Then, go to Twin Cape to fulfill Brook's wish. Well, the course remains unchanged, but I may have to leave for 2 days. After swallowing a piece of meat and the bone, Luke said nonchalantly. Next, he is going to visit the Drum Kingdom and capture Wapol. After all, if he doesn't have such an interesting ability in hand, it would be a waste of money to let that guy waste Munch Fruit's abilities. However, considering that the Drum Kingdom is, after all, one of the countries that joined the world government, and he still needs to wear the identity of Warlord of the Sea, it is difficult to attack directly, otherwise he will definitely anger the world government. In order to appease other affiliated countries, the world government will definitely directly remove Gecko Moria from the 7 warlords of the sea and even send marines to attack him. Therefore, there is no need to make such a big fanfare. It is best to seize the target quietly to avoid attracting suspicion and attention from the outside world. Luke, do you want to go alone? Perona was surprised. Well, I'll set off in a moment. After swallowing a piece of pizza, Luke ordered. You just stay on the boat and continue on your way. I will meet you again then. Whoa, not long after, under Wiper, Perona, Brook, and others' eyes, after finishing his meal, Luke didn't waste any more time. He took some dry food and the eternal pose of the Drum Kingdom and flew directly towards the distance. The next day, at dusk, following the guidance of the eternal pose, Luke, who was tired of his travels, came to the Drum Kingdom. It's really a bit cold. Looking at this winter island covered in ice and snow, Luke chuckled while flying in the sky. The royal castle is located on the snowy peak. It looks like an iron bucket standing there, which is very eye-catching. After Luke finishes his dinner in the deserted wilderness, it was already evening. With the help of the darkness of the night, he easily sneaked into the castle where the royal family was. It didn't take much effort to find out Wapol's location. Buzz. An invisible wave spread suddenly. One of the guards foamed at his mouth, lost consciousness, and fell down, including Wapol himself, who was sleeping soundly. Then Luke directly used the prepared sea prism stone handcuffs to cuff Wapol, who was unconscious, and left the Drum Kingdom quietly with him. No, King Wapol has been kidnapped. The next day, early in the morning, the news that King Wapol had been kidnapped spread directly throughout the Drum Kingdom, causing a huge sensation. However, countless people in the Drum Kingdom sang, danced, and played their musical instruments to celebrate. Many people cried with joy and prayed that Wapol would never come back. This shows how unpopular this king is. However, this has nothing to do with Luke. At this time, on an uninhabited island, Luke took Wapol with him and briefly rested there. Who are you? Wapol, who was full of fear and panic, struggled desperately. However, he is bound tightly by the dark shadow strings, and he can't move at all. Moreover, his hands were handcuffed with sea prism stone. In the past, With the blessing of the munch fruit ability, the mouth that could be opened extremely wide and easily crush steel was ineffective at this time. I am the king of a country that has joined the world government. If you don't let me go quickly, the world government will chase you to the end of the world. Wapol speaks loudly with a stern voice. Shut up. Luke, who was eating a piece of beef jerky on the side, glanced at him. The ability of the shadow fruit was activated, and a black substance condensed on his hand, and he flicked it casually. Woo. Woo. The black substance was like tape, sealing Wapol's mouth firmly. He couldn't speak anymore. Suddenly, Luke's eyes narrowed. Looking at the sea in the distance, a black spot grew bigger and turned into a ship. And it's also a pirate ship. Pirate ship. He took out a list of bounties and flipped through it. After comparing the increasingly clear pirate flags above, he quickly found the relevant information, making Luke's eyebrows raised. The Trump pirates? Captain Bear King, with a bounty of 11.6 million belly and the Parimsha user of the Cookie no Me? The bounty is low, though. But as a devil fruit user, his strength is obviously more than that. Looking at Wapol, who kept struggling, Luke smiled. Just right, you can give it a try. Chapter 41, A Bold Attempt. Captain, there seems to be someone on the island. On the pirate ship that was approaching slowly, a lookout was using a monocular telescope to observe the island ahead. He reported loudly to the tall, rough-looking man who was wearing a cloak below. I've been almost bored to death these days. Finally, there's some fun. Bear King got interested, and he took the monocular telescope and noticed two figures on the coast of the island in the distance. He couldn't help but grin and said, push the cannon up and fire directly at them. Yes, very quickly. Several pirates from the Poker Pirates pushed out the cannon, began to adjust the muzzle, and aimed at the island ahead. Fire. Bear King ordered loudly. However, after loading the shells, the gunner, who was holding a torch and preparing to ignite the cannon, suddenly froze in place. Ah! Captain. I can't move. Me too. What's going on? Damn. A pirate screamed in fear as he tried to struggle but found that he couldn't move no matter what he did. Damn it. What's going on? Bear King's face changes drastically because he also finds out that he can't move either. String? His pupil shrank sharply. He noticed that there were faint black strings in the air that were difficult to see. However, they were not attached to their bodies but to their shadows. Bear King was shocked, angry, and even a little panicked. Is it a devil fruit user? Clang. Clang. Bang. Bang. Ah. Ah. No, stop. I can't control it. My body is moving on its own. Help. Woo. In Bear King's terrified eyes, pirates from the Trump Pirates screamed in panic while they raised their swords, guns, and other weapons and fought each other there. Damn it, stop. Soon, Bear King himself uncontrollably pulled out the pistol from his waist and continuously shot at his subordinates. Bang bang. Ah. The screams continued. In just a moment, one after another, figures fell in a pool of blood. Not long after, the approaching pirate ship landed on the uninhabited island, and Luke jumped lightly to the deck. Standing there stupidly, unable to move, was Bear King, who was full of panic, anger, unwillingness, and despair. It's you. Black prison, oh bask Luke. It seems that I'm quite famous. Luke chuckled. It's not surprising that Bear King recognized him. After all, he is also a big pirate with a bounty of 200 million belly. At least in the first half of the Grand Line, for those little pirates who have not even been to the New World, he is already an absolute big shot. Black strings surged back to Luke's fingers, making Bear King regain his freedom. Ah! Bear King almost stumbled after he found that he could move. Damn bastard, die. His face became ferocious. His fists suddenly turned red while emitting amazing heat. Then he slammed it into Luke's body fiercely. Don't overestimate your ability. Shadow bind. Luke's face remained unchanged. Facing the hot red steel fist, he did not dodge or evade at all. Swish. It was as if time had stopped. Bear King, who rushed over, froze in place while his fist emitting high temperature was less than 10 centimeters away from Luke's face. The amazing heat wave came towards him. What? Feeling his body being out of control again, Bear King was shocked. A black shadow extended from Luke's feet and connected to his own shadow. A futile resistance. The next moment, Luke hooked his left index finger. A shadow string that was almost invisible to the naked eye flew out. Wrapped around by armament hockey, it became darker and shone with cold light. Rip. In an instant, blood splattered. A bloody arm flew up. Ah! Bear King, who was struggling but unable to move, screamed miserably. His eyes bulged out, and his face distorted due to extreme pain. At this moment, he was sweating profusely. Swish. The black shadow string, like a fluid, instantly covered Bear King's entire body. And Luke walked directly into the cabin. He soon found his target in the kitchen. Carrying a large bag of various fruits, Luke returned to the uninhabited island with Bear King, who could not control his body. Shadow puppet possession. In Wapol's horrified eyes, the shadow on Luke's feet stood up and slowly sank into his body at a speed visible to the naked eye. The next moment, his body shakes all over. Bang! The sea prism stone handcuffs were untied. Luke also removed the shadow strings that bound him. Try it. Luke threw the big bag of fruit directly over. At the same time, on his right hand, a shadow tentacle emerged. It turned into an extremely sharp spear, and it instantly pierced Bear King's heart. Then Wapol suddenly opened his mouth wide. He swallowed the whole bag of fruit, and the next moment, he actually pounced directly on Bear King, who was just killed by Luke. The exaggerated and eerie big mouth kept expanding until Bear King fit his mouth. Not long after, a bloody corpse was spit out. Bang! At the same time, there was a fruit with strange patterns. Did it succeed? Luke's eyes condensed, and he couldn't help but smile. Chapter 42, Clear Fruit and Rumble Fruit Crash. Early in the morning, Luke took Wapol and followed the guidance of the Vivre card back to the Thriller Bark. Luke Sama. Who is this guy? When they see Wapol, who's tied up, Wiper, Perona, Brooke, Van Auger, and others are full of surprises. Hiss. 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 We all saw the news in the newspaper, saying that the king of the Drum Kingdom was kidnapped. Wapol looks a little familiar. Hogback raised the newspaper in his hand and said in surprise, "Did you do it, Luke Sama?" In the newspaper headlines, it was written that King Wapol had been kidnapped. Well, he is the Munch fruit user. Luke nodded and chuckled. Not only can he synthesize the things he swallows, but he can also fuse them with himself. He can even directly synthesize special rare metals from a variety of metals he swallowed. This ability is of immeasurable value. TSK. I see. Hearing Luke's introduction, Perona, Van Auger, Hogback, and others could not help but marvel. No wonder Luke made a special trip to the Drum Kingdom to kidnap the other party. However, the truly amazing ability of Munch fruit is more than that. The corners of his mouth turned up, then Luke chuckled, "Later, I will open your eyes." Hearing this, everyone was surprised. With curiosity, they followed Luke towards the castle. "Go get a bag of fruit. I want all kinds of fruits." Understood. Not long after, at the underground prison of the castle. Bang! Looking at Absalom spit out by Wapol and a strange fruit beside him. Wiper, Perona, Van Auger, Brooke, Hogback, and others were all stunned, and they couldn't believe their eyes. Gulu. Perona swallowed her breath. Is this really possible? Absalom's clear fruit has been recovered? Hogback's eyes were bulging, and his voice was trembling. Incredible. Van Auger marveled. Immediately, his eyes lit up, full of excitement. He could imagine how useful this ability would be. Even if Luke wanted to, he could hunt down devil fruit users and form a powerful army consisting of devil fruit users. Didn't it say that after the person with devil fruit dies, the devil fruit will reappear randomly? Wiper gasped. After joining the Netherworld Pirate, these days, under Brooke, Hogback, and others' introduction, he continued to absorb the general knowledge and information in the sea. Naturally, he can understand the impact when someone can deprive others of their devil fruit abilities. Originally, I just made a bold guess and didn't hold out much hope. Luke took over the clear fruit and tossed it over. I didn't expect it to be successful. It was indeed an unexpected surprise. This is yours, Auger. With that said, he threw the clear fruit directly to Van Auger. At first, he really didn't have high hopes for Munch fruit's ability to deprive others of their devil fruit. He just wanted to have the Munch fruit's user in his hand and let him act as a mining tool man at work for himself. After catching that devil fruit, Van Auger was surprised and delighted. I think there is no one more suitable for it than you, a sniper. Luke said with a chuckle. The ability of the clear fruit can make the user and even the objects they come into contact with become invisible. Such buggy ability, coupled with Van Auger's excellent marksmanship, couldn't be a better fit. Thank you very much. Then I'll take it. Van Auger didn't hesitate. Such an ability is simply a dream for a sniper like him. He couldn't wait and took a bite. Ugh, his face turned purple, and he almost retched. Although I was mentally prepared. It tastes really bad. He knew it didn't taste good, but he didn't expect it to be so bad. He is afraid he will never forget this taste in his life. Oh ho ho ho, the taste of devil fruit is something you will never forget. Brooke said with a strange smile. Luke, are you going to take back Annel's ability? Hogback asked excitedly. Right, that guy with his nostrils turned upward is too unruly. Perona said loudly, Even if he is really willing to bow his head, I'm afraid he is just pretending to join us, and there's a great possibility of betrayal. Well, I originally kept him because I didn't want to waste a top-notch Logia devil fruit. Luke did not hesitate and nodded directly. There is really no need to keep him now. He keeps Enel at first, not because of his talent at all. He just doesn't want to miss the rumble fruit in vain. Now that there is a way to recover the devil fruit's ability, and that arrogant guy has been unable to be subdued, he doesn't have the patience to grind it out any longer. Just do it. Less than 10 minutes. Accompanied by a scream. There was another bloody corpse in the underground prison. In Luke's hand, there was a strange fruit that had lightning-shaped barbs. TSK, is this rumble fruit? Brooke, Perona, Hogback, and others were all curious. They had heard Luke mention how exaggerated this devil fruit was. It may be controversial to say that rumble fruit is the strongest, but it is definitely one of the top devil fruit abilities in the sea. If nothing else, just look at Marine headquarters, and you will know. The 3 admirals, who represent the highest combat force of the Marine headquarters, are all top Logia devil fruit users. However, since most of them are already devil fruit users, they don't really have any ideas. Wiper, it's yours. Playing with the rumble fruit. Luke thought for a moment and threw it directly to Wiper. No matter how powerful the devil fruit is, there must be someone who can match it and bring out its true power. At first, he was still thinking about whether to give the other party the rat fruit, model, scythe weasel that he snatched from the world government. But now that there are better options. Instead, he can use it to train other strong subordinates. After all, if he wants to challenge a behemoth like the world government, which has profound foundations and many powerful people, relying on him alone is not enough. Luke-sama, isn't his too excessive? Wiper was stunned. He subconsciously catches the thrown devil fruit. While a little excited, he looked at Luke hesitantly. Unexpectedly, the other party would give such a powerful devil fruit directly to him. I am not stingy about cultivating my own people. Luke patted him on the shoulder and said bluntly, these days, I think everyone has witnessed your performance. You passed my test and are worthy of this devil fruit. Unlike Enel, who remains unruly after receiving various information on the sea, Wiper, who was still somewhat arrogant in his heart, has understood how vast and wonderful the world is. He no longer sits at the bottom of the well and looks at the sky, but he realizes his own insignificance. In order not to hold others back but also to protect the Shandia tribe. It can be said that he worked harder than anyone else and was not willing to miss any training time. Luke naturally noticed this. Compared to Enel, the arrogant guy who sits at the bottom of the well and looks at the sky, believing that's all there is to it. Wiper definitely deserves this rumble fruit more. Oh ho, Luke is right, I am quite convinced. Brooke said with a smile because he had already seen that Luke valued Wiper far more than anyone else. It can be said that he was trained as his right-hand man in the future. The requirements for Wiper are also more demanding and severe than everyone else. If it were Brooke himself, he thought he wouldn't be able to hold on. There are still differences between people. Not bad, at least it's more pleasing to the eye than that guy, Enel. Hiss, it looks like our netherworld pirate will have one more Logia fruit user. This is also destiny. Even Perona, Hogback, Van Augur, and others have nothing to say. Although they are already a devil fruit user, they are still envious of top devil fruit like rumble fruit. However, they had no objections to Luke's decision. For the past few days, they had often trained with each other. So, they fully understood why Luke was so fond of Wiper, a warrior from the Shandia tribe. Even the rather arrogant Van Augur and Perona couldn't help but feel a little ashamed of themselves. Under Luke's guidance, the other party practiced to the point that he risked his life, and the amount of training was simply exaggerated. Every day, he trains until the middle of the night or at 4 in the morning. He gets up to train on his own, and his efforts are at least 10 or 20 times greater than theirs. No matter how tired he was during the training, he never complained, and he never even said a word that he was tired. He always completed the training tasks assigned by Luke without saying a word. And it was still overfulfilled. It makes people convinced. Luke-sama, I will not let you down. Holding the rumble fruit tightly, Wiper looked at Luke with gratitude. His eyes were full of fighting spirit, and he was determined to work harder. He wants to keep up with Luke's footsteps as soon as possible so as to not let him down. One day, he will become the strongest spear and shield in his hand. Chapter 43, A Small Test of Skills, Luke vs. Netherworld Pirate. A week passed in a hurry. Wapal's disappearance, the king of the Drum Kingdom, caused a lot of sensation. But this has nothing to do with Luke. The thriller bark continued to sail on the sea, heading towards the little garden. During this period, they also encountered many pirates who had no eye. Especially attracted by the huge and eye-catching golden bell. However, these pirates paid the price for their greed. They became a prisoner, had their shadow taken away, and were imprisoned in the underground prison. Then, Luke-sama, we're going to take action. On this day, the sky was clear, and the wind was gentle. In the spacious training ground of the thriller bark, Wiper stared at Luke in front of him, his eyes were full of fighting intent. Not just him but also Brook, Van Auger, Perona, and Hogback. It doesn't matter, just go boldly. Luke laughed, let me see your progress these days. Not to mention, Perona and the others, even those zombie generals, could not threaten him. This is the self-confidence of the strong. Lightning flash. Hearing this, Wiper talks no more nonsense. His right wrist turned into lightning and pointed directly towards Luke. In the past few days, Luke had already introduced to him one by one the series of moves and principles developed by Enel on the Rumble fruit. It allowed him to gain a lot from the development of his own abilities. A lot of detours have been avoided, and time has been greatly saved. He follows Luke's directions and practices a few of those moves developed by Enel to have a better grasp of his devil fruit abilities. Sizz. Sizz. The electric light shines, and an astonishing lightning bolt comes to Luke. But Luke didn't dodge and just kicked out violently with his right foot. Tempest kick, riot. Call out a fierce light green blade shot through the air. It collided fiercely with the incoming lightning bolt. Boom. 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 There was a serious loud explosion. The dazzling lightning and smoke filled the training ground. But at the same time, whoosh. Van Auger moved. His whole body disappeared from Luke's sight at a speed visible to the naked eye. Almost at the same time, a gunshot echoed in an instant. Bang. 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 The air seemed to have invisible ripples, and bullets invisible to the naked eye were fired towards Luke. The bullet targeted Luke's head, showing no mercy. Paper arts. With the help of his powerful observation hockey, Luke's entire figure was like an extremely thin piece of paper, easily dodging the 3 bullets that came. Then, the bullet continued unabated, leaving 3 shocking holes in the wall not far away. Instant transmission. At this time, Perona stepped hard and, at an astonishing speed, flew in front of Luke. Her right palm suddenly swiped, negative ghost. Swipe. Swipe. Several negative ghosts flew out and rushed directly towards Luke, but it didn't even touch a single strand of his hair. The next moment, Perona felt a sharp pain. Bang. A punch landed on her abdomen. Her delicate face was distorted, and she was about to vomit out. With a scream, she flew out like a cannonball. Perona, this level is far from enough. Luke chuckled. Perona has made great progress these days under his high-pressure training. But it's obviously still far from enough. Whoosh. Whoosh. Luke's body shook as if he felt something. Once again, a few bullets that were invisible to the naked eye flashed past, as well as those negative ghosts that relentlessly kept rushing toward him. Instant transmission. Polka continuation. At this time, Brook rushed forward at an alarming speed. Moreover, the sword, which had already been unsheathed, stabbed out in an instant. Whoosh. The sharp sword swiftly tore through the air, but Luke easily dodged it. Moonwalk. Tempest kick, riot. The next moment, Luke stomped hard, then he rushed up to the sky and looked at Brook below. Then, his right foot suddenly kicked out several times. Whoosh. One after another, a light green blade rushes out. Like a violent storm, they bombard Brook. Not only him, but also Dr. Hogback, who had just rushed up, could not help but have a change of expression in horror and dodge in embarrassment. Boom. 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 Loud noises continued to echo while smoke and dust filled the sky. The earth was blasted into a mess. Brook is a little better. After Luke's guidance and training, both his swordsmanship and overall quality have been greatly improved, but he is just a little embarrassed. Moreover, he was strengthened by the power of Munch fruit. His bones are comparable to memory alloys, and ordinary swords and bullets cannot leave a mark on his bone at all. But Hogback, who was slightly less powerful, was in ragged clothes. There were many wounds on the body. Whoosh. There was a flash of lightning, and Wiper appeared behind Luke instantly. However, he hasn't taken action yet, but Luke seemed to predict his movement. Finger pistol. The slender right index finger was wrapped around by armament hockey, and it tore the air apart like lightning as it shot out. At the same time, Luke's eyes narrowed, and his head suddenly turned to one side. Once again, he dodged several rounds of invisible bullets that suddenly struck him. Bang. Wiper's hair stood on end, and his whole body turned into lightning, and he retreated violently, barely escaping the brutal attack. At the same time, not to be outdone, he launched another fierce attack. Lightning kick. With the speed of lightning and carrying astonishing power, his foot came towards Luke's head. It's so fast that the naked eye can't capture it. Boom. But with the help of his powerful observation hockey, Luke was able to keep up. He wrapped his arms with armament hockey and punched hard. What? Wiper's face changed color in shock as he felt the exaggerated power in his foot. In an instant, he turned into dazzling lightning as he retreated. Boom. The strong electric light disappeared in a flash. The ground in the distance collapsed, and smoke filled the air. With his swift movement, the attack was dodged, and Wiper's whole body flashed out. Brush. The next moment, Luke suddenly moves to the side, and his observation hockey directly locks onto Van Auger's aura. Although the ability of the clear fruit is indeed very powerful, even an ordinary strong person with observation hockey cannot easily lock onto Van Auger, who deliberately distanced himself and kept moving quickly. But Luke is a person who is born with observation hockey. His observation hockey can easily cover an island, and even any changes around him cannot escape his detection. He completely restrained Van Auger's invisibility ability. Flying finger pistol. With a flick of his fingers, several compressed air shock waves shot out of the air. He shot in Van Auger's location. Negative ghost. A large number of negative ghosts came over one after another. Perona controlled them from a distance and made them pursue Luke relentlessly. Gavotte, leap forward. At the same time, a cold light flashed. Brooke stepped hard, drew his sword, and swung at extremely fast speed. Instant transmission. Brooke's vision blurred, and an afterimage passed in front of him. Luke, with incredible speed, not only dodges those annoying negative ghosts, but he also easily dodges Brooke's attack. Tempest kick, riot. In an instant, Luke, who had distanced himself, launched a fierce counterattack. His legs kept tearing apart the air as he kicked out violently. Whoosh! One air blade came one after another in succession. Brooke and Perona were shocked. Boom. 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 At this time, lightning flashed as Wiper rushed back from the distance. His whole body was flashing with astonishing lightning, which made people feel frightened. What a terrifying power! The right foot that had fought with Luke before was trembling unnaturally. Before Luke could attack him, he already launched an attack again without hesitation. 60 million volts, Thunder Dragon. Roar. The electric light flickers. A giant dragon comes to life. Baring his teeth and claws, he charges towards Luke. It blasted over. Haha. Tempest kick, line. Luke's expression remained unchanged. With one step of his foot, he advanced instead of retreating and rushed out. His right foot instantly tore through the air and kicked out a dazzling slash. The huge and dazzling air blade was so sharp that it shot through the air in an instant. It collided hard with the incoming Thunder Dragon. Boom boom. 100 million volts. Wiper's eyes flashed, and he was about to attack with all his strength. Death Razor. However, in an instant, an extremely fast attack breaks through the air. Wiper's pupils shrank sharply, and his hair stood on end. But it was too late to dodge. Kai. He felt a blur in front of his eyes, and before he had time to react, his head was already decapitated. But with wisps of lightning, his severed head attached itself back to his neck. Hiss. Wiper was dripping with cold sweat and couldn't help but gasp. If Luke had used armament hockey just now, his head and body would really separate. Chapter 44, Shadow Split Whoosh. On the spacious training ground, Luke did not stop his attack. Brooke, who had just been blasted away and was about to rush forward again, suddenly felt his hair stand on end. What? He blocked with his sword, and sparks sputtered everywhere. Brooke, who could barely block the fatal blow, had no time to breathe a sigh of relief. Whoosh! A sharp kick swept over. Even though his bones had been strengthened with memory alloy, there was still a burning pain that made him gasp. The next moment, he flew out like a cannonball. Death Razor. In midair, dark afterimages kept passing by the training ground. The speed Luke showed was as fast as a bolt of lightning. After more than 3 months of continuous training and hard work, his strength has obviously improved to a higher level. On the basis of the original 6 superhuman fighting skills, it was once again innovated. With the combination of instant transmission and moonwalk, he used an extended technique, Death Razor, which allowed him to travel at a jaw-dropping speed. Everywhere he went, all obstacles were ruthlessly torn apart and cut open. Moreover, it is as fast as lightning, causing the target to be torn apart before it can react. Bang! 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 In the blink of an eye, whether it's Dr. Hogback, Van Auger hiding in the dark, or Perona. One after another, they were hit hard, and each one of them flew out of the training ground. There was a flash of lightning. Wiper's whole body recovered as before, unscathed. But he raised his hand and resigned helplessly, as expected of Luke Sama. We lost, Luke Sama. Damn it, I lost so miserably. After getting up in embarrassment, Perona, who had some bruises, was full of unwillingness. Oh ho ho ho, Luke is really getting more powerful. Looking at the somewhat embarrassed Brooke, they felt inexplicable. Because the skeleton was modified by munch fruit with memory alloy, it can be said to be indestructible and invulnerable, so there is no serious problem at all. It hurts me to death. Hogback bared his teeth and said, "We're no match for you at all. My ability has been completely seen through by Luke." There was a shocking, bloody hole in his shoulder. Van Augur, who was slightly injured after being hit by Luke's flying finger pistol, was full of helplessness while carrying his beloved gun. Luke completely saw his clear fruit ability. There is no threat at all in front of the other party. They are making continuous progress these days. But Luke also did not stand still and made faster progress. Without even using his devil fruit abilities, he could easily crush them all with his physical skills alone. If I can be threatened by you so easily, wouldn't I be a failure as a boss? Luke chuckled. After speaking, he clapped his hands. Okay, that's it for today. Come with me to the ice warehouse, and let me open your eyes. After such a long delay, the legendary Devil Ors really should be resurrected. Luke directly announced the big news. He's ready to resurrect the most powerful zombie, the Devil Ors. Devil Ors? Luke-sama, are you finally ready to resurrect it? Hiss, the strongest zombie? That's really sounds awesome. Hearing this, Perona, Van Augur, Hogback, and others' eyes all couldn't help but shine with expectation. Luke, have you found a suitable shadow? Brooke was a little confused. Didn't Luke say that ordinary shadows are not worthy of the strongest zombie, so they still have to wait? No need. There is a better choice. Luke's mouth curled up. He walked straight towards the castle. Huh? Hearing Luke say this, Perona and others were confused. However, seeing that Luke had no intention of saying more, they could only follow quickly. Clang not long after. In the huge ice warehouse, the heavy door opened. The group followed Luke with confusion and expectation. Coffins, which were arranged in order, were displayed everywhere. But the most eye-catching one was the huge figure sitting on the side. After Dr. Hogback's unremitting and perfect restoration, Or's body was completely lifelike without any decay. Hiss. Is it finally going to be resurrected? Although it was unclear what Luke was going to do next, Dr. Hogback was still full of excitement. Every time I see it, I feel so shocked. Looking up at the extremely tall and visually impactful behemoth in front of him, Wiper was full of emotion. He remembered that a few days ago, when he first saw Or's body, he was deeply shocked. Unexpectedly, there are such huge humanoid creatures in this world. It's really incredible. I'm really looking forward to it. Perona, Brooke, Van Augur, and others couldn't help but look at it with burning eyes. Shadows split. Luke walked forward slowly, and his eyes suddenly turned sharp. Under everyone's gaze, the shadow under his feet suddenly struggled and trembled. Swish. The next moment, it split apart at a speed visible to the naked eye and turned into two human-shaped shadows that were exactly the same. Swish. The next moment, two identical shadow clones directly stood up. What is this? Staring at the scene blankly, Wiper, Brooke, Van Augur, and others' eyes couldn't help but shrink. The second shadow clone? Perona was full of surprise. They all saw how powerful Luke's shadow clone was. If he could control two shadow clones to fight, they can imagine how amazing it would be. However, what does this have to do with creating the strongest zombie? Could it be? Luke-sama, you succeeded? Thinking of something, Hogback, who was full of shock, cried out. He naturally knew that compared to plundering the shadows of those strong men to create a powerful zombie. In fact, Luke has always wanted to use his own shadow to create the strongest zombie. He has been trying, but he has not succeeded. But he didn't expect that the other party would finally succeed, and it was so fast. Hiss. Worthy of Luke-sama. For a moment, Hogback was full of excitement. How powerful is the zombie created with Luke's own shadow? He has already seen it a long time ago. Well, I can barely split my shadow into two. Luke nodded. As Van Augur and others watched intently, Luke pressed his right hand directly on the forehead of the new shadow clone and pressed it against Or's huge body. In my name, I grant you a new life, an independent personality, and make you my clone. A strange red light flashed in his eyes, and Luke directly activated the power of shadow fruit and made a contract there. You will offer all your loyalty, serve until death, and never betray. The next moment, the shadow clone, who did not move at all, sank into Or's body. As my most loyal servant, revive with the strongest vessels. Zombie King. Devil Ors. Chapter 45, King of Zombies, Devil Ors. Boom. 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 The roar, like a drum, kept echoing. In the huge ice warehouse, the stiff and huge body gradually began to revive, and his powerful heart started to beat. The exaggerated heartbeat makes people feel a little frightened. Gulu. This depressing aura. Is he finally going to be resurrected? The legendary devil. I heard that it often moved its favorite islands away during its lifetime and was called Ors the continent polar. Brooke, Perona, Hogback, and others' eyes were blazing and full of unspeakable expectations. What kind of power does Ors, the legendary continent polar, have? Brush. The huge fingers began to move, and Ors suddenly opened his eyes. Then, his horrifying, bloodshot eyes stared at Wyber, Perona, Brooke, and others in front of him. The palpitating aura made them all feel numb. From today on, you will be the zombie king who rules all zombies, Devil Ors. Luke folded his arms and spoke calmly. I am the zombie king. Devil Ors. The blank stare gradually becomes clearer. Looking at Luke's tiny figure in front of him, Or's exaggerated body suddenly moved. Bang. Bang. The huge ice warehouse swayed because of its actions. It made everyone break into a cold sweat and worry about whether the castle was strong enough. Master. Ors's voice was like a bell, and with his ridiculously huge body, he knelt on one knee. He lowered his huge head, full of piety towards Luke, his master. From now on, call me Luke. Luke said directly. Unlike other zombies, Ors is the strongest zombie created from his own shadow. It is the most advanced and perfect zombie, equivalent to his own clone, with an independent personality. Not only has he perfectly inherited his fighting instinct, but he also has excellent wisdom and learning ability and can continue to grow. Although the strength of the body has basically locked its upper limit, there is still a lot of room for improvement in general, especially in terms of hockey and physical skills. In particular, it doesn't have as many weaknesses as other zombies. Yes, Luke-sama. Bang. Bang. Not long. The earth rumbled and trembled. An unbelievably huge red figure, much bigger than Dory the Blue Ogre and Broji the Red Ogre, crawls out of the castle. It blocks out the sky and the sun, which is quite daunting. That is. Gulu, isn't that the legendary devil, or is the continent puller? Has it been resurrected by Luke-sama? Countless zombies, including Wang Zi, John, Silver Axe, and other zombie generals, were shocked. Looking at Ors, who Luke truly resurrected, and feeling his terrifying aura shocked those zombies beyond words. Boom. That afternoon, the thriller bark docked at an uninhabited island. The island trembled, and smoke filled the sky. Ors left the thriller bark and set foot on the uninhabited island. It caused countless birds and beasts to panic and run around. Let me see your power, Ors. Luke brought Wyber, Brooke, Perona, Van Auger, and others to the coast of the thriller bark. But he had no intention of landing on the island. The next moment, his shadow clone walked out of his shadow and flew over to the uninhabited island. Bring it on. Good. Looking at the tiny shadow before him, Or's eyes became sharp. The next moment. Instant transmission. It stamped its feet and disappeared in an instant, showing its extremely terrifying speed. Suddenly, it appeared in the sky above the shadow clone. The exaggerated right leg is like a huge sword. No, it should be said to be like a giant warhammer violently rubbed against the air as it blows down brazenly. Boom. The ground shook, and a loud explosion shook the sky. Debris flew, and smoke spread everywhere. The entire island seemed to be shaking. The ground, with a radius of 300 to 400 meters, collapsed directly, showing huge cracks like spider webs. Woo-hoo-hoo. Crash. The fierce wind pressure swept away countless sand and stones. One after another, the towering trees were crushed while the sea surface even set off huge waves. This is the 6 superhuman fighting skills? So fast. I can't see it clearly at all. Gulu. What a power is this? How can such a huge body possess such exaggerated speed? This horrific scene stunned Perona, Brooke, Hogback, and others. They just feel their scalp turning numb. If it were them instead, I'm afraid they would turn into a pulp in an instant. Whoosh. A large number of pitch-black bats kept flying and gathered together into a human-shaped black shadow. Shadow revolution, complete enlargement. The shadow clone suddenly swelled up and turned into a giant about 20 meters tall. Flexible snake. The exaggeratedly large black shadow fist pierced through the air. Moreover, it was directly blessed by armament hockey as it crazily blasts towards Ors. Boom. 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 Ors didn't dodge, and he was hit continuously, making his body keep falling backward. The ground under his feet cracked, making smoke and dust fill the surroundings. Hey! It doesn't hurt or itch. The shadow giant's fist is no less than that of a real giant warrior and can be said to be huge, but it does not pose much of a threat to Ors at all. In particular, it is a zombie itself and cannot feel pain at all. Look at my flexible snake. Looking at the shadow clone, who was hundreds of meters away, Ors bared his teeth and smiled. Immediately afterward, in Wyber, Perona, Van Augur, and Hogback Shock's eyes. It brazenly raised its exaggerated fist and waved it wildly. Moreover, the fist turned as black as ink as armament hockey wrapped it. Huh. Huh. The next moment, the ridiculously large fist shot forward, but what's even more exaggerated is that Orz's arms, which were already 30 or 40 meters long, actually stretched out again as it bombarded the shadow giant. Boom. 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 There is no suspense. The shadow giant, about 20 meters tall, was directly crushed and blasted to pieces. It turned into countless black mud and splashed everywhere. Chapter 46, Little Garden Hiss. Too strong. What a power. Hiss, so this is the Zombie King's strength. On the thriller bark. After witnessing the battle between the Shadow Clone and Ors, Wiper, Brook, Van Augur, Hogback, and others were all shocked. Perona couldn't help but gasp and look at Luke in disbelief. Luke-sama, can Ors not only use hockey but also the ability of the shadow fruit? After I gave it an independent personality and completely integrated it into the body of Devil Ors and became a zombie, it can use the shadow fruit ability but with some restrictions, and it can only change its own shadow. Gazing at Ors, the overwhelming display of power on the uninhabited island, and easily suppressing the Shadow Clone, Luke said nonchalantly, in other words, it can only use the Shadow Revolution to assist itself in the battle. The current Ors is equivalent to a gum fruit user. Just in time, we will soon be able to fully verify Ors's true fighting power. Luke couldn't help but chuckle as he thought of his next destination with his eyes full of expectation. He used his shadow to create the strongest zombie. Will he be weaker than the two former leaders of the world-famous giant warrior pirates? Listen, from today on, Ors is your king. All zombies, including the generals, must obey his orders. Luke's irresistible voice echoed in every zombie's ear. Yes. Luke-sama. Ors-sama. Oh. 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 One by one, those zombies shouted loudly. Even those arrogant zombie generals lowered their heads. Compared to Ors, the gap is too big. There is no thought of challenging him at all. Luke-sama. We have arrived in the little garden. 2 days later. On the vast and endless sea, the thriller bark moved forward slowly. An island with dense vegetation is visible in the distance. Great. We're finally here? Perona, who was sweating profusely from training, jumped up excitedly. She couldn't wait to look at the islands in the distance. Hiss. Hiss. Hiss, Luke-sama, are there really giants on this island? Hogback's eyes were shining with expectation. They all already knew the reason why Luke came to this uninhabited island. Here, there are 2 giant warriors. It is said that there's also the former captain of the giant warrior pirates. Giant warrior pirates 180 years ago, the world government placed a bounty of 100 million bellies on their heads, showing their unbelievable strength. It is an excellent material for creating powerful zombies. Of course, my information will not be wrong. Luke said calmly. Yo ho ho ho. Apart from Ors, there's an even other ancient giant. I have never seen a real giant before. Brook said. He was born in a certain kingdom in West Blue, although there are also giants in that sea area. But those giants were relatively reclusive and rarely interacted with humans, so he had never seen a giant before. But obviously, relatively speaking, the appearance of the giants is closer to humans. Devil Ors is more like a giant monster in human form. I see, it's really big and intimidating. Van Augur jumped to a high place and looked at the islands in the distance. With the sniper scope in his right eye, he saw the giant on the island. Since they are the leader of the giant warrior pirates, they must be very strong, right? Wiper, who was holding exaggerated dumbbells and squatting up and down, sweating profusely, subconsciously looked over. Boom. Boom. At this time, there was a sudden explosion on the island. Volcanoes erupted, and smoke filled the sky. It was as if a battle horn had been sounded. Bang, bang. Not long after, in the shocked and incomprehensible eyes of Perona, Brook, Hogback, and others, accompanied by loud shouts, 2 huge giants ran out from both ends of the island. They hold exaggerated weapons and shields, full of fighting spirit, as they clash together. Clang. Clang. Boom. Boom. On an uninhabited island. Swords and axes collided, and sparks flew out. There were constant loud noises, and the whole island was shaking. 2 huge figures wearing helmets and armor were fighting there. Woo. Woo. In their fierce confrontation, the amazing wind pressure even pushed over countless big trees, and the sea became more turbulent. The strength displayed by the 2 former leaders of the giant warrior pirates is truly shocking. Countless birds flew away in panic, and a large number of prehistoric creatures that should have disappeared over the years were running around on the island. Even from an extremely long distance, they can feel the exaggerated heart-stopping collision of strength, which numbs their scalp. A fight started? What's going on? On the scene near the uninhabited island. The thriller bark is slowly getting closer. Looking at the exaggerated size island and the two giants who suddenly started a desperate duel and kept fighting. Perona, Brooke, Hogback, and others were confused. No need to be surprised. Luke was not surprised. Looking at the two giants who were fighting on the uninhabited island, he said lightly, for some reason, they have been fighting here for almost 100 years. Only the real winner can return with glory to Elbaf and become the sole leader of the giant warrior pirates. But the two have similar strengths. Even if they fight countless times, it's still hard to tell the winner. This is also the reason why the giant warrior pirates, which was at its peak back then, suddenly disbanded. The giants are not like humans. Most of them are one-dimensional guys with very stubborn personalities. It seems ridiculous to us, but they are willing to sacrifice everything, risk their glory and lives, to follow it through to the end. Leave aside everything else. These giants have the determination and will to carry out their beliefs to the end. Still quite admirable. Is this the giant race? It's really incredible. Wiper was amazed as he stared at the battle between the two giants. The strength displayed by the two giants was truly astonishing. Putting aside the recently acquired Rumble fruit. If he went up, he would probably be smashed into pieces by any of the two giants. He is not qualified to challenge any of them head-on. Dory the Blue Ogre, Brogy the Red Ogre. You're right, they are former leaders of the giant warrior pirates. Van Augur flipped through the collected bounty lists. Comparing the appearance of the two giants and the one in the bounty, the identities of the two former leaders of the giant warrior pirates were confirmed. Then Luke-sama, it's better to wait until they are both tired, and then. Hogback said with a weird smile. Although the strategy you mentioned is feasible and the best choice, I am not prepared to do that. Luke stared closely at the Dory and Brogy. There was a fiery fighting spirit in his eyes. He knew very well how powerful the two leaders of the giant warrior pirates were. Once they really work together and join forces to fight against the enemy, I am afraid that even the Emperor of the Sea in the New World, who is as strong as a monster, may not be able to easily defeat them in a short time. 1 + 1 can be said to be far greater than 2. However, even though it was clear that the two of them were very strong. But Luke was still determined to use Dory and Brogy as his whetstone. Although there are conspiracies and tricks, he does not reject them. But it doesn't have to be used at all times. If every time he encounters a decent and strong enemy, then he just plays some conspiracy and uses any means. Sooner or later, after immersing himself in it, he would unconsciously lose his indomitable spirit. And if he wants to become a truly strong person, just hiding and practicing behind closed doors is not enough. Only by constantly fighting and defeating those strong people and tempering himself between life and death can he grow the fastest. Of course, he wants to challenge the strong, not seek death. In a one-on-one challenge, Luke is still very confident. If he goes on 2-on-1, he is going to die directly. How? But there is Ors, acting as the trump card, so he is very confident. Chapter 47, Dory the Blue Ogre and Brogy the Red Ogre King. In the center of the prehistoric island, on the green plain, the two giant swords collided as they gave each other hard blow. Oh! The powerful wind kept raging, making it difficult to open one's eyes. The next moment, the two of them seemed to feel something, and they separated. They all looked at the sea in the distance because they all felt an unusual aura. Ja. Watching the giant ship coming slowly into the sea. Dory the Blue Ogre, who had a long beard and was holding a long sword and a buckler, bared his teeth and smiled. It looks like we have a guest. Gabba. Then the duel between us will come to an end today. Brogy, the Red Ogre on the opposite side, couldn't help grinning. He was huge, somewhat bloated, with exaggerated nostrils and a big yellow beard. Looking at the huge giant ship, he was a little surprised. It's so huge. Is it a ship transformed from an island? This is the first time I've seen one. Wait, is that ancient giant? Suddenly, Dory's pupils shrank sharply. He noticed the figure on the thriller bark that was far more exaggerated than any giant's. TSK, there really is a big guy here. Carrying a giant axe, Brogy laughed loudly. Hey, Brogy. Does that guy look familiar to you? Something came to his mind. Dory, who was surprised, turned his head and said to Brogy, why does it feel like he looks a bit like a guy we saw before? Gabba, I also remembered it, Dory. Brogy laughed and said, that guy is probably also a descendant of that devil, right? Ja, the big devil who liked to pull the continent polar 500 years ago? Luke-sama. Is he finally going to do something big? At the same time, after thriller bark gets closer, and they are about to dock. The ground rumbled as Ors walked over with heavy steps. Gulu. Lord Ors. Each zombie, and even the zombie generals, all moved out of the way. It seems that those two guys have discovered us and stopped fighting. Looking at the two giants on the little garden looking over here. Orr's fierce face was full of excitement. Do you want to go directly? Luke-sama. It bared its teeth there with a fighting spirit and eagerness to try. As Luke's shadow is used when creating a zombie clone, it obviously inherited his warlike character and was fearless in the face of any enemy. However, Luke doesn't know if he was affected by Orr's body, but he is actually much more arrogant than himself. On weekdays, no one except Luke, his master, would he obey. He did not take Brooke, Van Auger, Hogback, and others seriously. Then come over and say hello. Luke laughed. The blood in his body has gradually begun to boil. Only by constantly fighting against the strong can one make progress faster. Luke jumped suddenly, and then shadow wings spread behind him as he soared into the sky. Then he landed directly on top of Orr's head. Yes, there is nothing more interesting than fighting. Orr's terrifying eyes were full of excitement. He beat his chest, made a sound like a drum, and blew up a fierce hurricane. Bang! He couldn't wait and stomped his feet on the ground. His figure jumped up high under Perona, Van Auger, Hogback, and others' watchful eyes. All of a sudden, Orr span a distance of more than several hundred meters and arrived on the coast of the little garden. Boom! There was a loud bang, and the whole island seemed to tremble violently. The ground collapsed, rocks flew everywhere, and smoke filled the sky. The sea surface even set off huge waves. Is he finally here? It's really big enough. Gabba. There's a human on its head? The ground shook as Orr's continued to approach. Noticing the young figure on top of the behemoth heads before them, Dory and Brogy were slightly surprised. I haven't looked up to others like this for a long time. Dory raised his head. Looking at the exaggeratedly large figures in front of him and the negligible tiny figure on his head. Especially that human being, although he appeared to be young, the aura he exuded was one that could not be underestimated. I'm very sorry for disturbing you by coming uninvited, Luke said with a smile. Then he looked directly at the two huge figures in front of him, his eyes full of awe-inspiring fighting spirit, and said bluntly, nothing else, I just feel happy when I see someone strong and I can't help but want to challenge them. Oh? Dory raised his eyebrows, a little surprised. You want to challenge us? That hockey, you are indeed very strong, a strong young human being. Brogy looked at Luke and recognized his strength. As the former leader of the giant warrior pirates, they are not ordinary giant warriors. Naturally, they can feel the hockey in Luke, which cannot be ignored. Luke-sama, it's better to be simple and clear to these brainless guys. Looking down at the two giant warriors,